Prologue. 10-year-old Liza was dreaming her favorite dream, the one about the day when she was 6 years old and she and Daddy were at the beach in New Jersey at Spring Lake. They'd been in the water holding hands and jumping together whenever a wave broke near them. "Hang on, Liza," he yelled, and the next minute they were tumbling underwater and being thrown around by the wave. She had swallowed water and was coughing, and her eyes were stinging, and she was crying, but then Daddy pulled her onto his lap. "Now that was a wave," he said, as he brushed the sand from her face. "But we rode it out together, didn't we, Liza?" That was the best part of the dream, having Daddy's arms around her and feeling so safe. Before the next summer came around, Daddy had died. After that, she'd never really felt safe again. Now she was always afraid, because Mom had made Ted, her stepfather, move out of the house. Ted didn't want a divorce, and he kept pestering Mom, wanting her to let him come back. Liza tried not to listen. She wanted to go back into the dream of being in Daddy's arms, but the voices kept waking her up. Someone was crying and yelling. Did she hear Mom calling Daddy's name? It was Ted's voice she heard now. He was yelling at Mom, and Mom was screaming, "Let go of me!" Liza knew that Mom was so afraid of Ted, and that since he'd moved out, she even kept Daddy's gun in the drawer of her night table. Liza rushed down the hall, her feet moving noiselessly along the padded carpet. The door of Mom's sitting room was open, and inside she could see that Ted had Mom pinned against the wall and was shaking her. Liza ran past the sitting room and went directly into her mother's bedroom. She hurried around the bed and yanked open the night table drawer. Trembling, she grabbed the gun and ran back to the sitting room. Standing in the doorway, she pointed the gun at Ted and screamed, "Let go of my mother!" Ted spun around. "Sure!" He shoved Liza's mother at her. When she crashed into Liza, the gun went off. Then Liza heard a funny little gurgle, and Mom crumpled to the floor. Liza looked down at her mother, then up at Ted. He began to lunge toward her, and Liza pointed the gun at him and pulled the trigger. She pulled it again and again until he fell down, and then began crawling across the room and tried to grab the gun from her. When it wouldn't fire anymore, she dropped the gun and got down on the floor and put her arms around her mother. There was no sound, and she knew her mother was dead. After that, Liza had only a hazy memory of what happened. She remembered Ted's voice on the phone, the police coming, someone pulling her arms from her mother's neck. She was taken away, and she never saw her mother again. "24 years later. I cannot believe I am standing in the exact spot where I was standing when I killed my mother. I ask myself if this is part of a nightmare, or if it is really happening. The mirror over the fireplace is the same one my father chose when he restored the house. In it, I see my reflection. The dark blue of my eyes is a heritage from my father. My hair would be dark blonde if I left it natural. I have darkened it, though, ever since I came back to the East Coast 16 years ago to attend the Fashion Institute of Technology in Manhattan. I, Celia Foster Nolan, formerly Liza Barton, the child the tabloids dubbed Little Lizzie Borden, am far less likely to be recognized as that chubby-faced little girl with golden curls who was acquitted, not exonerated, of deliberately killing her mother and trying to kill her stepfather. My second husband, Alex Nolan, and I have been married for 6 months. Today I thought we were going to take my 4-year-old son Jack to see a horse show in Peapack, an upscale town in northern New Jersey, when suddenly Alex detoured to Mendham, a neighboring town. It was only then that he told me he had a wonderful surprise for my birthday and drove down the road to this house. Jack is tugging at my hand. I let him go, and in a flash he is out of the room and running down the hall. Alex is standing a little behind me. Without looking at him, I can feel his anxiety. He believes he has found a beautiful home for us to live in, and his generosity is such that the deed is solely in my name, his birthday gift to me. "I'll catch up with Jack, honey," he reassures me. "You look around and start figuring how you'll decorate." "Your husband tells me that you're an interior designer," Henry Paley, the real estate agent, is saying. Paley is a small man of about 60 with thinning gray hair and neatly dressed in a dark blue pinstriped suit. I realize he is waiting expectantly for me to show enthusiasm for the wonderful birthday gift my husband has just presented to me. "As your husband may have told you, I was not the selling agent," Paley explains. "My boss, Georgette Grove, was showing your husband various properties nearby when he spotted the for sale sign on the lawn. He apparently fell in love with it immediately. The house is quite simply an architectural treasure, and it's situated on 10 acres in the premier location in a premier town." I know it is a treasure. My father was the architect who restored a crumbling 18th century mansion, turning it into this charming and spacious home. I look past Paley and study the fireplace. Mother and Daddy found the mantel in France, in a chateau about to be demolished. "Are you all right, Mrs. Nolan?" Henry Paley is asking me. "Yes, of course." My mind is racing with the thought that I should not have let Larry, my first husband, make me swear that I wouldn't tell the truth about myself to anyone, not even to someone I married. Already the lie is a wedge driven between Alex and me. We both feel it. He talks about wanting to have children soon, and I wonder how he would feel if he knew that little Lizzie Borden would be their mother. "The master bedroom is very large and has 2 separate, wonderfully appointed baths," says Paley. He opens the door to the bedroom and looks expectantly at me. Reluctantly, I follow him. Memories flood my mind. Weekend mornings in this room. I used to get in bed with Mother and Daddy. Daddy would bring up coffee for Mother and hot chocolate for me. Tears are pressing against my eyelids. I want to run out of here. If necessary, I will have to break my promise to Larry and tell Alex the truth about myself. I am not Celia Foster, née Kellogg, the daughter of Kathleen and Martin Kellogg of Santa Barbara, California. I am Liza Barton, born in this town, and as a child, reluctantly acquitted by a judge of murder and attempted murder. "Mom! Mom!" My son hurries into the room, and I bend down to catch him in my arms. Jack has Larry's light brown hair and high forehead. His cornflower blue eyes are my mother's, but then Larry had blue eyes too. In those last moments of fading consciousness, Larry had whispered that he didn't want Jack to ever have to deal with the tabloids digging up those old stories about me. Ted Cartwright swears estranged wife begged for reconciliation. State psychiatrist testifies 10-year-old Liza Barton mentally competent to form the intent to commit murder. Was Larry right to swear me to silence? At this moment, I can't be sure of anything. I kiss the top of Jack's head. "I really, really, really like it here," he tells me excitedly. Alex is coming into the bedroom. He can read me too well. He knows I'm not happy. When I told the people at the office what I'd done, a couple of the women said that no matter how beautiful a house might be, they'd want to have the chance to make the decision about buying it, he said, his voice forlorn. They were right, I thought, as I looked at him, his reddish-brown hair and brown eyes. Jack slides from my arms and puts his arms around Alex's leg. My husband and my son. And my house. The Grove Real Estate Agency was on East Main Street in the attractive New Jersey town of Mendham. Georgette Grove parked and moved with a quick step up the path to the door of her office. 62 years old, Georgette was a handsome, whippet-thin woman. She was pleased at how smoothly the closing had gone on the house she had just helped sell. It would give her a few months' reserve until she landed another sale. So far, it had been a disastrous year, saved only by her sale of the house on Old Mill Lane to Alex Nolan. That one had caught her up on overdue bills at the office. She had very much wanted to be present that morning when Nolan presented the house to his wife. I hope she likes surprises, Georgette thought for the 100th time. She worried that what he was doing was risky. She had tried to warn him about the house, about its history, but Nolan didn't seem to care. Georgette worried also that since he'd put the house in his wife's name only, if she didn't like it, she might be wide open to a non-disclosure suit. I tried to tell Alex Nolan that there had been a tragedy in the house on Old Mill Lane, Georgette thought defensively as she opened the office door and stepped into the reception room. I should have told him that around here the house he bought is known as Little Lizzie's place. She wondered if Nolan had become nervous about his surprise. At the last minute he had asked her to be at the house when they arrived, but it had been impossible to change the other closing. Instead she had sent Henry Paley to greet Nolan and his wife, and to be there to answer any questions Mrs. Nolan might have. Yesterday afternoon, Nolan had phoned and asked her to be sure there were a dozen roses in every room. "Roses are Seal's favorite flowers," he explained. "When we got married, I promised her that she'd never be without them." He's rich, he's handsome, he's charming, and he's clearly devoted to his wife, Georgette thought. She's a damn lucky woman. But how will she react when she starts hearing the stories about the house? Robin Carpenter, her secretary receptionist, was positioned at an antique mahogany desk to the right of the entrance. "How did the closing go?" she asked Georgette. "Smoothly, thank God. Is Henry back?" "No, I guess he's still drinking champagne with the Nolans. I still can't believe it. A gorgeous guy buys a gorgeous house for his wife for her 34th birthday. She's so lucky." "Let's all hope that after she gets over the surprise and has heard the story of that house, Celia Nolan still considers herself lucky," Georgette snapped nervously. Robin knew exactly what she meant. She was about to get her own real estate license. "You did try to warn the husband about the history of the house. I can back you up on that, Georgette." "Robin, I mentioned it to him once in the car. I never said anything about it to him here." The outside door opened. They both turned as Henry Paley came into the reception room. "How did it go?" Georgette asked. "I would say that Mrs. Nolan put up a very good act and seemed to be delighted. However, she did not convince me. I swear when I was showing Mrs. Nolan the master suite, all I could visualize was that kid shooting her mother and stepfather in the sitting room years ago. Maybe it's because of all those damn flowers the husband ordered. It's the same scent that hits you in funeral homes. I got it full force in the master suite of Little Lizzie's place today. Isn't that weird?" "Maybe you'll take me up after all on my offer to back you up on what you told Alex Nolan about the house, Georgette," Robin suggested, a touch of sarcasm in her voice. The day after my birthday, the day following the big surprise, we were having breakfast in my apartment in New York. Jack had rushed through a glass of juice and a bowl of cornflakes and hopefully was now getting dressed for day camp. Across the table, impeccably dressed as always, Alex was rushing through the slice of toast and mug of coffee that was his everyday breakfast. My suggestion that, while the house was beautiful, I would want to be able to completely redecorate it before we moved in, had met with resistance from Alex. I studied my husband. His expression was both contrite and pleading. Though a distant cousin of my late husband, who himself had come from wealth, Alex was decidedly a poor relation. I knew how proud he was to be able to buy this new house. "Seal, I know it was probably insanity to buy the house without consulting you, but it was exactly the kind of place we both had in mind. Besides, the firm is moving me to New Jersey, with the added plus that I can get in some early morning rides. And I want to teach you how to ride, and you've been saying that you want to get back to decorating." He came around the table and put his arms around me. "Please." 2 weeks later, the moving vans were pulling away from 895 Fifth Avenue and heading for the Lincoln Tunnel. Its destination was 1 Old Mill Lane, Mendham, New Jersey. Her eyes ablaze with curiosity, 54-year-old Marcella Williams stood to one side of the front window of her living room, watching the long moving van chug slowly past her home. 20 minutes ago, she had seen Georgette Grove's silver BMW go up the hill. Georgette had been the agent who sold the house. Marcella was sure that the Mercedes sedan that arrived shortly after that belonged to her new neighbors. She had heard that they were rushing to move in because the 4-year-old was starting pre-kindergarten. She wondered what they'd be like. People didn't tend to stay in that house long, she reflected, and it wasn't surprising. The house known as Little Lizzie's place eventually got on the nerves of all the owners, and last year's Halloween prank was the finish for the last owners, Mark and Louise Harriman. Louise flipped out when she saw the sign on her lawn and the life-size doll with a pistol in its hand on her porch. That train of thought led Marcella to wonder where Liza Barton was now. Marcella had been living there when the tragedy occurred, and she still could picture little Liza at age 10, with blonde curly hair, round Cupid doll face, and quiet, mature manner. She was certainly a smart child, Marcella thought, but she had a way of looking at people, even adults, as if she were sizing them up. I like a child to act like a child, she thought. I went out of my way to be nice to Audrey and Liza after Will Barton died. Then I was happy when Audrey married Ted Cartwright. I said to Liza that she must be thrilled to have a new father, and I'll never forget the way that little snip looked at me when she said, "My mother has a new husband. I don't have a new father." I told them that at the trial, Marcella reminded herself with some satisfaction. I believed Ted when he swore that Audrey had phoned him and asked him to come over that night. Ted was always so grateful for my support, Marcella remembered. My testimony helped him in the civil case he filed against Liza. When Ted got out of the hospital following the shooting, he had moved a few towns away to Bernardsville. Now a major New Jersey developer, his latest venture had been to take advantage of the fitness craze by opening gyms across the state. Over the years, Marcella had bumped into him at various functions. The last time had been only a month ago. Ted had never remarried. He always claimed that Audrey was the love of his life, but he certainly looked great, and he might be interested to know that new people are moving into the house. Pleased at the excuse to call Ted Cartwright, Marcella called information and got the number for Ted Cartwright's office and finally reached his voicemail. "Ted, this is Marcella Williams. I thought you'd be interested to hear that your former home has changed hands again and the new owners are in the process of moving in. 2 vans just passed my house." The sound of a police siren interrupted her. An instant later, she watched as a police car hurtled past her window. "Ted, I'll call you back. The cops are on the way to your old house. I'll let you know what develops." "I am so sorry," Georgette stammered. "I just got here myself. I've called the police." I looked at her. She was trying to drag a hose across the bluestone walk, hoping, I suppose, to wash away some of the defacing of the lawn and house. The house was set back 100 feet from the road. In thick, billboard-sized letters, the words "Little Lizzie's Place, Beware" were painted in red on the lawn. Splashes of red paint stained the shingles and limestone on the front of the house. I saw that a skull and crossbones were carved on the double mahogany doors. A straw doll with a toy gun in its hand was propped against the door. I guess it was supposed to represent me. "What's this supposed to be about?" Alex snapped. "Some kids, I guess. I'm so sorry," Georgette Grove explained nervously. "I can tell you what it's about, Alex," I thought. "Hang on," I told myself desperately. I knew that if I let go of the car door, I would fall. The August sun was streaming down, making the red paint glisten. Blood. It wasn't paint. It was Mother's blood. I could feel my arms and neck and face becoming sticky with her blood. Jack had scrambled out of the car. "Mommy, are you okay? You're not sick, are you?" History repeating itself. Jack, who only had a dim memory of his own father, was instinctively frightened that he would lose me, too. "I'll be all right," I told Jack, managing to force the words out through lips that felt numb and spongy. Jack ran past the car and onto the lawn. "I can read that," he said proudly. "Littlelizzie." "That's enough, Jack," Alex said firmly. He looked at Georgette. "Is there any explanation for this?" "I tried to explain something to you when we first viewed the house," Georgette said, "but you weren't interested. A tragedy took place here nearly 25 years ago. A 10-year-old child, Liza Barton, accidentally killed her mother and shot her stepfather. Because of the similarity of her name to the infamous Lizzie Borden, the tabloids called her Little Lizzie Borden. Since then, from time to time, there have been incidents here, but never anything like this." Georgette was clearly on the verge of tears. "I should have made you listen." The first moving van was pulling into the driveway. 2 men jumped out and ran behind it to open the door and begin to unload. "Alex, tell them to stop," I demanded. "I can't live under this roof." Too late, I realized that Alex and the real estate agent were staring at me, their expressions shocked. "Honey, you're overreacting. This is a beautiful home. Don't let some stupid kid spoil it for you. Come on around the back. I want to show Jack the surprise I have for him." I wanted to protest, but then I saw the blinking lights of a patrol car rushing up the road. When they pulled my arms away from my mother's body, they made me sit in the patrol car. I was wearing my nightgown and someone got a blanket and tucked it around me, and then the ambulance came and they took Ted out on a stretcher. "Mrs. Nolan, I'll take care of talking to the police," Georgette Grove volunteered. I couldn't bear having to come face to face with the police, so I walked quickly along the path with Alex. I was startled to see that in the months since I had been here, a riding enclosure had been built. Jack began running across the lawn toward the barn. He pulled open the door, and then I heard a whoop of joy. "It's a pony, Mom!" he shouted. "Alex bought me a pony!" 5 minutes later, his eyes shining with delight, his feet firmly secure in the stirrups of his new saddle, and Alex at his side, Jack was walking the pony around the enclosure. I stood at the split-rail fence, watching them, taking in the expression of pure bliss on Jack's face and the satisfaction in Alex's smile. There was somebody clearing his throat behind me. "Mrs. Nolan, I'm Sergeant Early. I very much regret this incident. This is no way to welcome you to Mendham." I hadn't heard the police officer and Georgette Grove approaching me. Startled, I turned around to face them. He was a man who appeared to be in his late 50s, with an outdoorsman's complexion and thinning sandy hair. "I know just which kids to question," he said grimly. "Trust me, their parents will pay for whatever has to be done to restore the house and lawn." Early, I thought. I know that name. When I packed my files last week, I read the hidden one again, the file that began with the night I killed my mother. There had been a picture of a cop tucking a blanket around me in the back of the police car. Officer Early had been his name. Afterwards, he had commented to the press that he'd never seen a kid as composed as I had been. "She was covered with her mother's blood, yet when I put the blanket around her, she said, 'Thank you very much, officer.' You'd think I'd given her an ice cream cone." "Mom, I love my pony," Jack called. "I want to name her Lizzie, after the name on the grass. Isn't that a good idea?" Before I could respond, I heard Georgette Grove murmur in dismay, "Oh, Lord, I should have known. Here comes the busybody." A moment later, I was being introduced to Marcella Williams, who, as she grabbed and shook my hand, told me, "I've been living next door for 28 years, and I'm delighted to welcome my new neighbor. I'm looking forward to getting to know you and your husband and little boy." Marcella Williams, who had verified everything Ted told the court, helping him to get the financial settlement that had left me with almost nothing. "Mom, is it all right if I name her Lizzie?" Jack called. I felt the eyes of my husband, my neighbor, the police officer, and the real estate agent watching me intently. I had to act the part of a newcomer, annoyed by vandalism. Only that and nothing more. "Let's not spoil the day because of some dumb kids," I said. "I don't want to sign a complaint. Georgette, please get the damage repaired as fast as possible. And you call your pony any name you want, Jack." One of the moving men was hurrying across the lawn. "Mr. Nolan, the media's out front taking pictures of the vandalism. One of them wants you and Mrs. Nolan to make a statement on camera." "No," I looked at Alex imploringly. "Absolutely not." "I have a key to the back door," Georgette Grove said quickly. But it was too late. As I tried to escape, the reporters came hurrying around the corner of the house. I felt light bulbs flashing, and as I raised my hands to cover my face, I felt my knees crumble and a rush of darkness envelop me. Drew Perry had been on Route 24 on her way to the courthouse in Morris County when she got the call to cover the story of the vandalism of little Lizzie's place for her newspaper, the Star-Ledger. 63 years old, a seasoned veteran of 40 years as a reporter, Drew was a big-boned woman with iron-gray, shoulder-length hair that always looked somewhat unkempt. Wide glasses exaggerated the penetrating brown eyes that someone once called the color of a stormy ocean. Little Lizzie's place, Drew thought as she drove through Morristown. She had covered the story last Halloween when the kids had left a doll with a toy gun on the porch of that house and painted the sign on the lawn. This was August, not Halloween. What would make kids suddenly decide to stir up mischief again? She parked on the road behind the truck from the local television station. She saw 2 reporters and a cameraman starting to run around the side of the house. Running herself, Drew caught up with them. She got her camera out just in time to catch Celia toppling over in a faint. Then, with the gathering media, she waited until an ambulance pulled up and Marcella Williams came out of the house. The reporters pounced on her, peppering her with questions. She's in her glory, Drew thought as Mrs. Williams explained that Mrs. Nolan had revived and seemed to be shaken but otherwise was fine. When Williams went back inside, Drew walked up to the front door to study the skull and crossbones that had been carved onto it. Startled, she realized that there was an initial carved into each of the eye sockets of the skull, an L in the left socket and a B in the right one. Whoever did this is really creepy, Drew thought. This wasn't slapped together. Her next stop was going to be the home of the neighbor, Marcella Williams, but on a hunch she waited around to see if anyone representing the new owners came out to make a statement. Her hunch paid off. 10 minutes later, Alex Nolan appeared before the cameras. As you can understand, this is a most regrettable incident. My wife will be fine. She's exhausted from the packing, and the shock of the vandalism simply overwhelmed her. She is resting now. Alex turned, went back into the house, and closed the door. Drew took a long sip from the bottle of water she kept in her shoulder bag. Marcella Williams had explained that she lived just down the road. I'll go wait for her there. Then after I talk to her, Drew decided, I'll look up every detail I can find about the little Lizzie case. I'd like to do a feature article about it. And wouldn't it be interesting if I could find out where Liza Barton is now? If she did deliberately kill her mother and try to kill her stepfather, chances are she's gotten into trouble again somewhere along the way. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on a couch that the moving men had hastily placed in the living room. The first thing I saw was the terrified look in Jack's eyes. "Don't be dead, Mom. Don't be dead." Hadn't I moaned that as I rocked my mother's body in my arms? Alex was on the cell phone, demanding to know why the ambulance was taking so long to arrive. An ambulance. Ted being carried out on a stretcher to an ambulance. Holding Jack, I pushed myself up on one elbow. "I don't need an ambulance. I'm all right, really I am." Georgette Grove was standing at the foot of the couch. "Mrs. Nolan, Celia, I really think it would be better if—" "You really must be checked thoroughly," Marcella Williams said, interrupting Georgette. "Jack, Mommy's fine. We're getting up." I swung my legs around and, ignoring the wave of dizziness, leaned one hand on the arm of the couch for balance and pulled myself to my feet. "The ambulance is dispatched, Seal," Alex told me. "You'll let them check you over?" "Yes." I had to get rid of Georgette Grove and Marcella Williams. I looked directly at them. "I know you'll understand if I just want to rest quietly," I said. The wail of a siren told us that the ambulance had arrived. The EMT examined me in the second-floor room that had once been my playroom. "You got kind of a nasty shock, I would say," he observed. "And with what happened outside, I can understand why. Mrs. Nolan, maybe you should come to the hospital." "No, absolutely not." Alex was leaning over me, brushing the tears from my cheeks. "Celia, I have to go outside and say something to those reporters. I'll be right back." "Where did Jack go?" I whispered. "The moving guy in the kitchen asked Jack to help him unpack the groceries. He's fine." I can't hide anymore, I thought. I can't live in horror that someone will find out about me. I have to tell Alex. I have to be honest. Better Jack learns about me when he's young than have the story hit him in 20 years. When Alex came back, he slid down beside me on the chair and lifted me onto his lap. "Seal, what is it? It can't just be the condition of the house. What else is upsetting you?" I felt the tears finally stop and an icy calm come over me. Maybe this was the moment to tell him. "That story Georgette Grove told about the child who accidentally killed her mother," I began. "Georgette's spin isn't the one I heard from Marcella Williams," Alex interrupted. "According to her, that kid should have been convicted. She must have been a little monster. After she shot and killed her mother, she kept on shooting the stepfather until the pistol was empty." I struggled free from his embrace. With that preconceived notion, how could I possibly tell Alex the truth now? "Are all those people gone?" I asked. "Everyone's gone except the movers." "Then I'd better pull myself together somehow and tell them where I want the furniture placed." "Seal, tell me what's wrong." "I will tell you," I thought, but only after I can somehow prove to you and to the world that Ted Cartwright lied about what happened that night, and that when I held that gun, I was trying to defend my mother, not kill her." "It's going to be all right," I said. "I promise I'm going to make it be all right." Jeffrey McKingsley, prosecutor of Morris County, had a particular interest in seeing that the mischief that had once again flared up at the Barton home be squelched once and for all. He had been 14 and in his first year in high school when the tragedy happened 24 years ago. At that time, he lived less than a mile away from the Barton home, and when the news spread through town about the shooting, he'd rushed over and been standing there when the cops carried out the stretcher with the body of Audrey Barton. Over the years, he had remained intrigued with the question of whether 10-year-old Liza Barton had accidentally killed her mother and shot her stepfather in defense of her mother, or was one of those kids who are born without a conscience. And they exist, Jeff thought with a sigh. They sure do exist. Sandy-haired, with dark brown eyes, a lean athletic body, 6 feet tall, and quick to smile, Jeff was the kind of person law-abiding people instinctively liked and trusted. On both sides of the courthouse, he was known as a straight arrow. He intended to exercise his authority as prosecutor to make sure that Morris County was a safe place to live. That was why the repeated vandalisms of property at the Barton home infuriated and challenged him. "Those kids, privileged as they are, have nothing better to do than rake up that old tragedy and turn that beautiful home into the local haunted house," Jeff fumed to Anna Malloy, his secretary, when the incident was reported to him. "Anna, put me through to police headquarters and mend him." Sergeant Early, whom Jeff knew well, brought him up to date. "I went straight over to the school to talk to the kids who pulled the Halloween trick last year. Michael Buckley was the ringleader. He's 12 and a smart aleck. He swears he had nothing to do with it. His father backs him up, says they were both home early last night. And I believe Mike, not because he isn't capable of pulling the wool over his father's eyes and sneaking out in the middle of the night, but because this just wasn't a kid's trick. This time they used real paint, not that stuff that washes off. This time they did a job on the front of the house, and from the height of the carving it's clear that someone a lot taller than Michael did it. Something else. The skull and crossbones on the door were done by someone who was artistic. When I looked up close, I could see that it had initials in the eye sockets, L and B, for Lizzie Borden, I guess. Or Liza Barton, Jeff injected. Early reconsidered. "Oh, sure, I didn't think about that. Finally, the doll that was left on the porch wasn't a beat-up rag doll like the other one was. This one cost money. That should make it easier to trace. Keep me posted." "The problem is that even if we track down the culprits, the Nolans refuse to sign a complaint," Early continued. "But Mr. Nolan plans to fence in the property and put up security cameras, so I don't think there should be any more problems." "Clyde," Jeff cautioned, "if there's one thing that you and I know, you could never assume there aren't going to be any more problems." The next morning when I awoke, I looked at the clock and was startled to realize that it was already 8:15. In a reflex gesture, I turned my head and saw that Alex had propped a note against the lamp on his bedside table. I read it quickly. "Darling Seal, woke at 6 a.m., so glad to see that you were sleeping after all you went through yesterday. Took off for an hour's ride at the club. We'll make it a short day and be home by 3. Hope Jack takes well to his first day at school. I want to hear all about it. Love you both, A." I got up, pulled on a robe, and walked down the hall to Jack's room. His bed was empty. "Jack? Jack? Jack?" He probably just went downstairs to the kitchen and fixed himself some cereal. But the house had a disconcerting silence about it as I raced down the stairs and from one room to the other. I couldn't find a trace of him. In the kitchen there was no cereal bowl or empty juice glass on the counter or in the sink. I panicked at the realization that if I didn't find Jack immediately, I would have to call the police. And then, in a moment of breathtaking release, I knew where he was. Of course, he would have hurried outside to visit his new pony. I ran to the door that led from the kitchen to the patio and yanked it open, then sighed with relief. The barn door was open, and I could see Jack's small pajama-clad figure inside the barn, looking up at the pony's stall. The relief was quickly followed by anger. Last night we had set the alarm after figuring out a 4-number code, 1023. We'd chosen those numbers because Alex and I met on October 23rd last year. But the fact that when Jack opened the door, the alarm had not gone off meant that Alex had not reset it when he left this morning. If he had, I would have known that Jack was on the loose. Alex was trying so hard, but he still was not used to being a parent, I reminded myself as I began walking toward the barn. As I made my way across the backyard, a thought flashed into my mind. On that last night, Mother and I had been in the study together and had watched a movie that ended at 10 o'clock. Before we went upstairs, she had turned on the alarm. Even as a child, I was a light sleeper, so it surely would have wakened me if that piercing sound had gone off. But it had not gone off, so Mother had no warning that Ted was in the house. Had that ever come up in the police investigation? Ted was an engineer, and at the time had recently opened his own small construction company. It probably wouldn't have been difficult for him to disarm the system. I'll have to start a notebook, I thought. I'll jot down anything that comes back to me that may help me to prove that Ted broke into the house that night. I walked into the barn and tousled Jack's head. "Hey, you scared me." Jack caught the firmness in my voice and nodded sheepishly. "I just wanted to talk to Lizzie. Who are those people, Mom?" I stared at the newspaper photo that had been taped to the post of the stall. It was a copy of a snapshot of my mother and father and me on the beach in Spring Lake. I remember that photo because it had been taken at the end of that day when the wave had thrown Daddy and me on the shore. I had a copy of the picture and the newspaper article in my secret file. "Do you know that man and woman and that little girl?" Jack asked. And of course I had to lie. "No, Jack, I don't." "Then why did someone leave their picture here?" "Why, indeed. Jack, we won't tell Alex about the picture. He'd be very mad if he thinks anyone came here and put it up. It's our secret, Jack." My mouth went dry. Suppose whoever had taped it on the post had been in the barn when Jack walked in here alone. What kind of sick mind had planned the defacing of the house and lawn, and how did this picture fall into his hands? What might he have done to my son if Jack had walked in while he was here? Jack was standing on tiptoes, stroking the pony's muzzle. "Lizzie's pretty, isn't she, Mom?" The pony was rust-colored with a small white marking on the bridge of its nose that at a stretch could be interpreted as a star. "Yes, she is, Jack, but I think she's too pretty to be called Lizzie. I think any pony with a star on its face should be called Star," I said. "That will be my name for Lizzie. Now we'd better get you ready for school." Jack was starting pre-K at 10 o'clock at St. Joseph's, the school I had attended until the 4th grade. I wondered if any of my old teachers were still there, and if so, would meeting me stir something in their memories. By pleading, cajoling, and offering a handsome bonus, Georgette Grove managed to find a landscaper who would cut out the damaged grass and lay sod on the front lawn of the Nolans' house. She also secured a painter that same afternoon to cover the red paint splattered on the shingles. She had not yet been able to hire a mason to repair the stone, nor a woodwork expert to remove the skull and crossbones carved on the front door. The events of the day had resulted in an almost sleepless night. At 6 o'clock, when Georgette heard the sound of the newspaper delivery service in her driveway, she hurried to the side door of the kitchen and retrieved the newspapers from the driveway. The dreadful worry that was sitting like a slab of concrete on her head was that Celia Nolan would demand that the sale of the house be voided. Georgette sat at the breakfast bar and opened the newspapers, the Daily Record, the Star-Ledger, and the New York Post. The Daily Record gave the picture of the house its entire front page. On the 3rd page of the Star-Ledger, there was a picture of Celia Nolan, caught at the exact moment she began to faint. Both the Post and Star-Ledger rehashed the sensational case. "Unhappily, little Lizzie's place has acquired a sinister mythology in our community over the years," the reporter for the Daily Record wrote. That reporter had interviewed Ted Cartwright about the vandalism. He had posed for the picture in his home in nearby Bernardsville, his walking stick in his hand. "I have never recovered from the death of my wife, and I am shocked that someone would be vicious enough to remind us of that terrible incident," he was quoted as saying. "Both physically and emotionally, I certainly don't need a reminder. I still have nightmares about the expression on that child's face when she went on her shooting spree. She looked like the devil incarnate." It's the same story he's been telling for nearly a quarter of a century, Georgette thought. It's a damn shame Liza was too traumatized to defend herself. I'd give anything to hear her version of what happened that night. I've seen the way Ted Cartwright conducts business. If he had his way, we'd have strip malls instead of riding trails in Mendham and Peapack. Behind that phony country gentleman bereaved husband facade, he's ruthless." Georgette continued reading. Drew Perry of the Star-Ledger had obviously done research on the Nolans. Alex Nolan, an associate in Scott and Harkins, a New York law firm, is a member of the Peapack Riding Club. His wife, Celia Foster Nolan, is the widow of Lawrence Foster, former president of Bradford and Foster investment firm. Even though I did try to tell Alex Nolan about the stigma on the house, Georgette thought for the 100th time, it's in his wife's name, and she knew nothing about it. If she finds out about the stigma law, she could demand that the sale be voided. Tears of frustration in her eyes, Georgette studied the picture of Celia Nolan as she was caught in the process of fainting. She got up and started to walk to the staircase, then stopped abruptly as a faint hope occurred to her. Alex Nolan is a member of the riding club, and he had told her that his law firm had asked him to head up their new office in Summit. So there are a couple of good reasons why he wants to be in this area. If I offer to show Celia Nolan other houses and even forego my sales commission, maybe she'll go along. It was a possibility. Maybe a forlorn one, she realized, but at least a possibility. My mother and father were buried at St. Joseph's Church. It was built on West Main Street in 1860. A school wing was added in 1962. Behind the church, there's a cemetery where some of the early settlers of Mendham are buried. Among them are my ancestors. When I was enrolled in St. Joseph's, there were still mostly nuns on the staff. But this morning, as I walked down the hall to the pre-K class, Jack's hand in mine, I could see that the teachers were almost all members of the laity, as the non-religious are called. Jack already had been to nursery school in New York, and he loves to be with other children. Even so, he clung to my hand as the teacher, Miss Durkin, came over to greet him, and with a worried note in his voice, he asked, "You will come back for me, won't you, Mom?" His father has been dead 2 years. Surely by now whatever memory he has of Larry has faded, replaced probably by a vague sense of anxiety about losing me. I know, because after the day a priest from St. Joseph's, accompanied by the owner of Washington Valley Stable, came to our home to tell us that my father's horse had bolted and that he had died instantly in a fall, I was always afraid that something would happen to my mother. And it did. By my hand. My mother blamed herself for my father's accident. A born rider, she had often said she wished he could ride with her. I felt a tug on my hand. Jack was waiting for me to reassure him. Jack can tell time. I knelt down so that our faces would be even. Jack has a sprinkle of freckles across his nose. His mouth is quick to smile, but his eyes sometimes hold a hint of worry, even of fear. I held up my watch. "What time is it?" I demanded with mock seriousness. 10 o'clock, Mom. "What time do you think I'm going to be back?" He smiled. 12 o'clock on the dot. I kissed his forehead. Agreed. I got up quickly as Miss Durkin took his hand and slipped out of the classroom and made my way back down the hall. As I passed the door of the office, I saw an older woman behind a secretarial desk who somehow quickened something in my memory. Was I wrong, or had she been here all those years ago? I resisted the temptation to walk in the small graveyard and see the fading letters on the tombstones of my Sutton ancestors. Instead, I got in the car and drove a few minutes down Main Street, intending to go to the small shopping center for a cup of coffee. Now that I was alone, my mind felt as though the events of the past 24 hours were racing through it, endlessly replaying. The vandalism, the sign on the lawn, Sergeant Early, Marcella Williams, Georgette Grove, the newspaper photo in the barn this morning. Reaching the shopping center, I parked, bought the newspapers, and went into the diner where I ordered black coffee. I forced myself to read every word of the stories about the house and cringed at the picture of me, my knees buckling under me. If there was any morsel of comfort, it was clear that all the newspapers referred to us only as the new owners of the house. Alex wanted to live in this area, and I knew that when I married him. Summit is only half an hour from here, and he was already a member of the Peapack Club when I met him. Is it possible that subconsciously I have always wanted to come back here to the familiar scenes that are embedded in my memory? Generations of my ancestors have lived here after all. I sipped the coffee slowly. I want to clear my name. I want to somehow learn the reason that my mother became deathly afraid of Ted Cartwright. What happened yesterday has given me the cover to investigate that need, I thought. As the new owner of the house, it would not seem inappropriate for me to go to the courthouse and make inquiries, saying that I would like to learn the truth of that tragedy, devoid of the rumors and sensationalism. In attempting to clear the stigma on the house, I might even find a way to clear my own name. I left the diner and for the next hour drove around town, up Mountainside Road to get a look at my grandparents' home, around Horseshoe Bend along Hilltop Road. I drove past the Pleasant Valley Mill, the property better known as the Pig Farm. Sure enough, there was a sow grazing in the enclosure. Like every child in town, my parents had taken me to observe the litter of piglets in the spring. I wanted to show it to Jack as well. I did some quick food shopping and got back to St. Joe's well before 12 to be sure that Jack would spot me the minute his pre-K session ended. Then we went home. After Jack gulped down a sandwich, he begged for a ride on Lizzie. Even though I refused to ride after my father died, the knowledge of how to saddle the pony seemed to be second nature as my hands moved to tighten the girth, to check the stirrups, to show Jack how to hold the reins properly. "Where did you ever learn that?" I whirled around. Alex was smiling at me. Neither one of us had heard the car pull in. I guess he'd left it in front of the house. If he had caught me going through his pockets, I could not have been more embarrassed or chagrined. "Oh," I stammered. "I told you, my friend Gina loved to ride when we were kids. I used to go and watch her when she took lessons. Sometimes I'd help her saddle up." Lies. Lie following lie. Alex picked up Jack and hugged me. "The client I was supposed to spend the better part of the afternoon with canceled. I beat it out fast." "Tell me about your first day at school," he teasingly demanded of Jack. "First, can I have a ride on Lizzie?" "Sure, and then you're going to tell me about your day." "Jack just had a sandwich, but I'll start lunch for us," I said. "How about having it on the patio?" Alex suggested. "It's too nice to be inside." "That would be fun," I said hurriedly, and headed into the house. I rushed upstairs. I had directed the movers to place my desk in what had been my father's office. The desk is a nondescript antique, but one of the large file drawers has a concealed panel that is secured by a combination lock that looks like a decoration. I yanked the files out of the drawer, tapped out the code with my index finger, and the panel opened. The thick file about little Lizzie Borden was there. I pulled it out, opened it, and grabbed the newspaper photo that had been taped to the post in the barn. If Jack ended up telling Alex about it, Alex, of course, would ask to see it. If Jack then realized he had promised me not to talk about it to Alex, he'd probably blurt that out, too. "I forgot. I promised Mommy I wouldn't tell." And I would have to cover with yet more lies. Putting the picture in the pocket of my slacks, I went downstairs and made lunch. When they came to the patio, I could have cut with a knife the change in the emotional atmosphere. Alex looked serious, and Jack was on the verge of tears. There was a moment of silence, then, in a level tone, Alex asked, "Was there any reason you weren't planning to tell me about the picture you found in the barn, Seal? Jack tells me he went out to see his pony before you woke up. Suppose he had come across someone in the barn. I'm beginning to wonder if there isn't some kind of nut loose around here." Exactly the worry I had but could not share. "Jack wouldn't have been able to get out if you had reset the alarm," I said sharply. "Mommy, why are you mad at Alex?" Jack asked. "Why indeed, Jack?" Alex asked as he pushed back his chair and went into the house. I didn't know whether to follow him and apologize or to offer to show him the crumpled newspaper picture that was in my pocket. I simply didn't know what to do. The morning after her new neighbors moved in, Marcella Williams was enjoying a second cup of coffee and devouring the newspapers when her phone rang. "By any chance, would a beautiful lady be free for lunch today?" Ted Cartwright. Marcella felt her pulse begin to race. 3 hours later, having carefully dressed for the date in tan slacks and a vivid printed silk shirt, Marcella was sitting opposite Ted Cartwright in the pub of the Black Horse Tavern on West Main Street. In breathless detail, she told him all about her new neighbors. When they saw the vandalism, Alex Norton was furious, and his wife Celia was really upset. She fainted, for heaven's sake. It was a shocking sight. That skull and crossbones on the door with Liza's initials in the eye sockets was just plain chilling, and you'd swear that red paint on the lawn and on the house was real blood, and that doll on the porch with the gun in its hand was scary too. Marcella bit her lip when she saw the expression on Cartwright's face. For God's sake, she told herself, it was his blood all over the place as well as Audrey's the night Liza shot them. Smiling wryly, Cartwright took a long sip of Pinot Noir. I can skip hearing those details, Marcella. The pictures in the newspapers were enough for me. Tell me more about your new neighbors. Very attractive, anywhere from 28 to early 30s. I guess he's in his late 30s. The little boy Jack is really cute. He kept hanging onto his mother when she was lying on the couch, scared that she was dead. Again, Marcella had the feeling of stepping into dangerous territory. 24 years ago, the cops had to pry Liza away from her mother's body while Ted was lying on the floor a few feet away. Marcella took the last bite of her Cobb salad and the final sip of her Chardonnay. Ted was studying her. I know I look darn good, Marcella thought, and if I can judge a man's expression, he thinks so too. Want to know what I'm thinking? She challenged him. Of course. I'm thinking that a lot of men pushing 60 are starting to lose their looks. But you're even more attractive now than way back when we were neighbors. You've always been a big man without having an ounce of fat on you. I like that. Victor was such a wimpy-looking guy. With a shrug, she dismissed her husband of 22 years, along with the annoying fact that only months after their divorce 10 years ago, Victor had remarried and was now the father of 2 children and, according to her pipeline, was divinely happy. You flatter me, and I don't mind a bit, Ted said. Now how about a cup of coffee, and then after I drop you off, I've got to get back to the office. Half an hour later, Ted was pulling into her driveway. He parked, got out of the car, and walked around to open the door for her. As she stood up, a car passed slowly along the road. They both recognized the driver, the Morris County prosecutor, Jeff McKingsley. What's that all about? Cartwright asked sharply. The prosecutor doesn't usually get involved with simple vandalism. I can't imagine, Marcella said. I'll give you a call if I hear anything. Then something in Ted Cartwright's expression took her breath away. He was staring at the prosecutor's car as it disappeared around the bend, and it was as if a mask had dropped. The expression on his face was somber and worried. Why should seeing Jeff McKingsley's car around here bother him, she wondered. Then it occurred to her that maybe the only reason Ted had invited her to lunch was to pump information from her about what was going on next door. Well, 2 can play at that game, she thought. Ted, this has been so pleasant, she said. Why don't you come over for dinner Friday night? I don't know whether you remember, but I'm a great cook. The mask was back. His expression affable, Ted kissed her on the cheek. I remember, Marcella, he said. Is 7 o'clock good for you? The stories in the morning newspapers about the vandalism at 1 Old Mill Lane had gotten under Jeff McKingsley's skin. The picture of Celia Nolan fainting as she tried to run from the media particularly distressed and irritated him. If this had been a bias crime, we'd be combing the town to find out who did it, he kept thinking. Unlike the last episode, this was no Halloween prank. This is vicious. Around 3 o'clock, he decided to drive by the Nolans' new home and see for himself. As he passed the house at 3 Old Mill Lane, he saw a man and a woman standing in the driveway. The next-door neighbor, he thought, the one who had so much to say to the reporters. And that's Ted Cartwright with her. Wonder why he's around here. Jeff was tempted to stop and talk to them, but he decided against it. It was obvious from the way she'd talked to the media that Marcella Williams was a gossip. I don't need her spreading the word that I have some kind of personal interest in this case, Jeff thought. He slowed the car down almost to a crawl. Here it was, the Barton house. Little Lizzie's place. A commercial-type van was in the driveway, and a man dressed in overalls was ringing the doorbell. He watched as the door opened, and a woman appeared. She looked to be fairly tall and very slender. It had to be Celia Nolan, the new owner. She spoke to the workman for a moment, then closed the door, and the workman returned to the van and began to pull out a drop cloth and tools. Jeff had not intended to do more than drive past the vandalized house, but on a sudden impulse decided to walk up the driveway and see for himself the remaining damage before it was repaired. The workman turned out to be a mason who had been hired by the real estate agent to polish the limestone. Skinny, in his late 60s, with weathered skin and a prominent Adam's apple, he introduced himself as Jimmy Walker. Jimmy Walker was a talker. Last Halloween, Mrs. Harriman, she was the owner then, had me here too. Boy, she was mad.
The stuff the kids used that night came right off, but I guess the doll with a gun in its hand sitting in a chair on the porch really spooked her. When she opened the door in the morning, that was the first thing she saw."
Jeff turned and went up on the porch. He had seen the picture of the skull and crossbones in the papers, but even so, to be standing in front of it was entirely different. Someone had dug into the beautiful mahogany doors, someone talented enough to have carved the skull with excellent symmetry, to have placed the letters L and B exactly in the middle of the eye sockets. But why? He pushed the doorbell and heard the faint sound of chimes echoing inside the house. I tried to calm myself down after Alex left and to calm Jack as well. I could see that the events of the past few days were overwhelming him. I suggested that instead of having another ride on Lizzie, how I hated that name, he should curl up on the couch in the den and I would read to him. He helped me take off her saddle and then willingly selected one of his favorite books. Within minutes, he was asleep. Minute by minute, I went over the mistakes I had made today. A normal wife, finding that picture in the barn, would have called her husband and told him about it. A normal mother would not have attempted a conspiracy with a 4-year-old to keep his father or stepfather in ignorance. No wonder Alex had been both angry and disgusted. The sound of the telephone ringing in the kitchen did not cause even a stir in Jack. Let it be Alex, I prayed. But it was Georgette Grove. She said that if I decided that I did not want to live in this house, she had several others in the area that she wanted to show me. If you saw one of them you liked, I would forego my sales commission, and I will make every effort to sell your house also without commission. It was a very generous offer. Of course, it did assume that we could afford to buy a second house without first having the money that Alex had put into this one, but I told Georgette that I'd be very interested in looking at other houses with her. When I hung up the phone, I felt more hopeful. When Alex came back, I would tell him about the conversation with Georgette, and that if she found a suitable house, I would insist on laying out the money to purchase it myself. The doorbell rang and I opened the door, spoke to the man who introduced himself as Jimmy Walker. I told him that he was expected. For a moment after I closed the door, I kept my hand on the handle. With every fiber of my being, I wanted to open it again and shout out to Jimmy Walker and the whole world that I was Liza Barton, the 10-year-old child who was terrified for her mother's life, and to tell them that there had been a split second when Ted Cartwright had looked at me and seen the pistol in my hand, and then decided to throw my mother at me, knowing the gun might go off. The door chimes sounded again. The mason had a question, I was sure. I waited for half a minute, the time it would take to answer if I'd been in the next room, and then opened the door to find a man in his late 30s with an air of authority about him. He introduced himself as Jeffrey McKingsley, the prosecutor of Morris County, and almost witless with worry, I invited him in.
"I would have phoned if I had planned to stop by, but I was in the vicinity and decided to express my personal regrets at the unfortunate incident yesterday," he said, following me into the living room. "I can assure you that my office and the local police department will work together to find the culprit or culprits. There won't be any more incidents, Mrs. Nolan, if we can help it."
I hope not. Then I hesitated. Suppose Alex walked in now and brought up the photo I had found in the barn. Actually, I hesitated. I didn't know what to say. The prosecutor's expression changed. "Has there been another incident, Mrs. Nolan?" I reached in the pocket of my slacks and pulled out the newspaper photo. This was taped to a post in the barn. My little boy found it when he went out to see his pony this morning. Choking at the deception, I asked, "Do you know who these people are?" McKingsley took the picture from me. I noticed that he was careful to hold it by its edge. He examined it, then looked at me. "Yes, I do," he said. I felt that he was attempting to sound matter-of-fact. "This is a picture of the family who restored this house." "The Barton family?" I hated myself for managing to sound genuinely surprised. "Mrs. Nolan, we might be able to lift some fingerprints from this picture," McKingsley said. "Do you by any chance have a plastic bag that I could drop it in?" He followed me into the kitchen, and I took a sandwich bag out of the drawer and handed it to him. He dropped the picture into it. "We'll need your fingerprints for comparison purposes. I know that you have had a lot of stress, and I don't want you to have to come down to the office. I'll arrange for a Mendham police officer to come over in a few minutes with a fingerprint kit. He can take them right here." A frightening possibility occurred to me. Suppose the police decided to check the juvenile files.
Mine might be on record there. Mrs. Nolan, if you find any evidence of someone being on this property, please give us a call. I'm also going to ask the police to ride past the house regularly. I think that's a very good idea. I had not heard Alex come in, and I guess McKingsley hadn't either, because we both turned abruptly to find Alex standing in the doorway of the kitchen. I introduced the two men, and McKingsley repeated to him that he would check the picture I'd found in the barn for fingerprints. To my relief, Alex did not ask to see it. Surely McKingsley would have found it odd if he had known that I hadn't shown it to my husband. He left immediately after that. Then Alex and I looked at each other. He put his arms around me. "Peace, Seal," he said. "I'm sorry I blew up. It's just that you've got to let me in on things. I am your husband, remember? Don't treat me as a stranger who has no business knowing what's going on." I told him about the offer Georgette Grove had made. "Certainly, start looking," he agreed. "And if we end up with two houses for a while, so be it." Then he added, "Who knows? We may end up needing both of them." I knew he meant it as a joke, but neither one of us smiled, and the old truism rushed through my mind. Many a true word is spoken in jest. The doorbell rang. I opened the door, and the Mendham police officer with a fingerprint kit stepped inside. As I rolled the tips of my fingers in the ink, I thought of having done this before, the night I killed my mother. When she arrived at the office, Georgette Grove sensed the tension in the air between Henry and Robin. Henry's habitual timid Casper milquetoast expression was now one of petulance, and his thin lips were set in a stubborn line. Robin's eyes were sending angry darts at him. "What's up?" Georgette asked brusquely, not in a mood for petty co-worker hissy fits. "It's very simple," Robin snapped. "Henry is in one of his doom and gloom moods." "If you call the potential of a lawsuit that would finish this agency doom and gloom, you ought not to come into the real estate business," Henry snapped back. "Georgette, I assume you've read the newspapers? I ask you to remember that I have a stake in this agency, too." "A 20% stake," Georgette said levelly, "which, if my arithmetic hasn't failed me, means that I own 80%. "I also own 20% of the property on Route 24, and I want my money from it," Henry continued. "We have an offer. Either sell it or buy me out." "Henry, you know perfectly well that the people who want to buy that property are fronting for Ted Cartwright. If he gets his hands on it, he'll have enough land to press for commercial zoning. Long ago we agreed that we'd eventually deed that property to the state." "Or that you would buy me out," Henry insisted stubbornly. "Georgette, let me tell you something. That house on Old Mill Lane is cursed. When Alex Nolan asked to see it, you should have told him the truth about it right then and there." "All right, Henry, you've had your say," Robin said, suddenly speaking up. She looked at Georgette. "I was hoping to spare you from getting hit with this the minute you walked in." Georgette looked gratefully at Robin. I was her age when I opened this agency, she thought. She's got what it takes to make people want the houses she shows them. Henry doesn't give a damn anymore whether or not he makes a sale. He wants to retire so much that he can taste it. "Look, Henry, there is a potential solution. I'm going to go through every listing I can find and line up some houses to show Celia Nolan. If I find something she likes, I'll forfeit the commission. Alex Nolan didn't even want to press a complaint against whoever vandalized the house. I have a feeling they'll both be amenable to settling this matter quietly." Henry Paley shrugged and, without answering, turned and walked down the hall to his office. "I swear he'll be disappointed if you manage to pull that rabbit out of the hat," Robin commented. "I'm afraid you're right," Georgette agreed, "but I am going to pull it out." By mid-afternoon, Georgette had gone through the multiple broker listings of residences for sale and finally culled the list down to 4 possibilities. Her fingers crossed, she called Nolan's number and was relieved and delighted that Celia seemed totally amenable to looking at other houses in the area. Next, she made phone calls to the owners of the houses she had selected and asked to see them immediately. "I'll be back," she told Robin. "Wish me luck." 3 of the houses she eliminated from consideration. The one she had saved for last was a farmhouse that had been restored and was vacant now because the owner had been transferred by his employer on short notice. A beautiful piece of property, she thought as she drove up to the entrance. It has 12 acres, so there's plenty of room for the pony. She parked at the house's front door. She opened the lockbox, took the key, let herself in, and walked through the rooms. The house was immaculate. Every room had been repainted recently. With growing hope, she inspected the house from attic to basement. In the finished basement, a storage closet near the stairs was locked, and the key for it was missing. I know Henry showed this house the other day, Georgette thought with growing irritation. I wonder if he absent-mindedly pocketed the key. There was a splotch of red on the floor outside the closet. Georgette knelt down to examine it. It was paint, she was sure of that. The dining room was a rich, deep shade of red. This was probably the storage closet for leftover cans of paint, she decided. She went back upstairs, closed and locked the door, and returned the house key to the lockbox. As soon as she reached the office, she called Celia Nolan and raved about the farmhouse. It does sound worth taking a look at. Celia sounds low-key, Georgette thought, but at least she's willing to see it. It won't last on the market, Mrs. Nolan, she assured her. If 10 o'clock tomorrow morning is all right with you, I'll be happy to pick you up. No, that's all right. I'd rather drive myself. I always like to have my own car. That way I can be sure I'll be on time to pick up Jack at school. I understand. Well, let me give you the address, Georgette said. She listened as Celia repeated it after her, then was about to give directions, but Celia interrupted. There's another call coming in. I'll meet you there tomorrow at 10 o'clock sharp. Georgette snapped off her cell phone and shrugged. When Celia Nolan has time to think, she'll probably call back for directions. That house isn't the easiest place to find. She waited expectantly for her phone to ring, but it did not. She probably has a navigation system in her car, she decided. Georgette, I want to apologize. Henry Paley was standing at the door to her office. Georgette looked up. Before she could answer, Paley continued. That is not to say I didn't mean every word, but I apologize for the way I said it. Accepted, Georgette told him, then added, Henry, I'm taking Celia Nolan to see the farmhouse on Holland Road. I know you were there last week. Do you remember if the key to the storage closet in the basement was there? I believe it was. Did you look in the closet? No, the couple I took out were obviously not interested in the house. It was too pricey for them. We stayed only a few minutes. Well, I'll be on my way. Good night, Georgette. Georgette sat for long minutes after he left. I always said I could smell a liar, she thought. But what in the name of God has Henry got to lie about? After she had viewed the vandalism on Old Mill Lane, Drew Perry went straight back to the Star-Ledger office and wrote up the story. She was pleased to see that her picture of Celia Nolan fainting had been picked to run with it. That was when Drew had told Ken Sharkey, her editor, that she wanted to do a feature story on the Barton case. It's absolutely perfect for my Story Behind the Story series, she said. What will make it a real story, Sharkey said, is if you can track Liza Barton down and get her version of what happened in that house that night. Knowing you, you'll find something juicy. Early in the morning, comfortably dressed in a sweatshirt and jeans, coffee pot plugged in beside her, Drew settled at her desk in the office she had created, in what would have been a second bedroom for most people. The wall in front of her desk was covered with a corkboard. When she was writing a feature story, she tacked all the information she downloaded from the internet on it. Now 2 columns on the board were already full. The list began with Liza, Audrey Barton, and Ted Cartwright. The first name Drew added after that was Liza's father, Will Barton. He had died in a riding accident. How idyllic had his marriage to Audrey been? She intended to find out. A name that jumped out at her as being of special interest was that of Diane Wesley. Described in the newspapers as a model and former girlfriend of Cartwright, at the time of the trial she had posed for the photographers and willingly discussed her testimony, even though she was under a gag order from the judge. She told reporters that she had dinner with Ted Cartwright the evening of the tragedy, and that he had told her he'd been seeing his wife secretly, and that the child's hatred of him was the cause of the rift. Diane's testimony could have helped convict Liza, except for the fact that a former friend of hers went to court and said that Diane had complained that Ted had been physically abusive to her during their relationship. If so, then why was she so willing to back up his story at the trial, Drew wondered. I'd love to interview her now. Benjamin Fletcher, the lawyer who had been appointed to defend Liza Barton, was another one who set Drew's antenna quivering. When she looked him up, she found that he had gotten a law degree when he was 46, had worked as a public defender for only 2 years, then quit to open a one-man office handling divorces, wills, and house closings. He was still in practice in Chester, a town not far from Mendham. Drew calculated his age now to be 75. He'd be a good starting point, she decided. The court probably won't open any juvenile files, but it's obvious Fletcher never specialized in juvenile defense. So why was someone who was relatively inexperienced appointed to defend a child on a murder charge, she wondered. More questions than answers, Drew thought. She leaned back in her swivel chair, took off her glasses, and began twirling them, a sign her friends compared to a fox picking up a scent. Marcella hasn't changed a bit, Ted Cartwright thought bitterly as he sipped a scotch in his office in Morristown. Still the same nosy gossip and still potentially dangerous. He picked up the glass paperweight from his desk and hurled it across the room. With satisfaction, he watched as it slammed into the center of the leather chair in the corner of his office. I never miss, he thought, as he visualized the faces of the people he wished were sitting in that chair when the paperweight landed. What was Jeff McKingsley doing on Old Mill Lane today? Prosecutors don't personally investigate vandalism, so there had to be another reason. The phone rang, his direct line. His sharp bark of Ted Cartwright was greeted by a familiar voice. Ted, I saw the newspapers. You take a good picture and tell a good story. I can vouch for how broken-hearted a husband you were. I can prove it, too. And as you've probably guessed, I'm calling because I'm a little short of cash. Late in the afternoon, the phone in the kitchen rang. It was Georgette Grove telling me about a wonderful farmhouse that she wanted me to see. I agreed to meet her, then got off quickly because I heard the call waiting click. I switched to the other call as Alex started out the back door. He must have heard me gasp because he turned quickly, but then I shook my head and hung up the phone. The beginning of a sales pitch, I lied. What I had heard was a husky voice, obviously disguised, whispering, May I speak to little Lizzie, please? The three of us went out to dinner that evening, but all I could think of was the call. Had someone recognized me? I wondered anxiously, or was it the kind of prank kids play? I did my best to act festive with Alex and Jack, but I knew I wasn't fooling Alex. When we got home, I pleaded a headache and went to bed early. Sometime in the middle of the night, Alex woke me up. Seal, you're crying in your sleep, he said. And I was. It was the same as after I fainted. I simply could not stop crying. Alex held me, and after a while I fell asleep with my head on his shoulder. The next morning after I dropped Jack off at pre-K, I headed out to keep my appointment with Georgette Grove. I knew exactly where Holland Road is located. My grandmother had a cousin who had lived on that road, and when I was little I used to visit there. The moment I saw the house and property where I was meeting Georgette, I thought, oh God, this could be the answer. The gate of the split-rail fence was open, and I could see Georgette's silver BMW sedan in front of the house. I glanced at my watch. It was only 9:45. I parked behind the BMW and went up on the porch and rang the bell. I waited, then rang it again. Perhaps she's in the basement or attic and can't hear me, I thought. Not quite sure what to do, I turned the doorknob and found it unlocked. Pushing the door open, I went into the house and called Georgette's name as I walked from room to room. In the kitchen, I noticed that the door to the lower level of the house was open a few inches. I pulled that door open wide and switched on the light. I called Georgette's name again and started down the stairs. I turned on the switch at the foot of the stairs and the recreation room blazed with overhead lights. Then I realized there was a faint but pungent odor in the room, a smell I recognized as turpentine. It became stronger as I crossed the room and went down a hall. As I turned a corner, I stumbled over her foot. Georgette was lying on the floor, her eyes open, drying blood caked on her forehead. A can of turpentine was at her side, the contents seeping onto the carpet. She was still holding a rag in her hand. The gun that had killed her was lying precisely in the center of a splotch of red paint on the floor. I remember screaming. I remember running out of the house and into my car. I remember driving home. I remember dialing 911 at some point, but I could not get a word out when the operator answered. I was sitting in my house, still clutching the phone when the police arrived, and the next thing I remember was waking up in the hospital and hearing Sergeant Early ask me why I had dialed 911. Jarrett Alberti, a locksmith, was the second person to find the body of Georgette Grove. He had an appointment to meet Georgette at the farmhouse on Holland Road at 11:30. He went inside looking for her, calling out her name. In the kitchen, he could see that the lights to the lower level were on, so he went downstairs. He caught the odor of turpentine and followed it until, like Celia, an hour earlier, he turned the corner and found Georgette's body. An hour later, the place was swarming with activity. Yellow tape was being put in place to keep the media and the neighbors away. The coroner was with the body, and the forensic team was searching the house and grounds for evidence. Jeff McKingsley, the Morris County prosecutor, and Lola Spaulding, a detective from the police department, were questioning him on the porch. "I'm a locksmith," Jarrett explained. "Last night, Georgette called me at home about 9 o'clock. She always called me if a house she was trying to sell needed locks fixed or replaced." "What did she say she wanted done?" McKingsley asked. "She said that the key was missing for a storage closet in this house. I couldn't get here early, so she said to make it 11:30 after her client was here." "Do you know where she was when she called you?" McKingsley asked. "Yes, she told me she was still in her office." "Jarrett, when the body is removed, can you open the door to the storage closet for us?" 40 minutes later, removing the lock to the storage closet was a simple operation. Without being asked, Jarrett pushed open the door. The light went on automatically. He found himself staring at shelves with neatly aligned paint cans, most of them sealed and labeled with the name of the room for which they were intended. "There's nothing but paint cans in here," he exclaimed. "Nobody shot Georgette because of paint cans, did they?" Jeff McKingsley did not answer him. He was looking at the cans on the bottom shelf. They were the only ones that were not sealed. 3 of them were empty. The 4th was half full. The lid was missing. The splotch on the floor that Georgette Grove had been trying to clean up probably came from this one, Jeff thought. All the open cans were labeled dining room. All had contained red paint. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that this was where the vandals got the paint they used on the Nolans' house, he thought. Is that why Georgette Grove was murdered? Would it be worth killing her to keep her quiet? As Jarrett left, Clyde Early came down the stairs, his expression grim. He crossed the recreation room and went up to Jeff McKingsley. "I just came from the hospital," Early said. "We took Celia Nolan there in an ambulance. At 10 after 10, she dialed 911, then didn't say anything, just was gasping into the phone. They alerted us, so we went to her house. She was in shock. No response to our questions. We took her to the hospital. In the emergency room, she started to come out of it. She was here this morning. She says she found the body and drove home." "She found the body and drove home?" Jeff exclaimed. "We have to talk to her. She must have been the client Georgette Grove was expecting to meet." "Jeff, we found something in the victim's shoulder bag that might be interesting." With gloved hands, Detective Spaulding was holding a newspaper clipping. She brought it over for him to see. It was the picture of Celia Nolan fainting that had appeared in the newspaper the day before. "It looks as if it was put in Georgette's bag after she was killed," Spaulding said. "We've already checked it for fingerprints, and there aren't any on it." I think what really calmed me down was the absolute panic I saw in Jack's face when he came into the emergency room cubicle. He was still sobbing after his scare when I wasn't there to pick him up at school. We rode home in the back seat of the car, Jack's hand in mine. Alex was heartsick for both of us. "God, Seal, what's going on in this town?" We had barely finished eating lunch when reporters started ringing the doorbell. Alex went outside. For the second time in 48 hours, he made a statement to the press. When he was finished, I could see that he was being bombarded with questions. "What did they ask you?" was my question to him when he came back inside. "I guess the ones you'd expect. Why didn't you call the police immediately? Weren't you carrying a cell phone? I pointed out that for all you knew, the killer might still have been in the house, and you did the smartest thing possible. You got out of there." Not long after, Jeff McKingsley arrived together with a man I'd guessed to be in his early 50s. Chubby-faced with thinning hair and a serious demeanor, he was introduced as Detective Paul Walsh. McKingsley told me that Detective Walsh would be in charge of the investigation into Georgette Grove's death. With Alex sitting on the couch beside me, I responded to their questions. I explained that we wanted to stay in the area, but the history of this house and the vandalism was too upsetting for us to remain here. I told them that Georgette had offered to forego her commission if she found a suitable house for us, and that she said she would make every effort to resell this one, also foregoing her commission. "Mrs. Nolan, did you ever meet Georgette Grove before you moved into this house?" Detective Walsh asked. Had I ever met Georgette Grove when I was a child? My mother might easily have known her, but I had no memory of her. "No," I said. Walsh asked more questions and was taking notes. Then he said, "Mrs. Nolan, if I may, let's go through this step by step. You had an appointment to meet Ms. Grove this morning. She had given you directions to Holland Road?" "No. Yes, of course she did." I caught a flicker of surprise on both their faces. I was contradicting myself. I could feel them trying to read my thoughts, weighing and measuring my responses. "Did you have any trouble finding the house?" Walsh asked. "Holland Road isn't that clearly marked." "I drove slowly," I said. Then I described finding the gate open, seeing Georgette's car, walking through the entry floor, calling her name, going downstairs, smelling the turpentine, finding the body. "Do you own a pistol, Mrs. Nolan?" Walsh asked suddenly. The question came out of the blue. I knew it was intended to startle me. "No, of course not," I protested. "Have you ever fired a pistol?" Of course, once again I lied. "No, I have not." Finally, Walsh pulled out a newspaper clipping that was in a plastic bag. It was the photograph of me in the process of fainting. "Would you have any idea why this photograph would be in Ms. Grove's shoulder bag?" he asked me. I was grateful that Alex answered for me. "Why in the name of God would my wife know what Georgette Grove was carrying in her shoulder bag?" He stood up. Without waiting for an answer, he said, "I am sure that you can understand that this has been another stressful day for our family." Both men got up immediately. "We may need to talk to you again, Mrs. Nolan," the prosecutor said. "You're not planning any trips, are you?" "Only to the ends of the earth," I wanted to say, but instead, with bitterness I could not hide, I said, "No, Mr. McKingsley. I'll be right here, at home."
Zach Willett's leathery face, hard-muscled body, and calloused hands gave mute testimony to the fact that he was a lifelong outdoorsman. Now 62, Zach had worked at the Washington Valley Riding Club from the time he was 12 years old. He liked grooming and exercising horses, and was content just to do that. When the regular instructors were booked, Zach would sometimes give riding lessons, but that wasn't one of his favorite activities. It annoyed him to see people who had no business on a horse nervously pulling at the reins and then being scared out of their wits when the horse protested by throwing back its head. Early Thursday afternoon, the word of Georgette Grove's death spread through the club. Why would anybody want to kill a nice lady like Georgette Grove, was the question everyone was asking. Zach did his best thinking when he was out riding. Frowning thoughtfully, he saddled up one of the horses he was paid to exercise and took off on the trail that led up the hills behind the club. When he was near the top, he veered off onto a trail in which very few riders ever ventured. The descent was too steep for anyone but an experienced rider, but that was not the reason Zach usually avoided it. What passed for his conscience did not need reminding of what had happened there 28 years ago. If you can do that to one human being who's in your way, you can do it to another, he reasoned as he kept the horse to a walk. No question. I heard enough around town to know that Georgette was in his way. He needs that land she owned on Route 24 for the commercial buildings he wants to put up. Bet the cops get on his tail fast. If he did it, wonder if he'd be stupid enough to use the same gun. Zach thought of the bent cartridge he had hidden in his apartment on the upstairs floor of a two-family house. Last night, when Ted Cartwright had slipped him the envelope in Sammy's bar, there was no mistaking the threat Ted had whispered. Be careful, Zach. Don't push your luck. Ted's the one pushing his luck, Zach thought as he stared down into the valley. At the precise spot where the trail turned sharply, he tightened his fingers on the reins and the horse stopped. Zach fished in his vest pocket for his cell phone, pulled it out, pointed it, and clicked. A picture is worth 1,000 words, he thought with a satisfied smile, as he pressed his knees against the horse's body and it began to pick its way obediently along the treacherous path. Drew Perry was there when Jeff McKingsley held a brief press conference in which he confirmed that Georgette Grove had been found shot to death on the lower level of the farmhouse at which she had arranged to meet a potential buyer. The bombshell news was that Celia Nolan had been the first one to find the body. Her next stop was the Grove Real Estate Agency on East Main Street. She could see that there were 3 people in the reception area, even though the closed sign was on the door. To her astonishment, one of them was Marcella Williams. Of course she'd be here, Drew thought. She wants to get the dirt firsthand. But Marcella could be useful, she concluded a moment later, when she unlocked the door, invited her in, and introduced her to Georgette Grove's associates. Both the man and woman looked annoyed, and were obviously about to refuse her request for an interview. Marcella intervened on her behalf. "You really should talk to Drew," she told Robin Carpenter and Henry Paley. "In her story in the Star-Ledger yesterday, she wrote very sympathetically about Georgette, how distressed she was at the vandalism." "Georgette Grove was important to Mendham," Drew said. "I think she deserves to be remembered for all her community activities." As she spoke, she was studying both Carpenter and Paley, who told her they were just about to have coffee and invited her to join them. "Did Georgette have a video of the house on Holland Road?" Drew asked, hoping the question didn't come across as too abrupt. "No," Henry Paley said. "That house was sold the minute it came on the market. We never even got a chance to look at it. But the sale fell through, and it went to multiple listing only last week." "Did you inspect it?" Drew asked, mentally crossing her fingers that they would be able to answer some questions about the house where Georgette Grove had been murdered. "I did last week," Paley replied. "In fact, I took potential buyers to see it, but then they admitted it was way out of their price range." "What do you think happened to her?" Drew asked Robin. "I think somebody found a way to get into that house and was surprised when Georgette showed up, or else somebody followed her in with the idea of robbing her, then panicked." Drew could tell that Henry Paley was about to object to her questions. "Let's talk about the kind of person Georgette was. I know she's been a leader in community affairs." "She kept a scrapbook," Robin said. "Why don't I get it for you?" 15 minutes later, her notebook filled with jottings, Drew was ready to leave. Marcella Williams got up to go with her. Outside the office, when Drew started to say goodbye, Marcella said, "I'll walk you to your car." "It's terrible, isn't it?" she began. "I mean, I still can't believe Georgette is dead. The prosecutor and a detective were just leaving when I got to the office. I guess they'd been questioning Robin and Henry. Robin told me that Henry was so sad when he heard about Georgette, and I believe it. Ever since his wife died a few years back, he's had a thing for Georgette, but she apparently wasn't interested. I also heard that since he's been getting ready to retire, he's told a lot of people that he'd like to close the agency and sell the office. And Henry bought property on Route 24 with Georgette as an investment years ago. He's been wanting to sell it, but she wanted to deed it to the state." "What will happen to it now?" Drew asked. "Your guess is as good as mine. Georgette has a couple of cousins in Pennsylvania she was close to. If she left that land to her cousins, the state can whistle for that property. They'll sell it in a heartbeat." As she said goodbye to Marcella Williams, Drew reflected on the fact that Marcella had gone out of her way to tell her that Henry Paley would profit by Georgette Grove's death. Does she have a personal grudge against Henry? Drew wondered. Or is she trying to protect someone else? Charlie Hatch lived in one of the smallest houses in Mendham, a 19th-century 4-room cottage. He had bought it after his divorce. The attraction of the property was that it had a barn that housed all his landscaping and snowplowing equipment. 44 years old and mildly attractive with dark blonde hair and an olive complexion, Charlie made a good living out of the residents of Mendham, but had a deep-seated resentment toward his wealthy clients. A handful of his oldest customers trusted him with a key and paid him to check their homes after a heavy rain or snowstorm when they were away. If he was in the mood, he sometimes took his sleeping bag to one of those houses and spent the night watching television in the family room,
and helping himself to whatever he liked from their liquor cabinets. Doing this gave him a satisfying feeling of one-upmanship, the same feeling he had when he agreed to vandalize the house on Old Mill Lane. On Thursday evening, Charlie was settled in his imitation leather recliner, his feet on the ottoman, when his cell phone rang.
"Charlie, you were a fool to leave those empty paint cans in the closet. Why didn't you get rid of them?"
"Are you crazy?" he answered heatedly. "With all that publicity, don't you think cans of red paint might be noticed in the trash? Listen, you got what you wanted. I did a great job."
"Nobody asked you to carve the skull and crossbones on the front door. I warned you the other night to hide any of those carvings of yours that you have around. Have you done it yet?"
Without answering, Charlie snapped shut his cell phone. He looked around the cluttered room and counted 6 of his carved figures in plain view. Cursing quietly, he picked them up, went into the kitchen, got a roll of plastic, wrapped them, and carefully stacked them in a garbage bag. For a moment he stood uncertainly, then carried the bag out to the barn, hiding it on a shelf behind 50-pound bags of rock salt. The hour of death is nigh. 'Tis time to drop the mask. I don't know why that quote kept running through my head the rest of the day, but it did. Alex had to cancel appointments when he rushed home. After the prosecutor and detective left, he went into his office and began to make phone calls. I took Jack outside and let him have a long ride on the pony. But Georgette Grove's face loomed in my mind. Did that appointment cost Georgette her life? Did someone follow her in, or was someone already hiding in the house? She couldn't have suspected anything. She must have been on her knees working away on the stain when she was shot. That moment, as Jack rode by, smiling joyfully, starting to wave to me, then quickly putting his hand back on the reins, I made the connection. Was that paint on the floor of that house from the same batch of paint that someone had used on this house? It was. I was sure of it. Whoever killed Georgette had carefully placed the pistol on that splotch of paint. The paint was supposed to be tied to her death, and because her death may have been tied somehow to the vandalism of this house, the police would conclude her death was tied to me. The hour of death is nigh. 'Tis time to drop the mask. The hour of death has come, I thought, Georgette's death. But unfortunately, I can't drop the mask. I can't inquire about getting a transcript of my trial. I can't get a copy of Mother's autopsy report. How can I possibly be walking around the Morris County Courthouse looking for that information? If they find out who I am, will they think that I had a gun with me? That when I got to that house and saw Georgette cleaning up the paint, that I connected her with the vandalism and shot her? Beware, little Lizzie's place. Lizzie Borden had an axe. "Mom, isn't Lizzie a great pony?" Jack called. "Don't call her Lizzie," I screamed. "You can't call her Lizzie. I won't have it." Frightened, Jack began to cry. I rushed over to him, encircled his waist with my arms, and I comforted him. Then Jack pulled away. I helped him down from the pony. "You scared me, Mom," he said, and ran into the house. On Friday morning, the day after Georgette Grove was murdered, Jeff McKingsley called a meeting in his office for the team of detectives assigned to solve her homicide. Joining Paul Walsh were 2 veteran investigators, Mort Shelley and Angelo Ortiz. It was apparent to all 3 that their boss was deeply concerned. After the barest of greetings, Jeff went straight to the point. "The red paint used to vandalize the Nolan home came from the farmhouse on Holland Road." Paul Walsh interrupted. "Jeff, in my opinion, the importance of the paint is that it was used on little Lizzie's place. I think that the murder weapon was centered on the splash of paint to emphasize that fact. Which brings us back to Celia Nolan, a lady I think needs a whole lot of investigating. We have her fingerprints on that picture she found in the barn and gave to you. I want to run them through the database file. I wouldn't be surprised if that lady has a past she might not want us to find out about." "Go ahead," Jeff snapped. "But if you're going to be in charge of this investigation, I want you concentrating on finding a killer, not wasting your time on Celia Nolan." "Jeff, I also think she was lying when she said Georgette Grove gave her directions to Holland Road. If you remember, Nolan contradicted herself when I asked her that question." "Your point is?" My point is that according to her testimony, if Celia Nolan was correct about getting to the house on Holland Road at 10:15, and if she had to leave that house by 9 minutes of 10 to drive back home without flooring the gas pedal, it means that she was in the house only 4 to 6 minutes. Which is possible, Jeff said quietly. Fast, but possible. That would also assume she drove straight as an arrow and knew exactly when to turn on unfamiliar and confusing roads while she was in a state of severe shock. I would suggest you make your point, Jeff said grimly. My point is that she either got there much earlier and was waiting for Georgette, or that she has been at that house before and was sure of the road she would take back and forth. Again, your point? I believe Celia Nolan's generous husband bought the house for her, and she wanted no part of it but didn't dare tell him. She somehow learned about the vandalism the kids pulled last Halloween and decided to go at one better. She got someone to mess up the house for her. She's leaving the house she never wanted. Then somehow Georgette caught on to her act. She was carrying a picture of Celia Nolan doing her swan dive in her purse. I say she was going to show it to Celia Nolan and tell her she wasn't going to get away with it. Then why weren't there any fingerprints on the picture, including Georgette's? Ortiz asked. Nolan may have handled it, but been afraid to take it with her in case other people had seen Georgette with it. Instead, she wiped it clean of any fingerprints and put it in Georgette's bag. You've missed your calling, Paul, Jeff snapped. You should have been a trial attorney. You make a persuasive case, but one that's full of holes. Celia Nolan is a wealthy woman. She could have bought another house with a snap of her fingers and sweet-talked her husband into going along with it. It's obvious he's crazy about her. Go ahead and check her prints in the database, and then let's move on. What's happening, Mort? Mort Shelley pulled a notebook from his pocket. We're putting together a list of the people who might have had access to that house, and then we're interviewing them. People like other real estate agents who have keys to the lockbox, and people who do any kind of service like house cleaning or landscaping. We still haven't been able to trace the doll that was left on the porch of the Nolan house. It was expensive in its day, but my guess is it was picked up at a garage sale. Jeff stood up, signifying the meeting was over. All right, keep me posted. As they were leaving, he called out to Anna, his secretary, to hold any calls for an hour. 10 minutes later, she buzzed him on the intercom. Jeff, there's a woman on the phone who claims she was in the Black Horse Tavern last night and heard Ted Cartwright threatening Georgette Grove. I knew you'd want to talk to her. Put her on, Jeff said. After she left Marcella Williams, Drew Perry went directly to the Star-Ledger offices to write her story about the homicide on Holland Road. She turned on her computer and began to search the internet for references to Georgette Grove. Pay dirt, she said aloud an hour later as she came across a school picture of Georgette Grove and Henry Paley when they were seniors at Mendham High. The photo caption said that they had each won a long-distance race in the annual county competition. They were holding their trophies. Henry's skinny arm was around Georgette, and while she smiled directly into the camera, his fatuous smile was only for her. Boy, he looks lovesick, Drew thought. He must have been sweet on Georgette even then. Then, if one could believe Marcella Williams, he tried to romance Georgette again, Drew mused. But she wanted no part of it. And lately they had been quarreling because he wanted to cash out his interest in the business and the Route 24 property. I don't see Henry as a murderer, she thought. But love and money are the two main reasons people kill or get killed. Interesting. She leaned back in her creaking desk chair and looked up at the ceiling. When they had talked yesterday, did Henry Paley talk about his whereabouts when Georgette was killed? I don't think so, she decided. She picked up the phone and dialed the agency, half expecting it to be closed. Henry Paley answered her call. Henry, I'm so glad to reach you. I didn't know if you'd opened the agency today. I'm working on the article I'm writing about Georgette, and I was thinking how nice it would be to include some of those wonderful pictures in your scrapbook. I'd like to drive over and borrow your scrapbook, or at least make a copy of some of the pictures. After some encouragement, Paley reluctantly agreed. When she replaced the receiver, Drew stood up and pushed back her bangs. Got to get them cut, she thought. I'm starting to look like a sheepdog.
Martin and Kathleen Kellogg of Santa Barbara, California, were the distant cousins who adopted me. Childless themselves, they came to Morris County, and the court readily approved them as being suitable to become the guardians and adoptive parents of a minor who had not spoken more than a few words in over a year. I always wanted to have a little girl. Now I want to give you back the rest of your childhood, Liza. Of course, no one can give you back something that has been destroyed. I was no longer a child. I was an acquitted killer. They desperately wanted me to get beyond the Little Lizzie horror, and so coached me in the story we told to anyone who had known them before they returned to Santa Barbara. I was the daughter of a widowed friend who, when she learned she was terminally ill with cancer, asked them to adopt me. They chose my new name Celia because my grandmother had been Cecilia. They were wise enough to understand that I needed some link to the past, even though it would be secret. In Santa Barbara, I saw a psychologist, Dr. Moran. I told him that one night in a dream, for a split second, I had remembered what Mother had been screaming at Ted. And then it was gone again. I stopped seeing Dr. Moran 7 years later when I left home to attend the Fashion Institute. He wanted me to continue to be treated in New York, but I said no to that suggestion. I didn't want to rake over my past with a new shrink. Instead, from time to time, I phoned Dr. Moran, something I still do. The same year I moved to New York to attend the Fashion Institute, Martin Kellogg reached compulsory retirement at his company and gladly moved to Naples, Florida, where he took a position with an engineering firm. He has since fully retired and now, past 80, has become what Kathleen calls forgetful, but which I fear is clearly the beginning stages of Alzheimer's. After my outburst over the pony's name, I followed Jack into the house. He had run to Alex and was sitting on his lap, tearfully telling him that Mommy scared him. "She scares me too, sometimes, Jack," Alex said, and I know he meant it to be a joke, but the underlying truth was undeniable. The fear might as well have been stamped on Alex's forehead. He thought I was having some sort of breakdown. He listened to Jack's story about how I had yelled at him, and then he tried to explain. "You know, Jack, a long time ago a little girl named Lizzie lived in this house, and she did some very bad things. Nobody liked her, and they made her go away. We think about that bad girl when we hear that name. What's something you hate more than anything else?" "When the doctor gives me a booster shot." "Well, think about it this way. When we hear the name Lizzie, it reminds Mommy and me of that bad girl. Would you want to call your pony Booster Shot?" Jack began to laugh. "No." "So now you know how Mommy feels. Let's think about another name for that pretty pony." "Mommy said we should call her Star because she has a star on her forehead." "I think that's a great name, and we should make it official." Jack loved the idea. That night, when Alex tried to draw me close to him, he sensed my resistance and immediately released me. "Seal, why don't you take a sleeping pill?" he suggested. "You need to relax. I'm not sleepy. I'll go downstairs and read for a while." For the next 8 hours, I slept soundly and woke at 8 o'clock. I pulled on a robe and rushed downstairs. Jack was up and dressed and at the table, having breakfast with Alex. Alex jumped up and came over to me. He kissed me with that gesture I love, cupping my face in his hands. "I've got to be off. You okay?" "I'm good." And I was. After I dropped Jack at school, I would go to one of the other real estate agents in town and try to find a house that we could rent or buy immediately. Later that morning, when I went to the Mark W. Grannon agency and Mark Grannon himself took me around, I learned something about Georgette Grove that took my breath away. "Georgette was the one who got the exclusive listing on your house," he told me as we drove along Hardscrabble Road. "None of the rest of us wanted to touch it, but Georgette always had a guilty feeling about the place. She and Audrey Barton had been good friends at one time." I listened, hoping Grannon could not sense the tension rushing through my body. "Audrey was a great rider, you know, a real horsewoman. Her husband, Will, though, was deathly afraid of them and embarrassed about it. He wanted to be able to ride with Audrey. It was Georgette who suggested that he ask Zach at Washington Valley Riding Club to give him lessons, something they agreed to keep secret from Audrey, which they did. Audrey knew nothing about it until the police came to tell her Will was dead. She and Georgette never spoke again." Zach. The name hit me like a thunderbolt. It was one of the words my mother had screamed at Ted the night I killed her. Zach. It was part of the puzzle. On Friday afternoon, Ted Cartwright's secretary informed him that a Detective Paul Walsh from the Morris County Prosecutor's Office was in the waiting room and needed to ask him a few questions.
"I wasn't aware that Mr. Walsh had made an appointment to see me," he spat into the intercom. "However, send him in."
Paul Walsh's suit-off-the-rack, slightly rumpled look immediately triggered Cartwright's contempt, which put him somewhat at ease. He decided to be condescendingly cordial to his visitor.
"I'm going to be on a conference call in 10 minutes, so we'd better get to the point, Mr. Walsh. I am, as I would presume you have guessed, investigating the murder yesterday morning of Georgette Grove. I assume you've heard about it." "You would have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to have heard about it," Cartwright snapped. "You knew Miss Grove?" "Of course I knew her. We both lived in this area all our lives." "Were you friends?"
He's heard about Wednesday night, Cartwright thought. Hoping to disarm Walsh, he said,
"We had been friendly enough, but in recent years Georgette became very confrontational. When she was on the zoning board, she made it extremely difficult for anybody trying to get any kind of variance. I, along with a number of other people, ended any semblance of friendship with her." "When was the last time you saw her?" "On Wednesday night at the Black Horse Tavern. She beckoned to me and I went over to greet her and was astonished when she all but accused me of being the one responsible for the vandalism of the house on Old Mill Lane."
"What did you tell her?"
"I told her that she was turning into a crackpot and demanded to know why she would think that I had anything to do with it. She said that I was working with Henry Paley to put her out of business so that she'd have to sell the property on Route 24. She said she'd see me in hell before she sold it."
"What was your response?"
"I told her I was not working with Henry Paley."
"I see. Where were you yesterday morning between 8 and 10 o'clock, Mr. Cartwright?"
"At 8 o'clock, I was riding my horse on a trail at the P-Pack Riding Club. I rode until 9 o'clock, showered at the club, and drove here, arriving about 9:30.
"The house on Holland Road in which Miss Grove was shot has wooded property behind it, all part of the acreage attached to the house. Isn't there a riding path on that property that connects to a P-Pack trail?" Cartwright stood up.
"Get out of here," he ordered angrily.
Paul Walsh stood and walked to the door. As he turned the handle, he said quietly, "You will be seeing me again, Mr. Cartwright. And if you're speaking to your friend, Mr. Paley, you can tell him that he'll be seeing me as well." At 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon, Charlie Hatch pulled his van into the dirt driveway behind his barn, then unhitched the trailer he'd used to haul his riding mower and other landscaping equipment. It had been a long day. The sprinkler system at one of the places he serviced had broken down and the grass was parched. Still upset by his phone conversation with Ted Cartwright the previous night, he'd used the time while he was waiting for the sprinkler guy to carefully examine the clothes he had worn on Monday night when he was on Old Mill Lane. He was wearing the same jeans as he had then, and found 3 drops of red paint on the right knee and traces of it in the back of the van. The jeans were old but very comfortable, and he didn't want to dump them. He'd have to see if he could get the paint off with turpentine. He had to be especially careful, since the Grove woman had been shot while she was trying to clean up the paint he'd spilled, putting the cans away Monday night. Still in a foul mood, Charlie finished putting away the trailer and went into the house, heading straight to the refrigerator. He pulled out a beer, flipped off the top, and began to drink. A glance out the front window made him withdraw the bottle from his lips. A squad car was turning into his driveway. Charlie glanced down. The 3 drops of red paint on the right knee on his jeans suddenly looked as if they were billboard size. He rushed into his bedroom, pulled off his sneakers, and was dismayed to see that the sole of his left shoe was smeared with red paint. He grabbed a pair of corduroy pants from the floor of his closet, put them on, shoved his feet into well-worn loafers, and was able to answer the door after the second ring. Sergeant Clyde Early was standing there.
"Mind if I come in, Charlie?" he asked. "Just want to ask you a few questions." Sure, come on in, Sergeant."
Charlie stood aside and watched as Early's eyes swept the room.
"Terrible thing what happened on Holland Road yesterday," Early began. "I just need to get a few facts. You do the landscaping for 10 Holland Road, right?" "Yeah. When Mr. Carroll got transferred, they asked me to keep up the place until it's sold. You know, mow the lawn, trim the bushes, sweep the porch and the walk." "Have you got a key to the house?" "Yes. I go in every couple of days to dry mop and make sure everything's in ship-shape. When was the last time you were in the house? Monday. I always go in after the weekend. That's when the house gets the most traffic from realtors bringing people through. Did you know there was red paint in the storage room? Sure I did. There were a lot of paint cans there, not just red but all different colors. I guess when the house was painted, the decorator ordered a lot more colors than they needed. Then you didn't know that the red paint from that storage room was stolen and used to vandalize the house on Old Mill Lane? I read about little Lizzie's place being messed up, but I didn't know that the paint came from the Holland Road house. Who would do such a thing, Sarge? I was hoping you'd have some suggestions, Charlie. Charlie shrugged. The key to the storage room where that paint was kept is missing. Did you know that? I know it was there last week. I didn't notice that it wasn't there on Monday. Early smiled. I didn't say it was missing on Monday. I don't know that it was. Well, that was the last time I was there, Charlie said defensively. That's what I meant. Are you certain you always lock the doors after you've been in the house, Charlie? Listen, Sergeant, I make my living taking care of people's homes and property. You think any one of them would give me a second chance if I messed up that way? I'll answer that for you. Not one of them would. They'd climb over my dead body if I didn't do everything just right. Looks like somebody climbed over Georgette Grove's dead body, Charlie. Let me know if you think of anything that will help. Early then let himself out. Charlie held his breath until the squad car drove away, then pulled out his cell phone and in a panic began to dial. Instead of a ring, a computerized voice announced that the number he was calling was out of service. At 5 o'clock, Thomas Madison entered the Grove real estate office. His lean frame was not the only genetic heritage he shared with his late cousin. Like Georgette, he was very clear about what he wanted. Henry and Robin were just about to lock up when he arrived. I'm glad I caught you, Madison said. I originally thought I'd stay for the weekend, but there really isn't any point, so I'll go home and come back Sunday night. We'll all be here for the service. I mean by that my wife, my two sisters, and their husbands. Have you been to Georgette's house yet? Asked Henry. No, the police haven't finished going through it. He shrugged, a gesture that conveyed his dismay at the circumstances. I've really got to get home, he said. I'm the coach of my kids' soccer team, and we have a game tomorrow. For a moment, a smile played on his lips. We have the best team in our division, in all of Philadelphia, if I do say so myself. Henry smiled politely. He had absolutely no interest in whether Georgette's cousin had the best or the worst soccer team in Philadelphia, or in the United States for that matter. What he did care about was immediately nailing down business details with Georgette's heir. Tom, he said, from what I understand, you and your two sisters will share in Georgette's estate. Madison shrugged again. He looked at Henry. I know that you own 20% of both this place and some property on Route 24. I'll tell you this, we have absolutely no interest in continuing the business. My suggestion is that we get 3 appraisals, then you buy us out. You do know that Georgette intended to deed the property on Route 24 to the state, Robin said, ignoring Henry's angry glance. I know all about that, but fortunately she never got around to it. I've got 3 kids, my sisters each have 2, and whatever we get from the sale of Georgette's real estate will go a long way toward paying to educate them. Madison turned to leave, then stopped. The family will be having lunch after the church service. We'd like to have you join us. I mean, you two were Georgette's other family. Henry waited until the door closed behind Madison. Are we her other family? He asked dryly. I was very fond of Georgette, Robin said quietly. As were you at one time, or so I gather, she added. Were you so fond of her that you don't mind the fact that when she stayed late Wednesday night she went through your desk? Henry asked. I wasn't going to say anything about it. You mean she went through your desk as well? She not only went through it, she removed a file that belonged to me. Did she take anything from yours? Not that I've noticed. There's nothing in my desk that would be of any interest to her, unless she preferred my hairspray or perfume to hers. You're sure of that, Robin? Want to play I've Got a Secret? He asked. The weekend went unexpectedly well. Both days were very warm. Alex went for an early morning ride on Saturday, and when he returned, I suggested we go to Spring Lake. Now that Labor Day's over, I bet we can get a reservation, I said. Alex liked the idea. Jack loved it. Alex called over to the club and was able to hire one of the kids who worked weekends at the stable to come over Saturday evening and Sunday morning to take care of Star. It worked out just as I'd hoped. We got 2 connecting oceanfront rooms at the Breakers. We stayed on the beach all Saturday afternoon. After dinner, we took a long stroll on the boardwalk, and the breeze carried the salty scent of the ocean. Oh, how the ocean calms my soul. I was even able to think about here before, when I was a child like Jack, my hand in my mother's, as his was now in mine. Sunday, we spent the day on the beach again, then happily tired, started back to Mendham. On the way, I told Alex that I was going to sign up for riding lessons at the Washington Valley Riding Club. Why not at PPAC? He asked. Because there's a guy named Zach at Washington Valley who was supposed to be a wonderful teacher. Who told you about him? Georgette did, I said, my throat choking on the lie. I called over there Friday afternoon and talked to him. I told him my husband was a wonderful rider and that I was embarrassed to be starting out at a place where his friends could see how inexperienced I was. Lie after lie after lie. But taking lessons from Zach would be the most natural way for me to be around a man whose name had been on my mother's lips seconds before she died. Detective Paul Walsh was the first to arrive at Hilltop Presbyterian Church for Georgette Grove's memorial service on Monday morning. To be certain that he didn't miss seeing anyone who showed up, he chose a seat in the last pew. Georgette's killer would not be the first to arrive at the victim's send-off, but it was likely that he, or she, would put in an appearance. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that Celia Nolan was an unbalanced woman, and that she had carried a gun with her to Holland Road. He could visualize her looking for Georgette, going from room to room, the pistol in her hand. She found her on her knees with the turpentine-soaked rag in her hand, shot her, then put the picture from the newspaper in Georgette's shoulder bag. It was her way of explaining the reason for killing her. The search of Georgette's house over the weekend had proved to be fruitful. One of the Mendham cops had found a file hidden in the closet of her bedroom that contained an exchange of emails between Henry Paley and Ted Cartwright. In one of them, Cartwright promised Paley a bonus if he could force Georgette to sell the property on Route 24. In several of Paley's emails to Cartwright, he had written that the agency was in a shaky financial situation and that he was doing everything possible to keep it that way by not actively pursuing clients. Nice guy, Walsh thought. He was actively trying to put his partner out of business. At 10 minutes of 10, the organ began to play, and suddenly the church began to fill with people. He watched as Marcella Williams, the neighbor on Old Mill Lane, sat in the 4th pew. Doesn't want to miss a trick, Walsh thought. It's a wonder she didn't go up and sit on the altar. At 5 of 10, the family arrived. Walsh remembered that there were 3 of them: a brother, Thomas Madison, and his 2 sisters. Henry Paley, looking suitably mournful, and Robin Carpenter were the next to come down the aisle and take front seats. Robin had chosen to wear a black and white dress that was molded to her body. Talk about people of interest, he thought, when just as the minister stepped before the altar, Celia and Alex Nolan entered the church and took seats across the aisle, and only a few rows ahead of him. Celia was wearing an obviously expensive suit, light gray with a faint yellow pinstripe. Dark glasses shielded her eyes. He watched as Alex Nolan, in a protective gesture, patted his wife's back, as if to relax or comfort her. At the end of the ceremony, Walsh stayed in his pew, observing the expressions of the people as they filed out of the church. When Celia Nolan passed him, Paul could see that she was very pale and was holding tightly onto her husband's hand. For a split second, their eyes locked. "Read my thoughts," Walsh signaled. "Be afraid of me. Sense that I can't wait to cuff you, lady." As he left the church, he found Robin Carpenter waiting for him just outside. "Detective Walsh," she said hesitantly, "when we were sitting inside at the service, I kept thinking about Georgette and something she happened to say on Wednesday evening." And the unexpected information Robin told him made him walk to his car in deep thought.
Sue Wortman was the young woman who had taken care of the pony while we were in Spring Lake. She was in the barn with him when we got home Sunday evening. She explained she had stopped by to be sure Star was all right, just in case we were delayed. On the way home from Spring Lake, Alex had suggested that we ought to attend Georgette's service. "She gave me a lot of time showing houses before I bought this one," he said. No thanks to her for finding this one, I thought, but I did agree with him. That was why, when Sue told me she was available for babysitting, I hired her on the spot. I had planned to go to the Washington Valley Riding Club while Jack was in school, but with Sue to take care of Jack, I was able to change my riding lesson with Zach from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Monday. All Sunday night I had disturbing dreams. In all of them I was afraid. In one I was drowning and too weak to fight. In another Jack was missing. Then he was near me in the water and I couldn't reach him. I woke Monday morning feeling as if I had been in a battle. I had assumed we would drive to the memorial service in separate cars because Alex was going to work afterward, but he said he'd drop me back home when it was over. Sitting there in that church, all I could think of was the house on Holland Road, and when I turned the corner and almost tripped over Georgette's body. As I sat in that church, I could smell the turpentine that had spilled on the floor. Of course, Alex sensed my distress. "This was a lousy idea, Seal," he whispered. "I'm sorry." On the way out of church, my hand in his, we passed Detective Walsh. He and I looked at each other, and I swear the hatred in his face was palpable. Alex and I walked back to the car. I knew by now that he was concerned about the time. I said I was sorry I hadn't driven my car, that I knew he was running late. Unfortunately, Marcella Williams had walked up behind us in the parking lot and overheard our conversation. "Why should you waste time dropping off Celia?" she insisted. "I'm going straight home, and it will give us a chance to visit. I've been wanting to stop by and see how you are doing, but I never want to intrude." Alex and I exchanged glances. Mine reflected dismay, I know, but as I climbed into Marcella's car, I comforted myself that it would only be a 10-minute ride. "I'm so glad to have the chance to be with you, Celia. I think it was so good of you to come. You hardly knew Georgette. I understand that you were already looking for a different house, and that was why you went to Holland Road. I'd love to keep you for a neighbor, but I can certainly understand. I'm very good friends with Ted Cartwright. He's the stepfather Liza Barton shot after she killed her mother. I guess by now you know the full story of that tragedy?" "Yes, I do." "You wonder where that kid is now. Of course, she isn't really a kid anymore. She'd be in her early 30s, I guess. It would be interesting to know what happened to her. Ted said he doesn't give a damn. He hopes she fell off the earth. In all these years, he never remarried. Oh, he's had girlfriends, of course. Plenty of them. Ted's no hermit, far from it. But he sure was crazy about Audrey. When she dropped him for Will Barton, it just about broke his heart." My mother dropped Ted for my father? I'd never known that. Mother was 24 when she married Daddy. I tried to sound casual when I asked, "What do you mean by saying she dropped him? Was Audrey serious about Cartwright before she married Barton?" "Oh, my dear, was she ever? Big engagement ring, plans for a wedding. The whole 9 yards. She certainly seemed just as much in love as he was, but then she was maid of honor at a college friend's wedding in Connecticut. Will Barton was the best man, and as they say, the rest is history." Why didn't I ever know that, I wondered? And why was Mother suddenly afraid of him? And why had he thrown her at me while I was pointing a gun? Uttering the vaguest of promises to get together soon, I finally was able to get out of her car. With a sigh of relief, I let myself in the kitchen door, then closed and locked it. The message light was blinking on the phone. I picked up the receiver, pushed the play button, and listened. It was that same shadowy voice I had heard the other day. This time it whispered, "More about little Lizzie. And when the dreadful deed was done, she gave her father 41. Thursday got another gun, shot Georgette, and began to run." Jeff McKingsley called a 2:00 meeting of the detectives assigned to the investigation of Georgette Grove's death. Paul Walsh, Mort Shelley, and Angelo Ortiz were present and ready to give their reports.
Shelley went first. The personal code of 8 local brokers was programmed into the lockbox on Holland Road. 2 of those 8 were Georgette Grove and Henry Paley. There's a computer record of which broker's code was punched in and the time it was punched. Paley told us he'd been out there once. The fact is, he was there 3 times. The last time was Sunday afternoon a week ago. The paint in that storage room was used on the Nolan house sometime Monday night.
Do any of the brokers you spoke to remember seeing the key in the door of the storage closet?
Jeff asked. One of them from Mark Grennan Agency showed the house on Sunday morning. He said the key was there. He remembers because he opened the storage closet door. The cans of paint that were inside were all unopened. He put the key back in the door and locked the closet.
Let's go step by step, Jeff suggested. We know the key to the storage closet was there on Sunday morning. Paley showed the house on Sunday afternoon and claims he didn't notice if the key was there.
Wednesday, in the Black Horse Tavern, Georgette publicly accused Ted Cartwright of conniving with Henry to force her to sell her property on Route 24. Now that we found Henry's file in her closet, we know why she made that accusation. She had proof that they were working together. I don't see Henry Paley actually painting that lawn or carving that skull and crossbones on the door, but I can see that either he or Cartwright might pay someone else to do it. I can also understand why Henry might panic if Georgette had proof that he was connected to the vandalism. Jeff linked his fingers together and leaned back in his chair. I say that Paley and Cartwright are our primary suspects in Grove's death. Cartwright will never crack, but I bet we can put the squeeze on Paley.
Jeff, respectfully, you're barking up the wrong tree, said Paul Walsh.
Georgette's death has everything to do with the pretty lady on Old Mill Lane.
You were going to run Celia Nolan's fingerprints through the database, Jeff said.
Oh, she's clean, Walsh admitted freely. She never committed a crime for which she's been caught. But there's something fishy there. Celia Nolan is scared. She's defensive, and she's hiding something. When I was leaving the service for Grove, Robin Carpenter stopped me outside the church.
That is one good-looking lady,
Ortiz injected. A glance from Jeff McKingsley silenced him. As we know, Georgette worked late in her office on Wednesday night, Walsh continued. My bet is that she was suspicious of Henry Paley, went through his desk, found that file, then when she was having dinner at the Black Horse, she spotted Ted Cartwright and verbally attacked him. But I think those facts pale in significance when compared to what Georgette's other associate, Robin, told me this morning. She told me that on Wednesday evening, she went back to say goodnight to Georgette. The door to Georgette's office was slightly ajar, and Robin pushed it open. Georgette was looking at her scrapbook, and not realizing she was being overheard, said, "Dear God, I'll never tell anyone I recognized her."
Who was she talking about? Jeff asked.
My guess is that a picture of Celia Nolan may be in that book.
Have you got the scrapbook?
No. Henry lent it to Drew Perry from the Star-Ledger for an article she's writing. According to Carpenter, she promised to return it by 4 o'clock this afternoon. I'm going to pick it up later. I didn't call Perry because I didn't want her to realize we were interested in the book.
Once again, Paul, keep an open mind, Jeff said.
Now let's move on.
What about fingerprints?
They're all in the usual spots in the Holland Road house, Mort Shelley reported. No criminal records on any of the people who left them there.
How about the gun?
What you expected, Jeff, Shelley told him. Saturday night special, impossible to trace. Angelo Ortiz was next. Clyde Early talked to the landscaper Charlie Hatch Friday afternoon. He felt that Hatch was nervous, like he's got something to hide.
Is Early checking Hatch out? Jeff asked.
Yes, he hasn't uncovered anything that would show any reason for Hatch to have a grudge against Georgette Grove, but Early's got one of his hunches. Jeff stood up.
Okay, that's it.
10 miles away, Sergeant Clyde Early was standing outside Charlie Hatch's barn. He'd already established that Charlie wasn't home. The trash barrels by the barn were full. Wouldn't hurt to take a look, would it? Clyde thought. The lid's practically off this one anyhow. I know I can't get a search warrant at this point because I don't have probable cause on Charlie Hatch, so I guess I'll just have to make do without one. It was stuffed with 2 black trash bags.
each of them securely tied and knotted at the top. With a yank of his strong hands, Clyde opened the first one. It contained the unappetizing remains of Charlie Hatch's most recent meals. With a muttered expletive, Clyde threw it back in the barrel, picked up the other bag, and untied it. This one was stuffed with shabby clothes that suggested Charlie had cleaned out his closet. Clyde shook the contents onto the ground. The last items to fall out were sneakers, jeans, and a bag of carved figurines. With a satisfied smile, he examined the jeans and sneakers closely and found what he was looking for. Drops of red paint on the jeans, a smear of red paint on the sole of the left foot sneaker. Charlie must have jumped into those corduroy pants when he saw me coming, Clyde thought. I wouldn't have suspected anything if he'd been smart enough just to wrap a towel around himself. The figurines were a half-dozen statuettes of animals and birds, all intricately carved, all about 6 inches tall. These are good, Clyde thought. If Charlie did them, he's been hiding his talent. Why would he get rid of these? Doesn't take a genius to figure that one out, he decided. He doesn't want them around because he didn't do just a paint job on Lizzie's place. He got creative and carved the skull and crossbones on the door. Thoroughly satisfied with his detective work, Sergeant Clyde Early carefully placed the figurines, the sneakers, and the jeans in the squad car. I don't think I have to worry about Charlie Hatch reporting a theft, he told himself. That ludicrous possibility made him snicker out loud as he drove away. My first instinct was to erase that horrible message, but I didn't do it. Instead, I took the answering tape out of the machine and brought it up to my office and put it in the hidden file with all the other material that has been written over the years about little Lizzie Borden. I simply could not believe what I had heard. Someone who knew I was Liza Barton was accusing me of murdering Georgette Grove. How could anyone think I would kill a woman whom I've met only once in my life, and then for less than an hour? Detective Walsh. His name sprang into my mind. Have you ever fired a gun? It was the kind of question you ask a person you view as a suspect. Is it possible that Walsh is now playing a cat-and-mouse game with me? Did Walsh imagine that I was angry enough at Georgette to kill her because she had sold Alex this house? I thought about last week. Last week at this time, I was in my Fifth Avenue apartment. All was right with my world. It felt like 100 years ago. It was time to pick up Jack. As always, his need for me is the focus of my life. I changed from the suit I had worn to the church service into jeans and a cotton sweater. After I collected Jack at St. Joe's, I suggested we have lunch at a diner. Over a grilled cheese sandwich, he is perfectly content with me. And I with him, of course. It's funny how my love for Jack was the root cause of my marrying Alex. I had met Alex for the first time at Larry's funeral 2 years ago. Even standing at my husband's casket, I couldn't help being aware that Alex Nolan was a very attractive man. I didn't see him again until he came up and introduced himself to me at a charity dinner a year ago. Alex and I began to date with the understanding that this was going nowhere, that this was all platonic, a word that today I'm sure many people find amusing. I'll be as platonic as you want, Seal, he would joke. But don't for a minute believe I think platonic. Then he'd turn to Jack. Hey, Guy, we've got to work on your mother. How can I make her like me? Alex and I were married 2 months later. The difference, of course, is that while we were simply seeing each other without commitment, I owed him nothing. Now that I am his wife, before I became his wife, I owed him the truth. All these thoughts and memories were leaping through my mind as I watched Jack finish the last crumb of his sandwich. When I signaled for the check, he told me that he had been invited for a play date the next day, and would I call his friend Billy's mom. He fished in his pocket and gave me the number. Isn't Billy the little boy who was crying the first day? I asked. That was another Billy. He's still crying. We started to drive home, but then I remembered I hadn't bought the answering machine tape. We backtracked, and as a result, it was 20 of 2 by the time we got to the house. Sue was already there, and I rushed upstairs to trade my sneakers for boots that would work well enough for my first riding lesson. Every instinct in my being said that by getting to know Zach, I might learn why my mother had screamed his name that night she and Ted fought. On the way to the Washington Valley Riding Club,
I was flooded with vivid memories of my father and I watching my mother take the jumps at Peapack. Zach Willett came into the reception room to fetch me. I judged him to be about 60. His lined face suggested long exposure to the elements, and the broken capillaries in his cheeks and nose made me suspect that he liked his liquor. Introductions over, he said,
"Come on back. I tacked up a horse that's used to beginners."
There were 2 horses saddled and tied to the hitching post. The large mare was obviously his. A smaller, docile-looking gelding was there for me.
"His name is Biscuit, short for Seabiscuit. That was the original owner's idea of a joke."
I was with him for an hour, and while he was far from gregarious, I did get him to talk. I remembered to make the mistakes new riders do, like letting the reins slide, letting out a squeal when Biscuit unexpectedly picked up the pace. Of course, Zach was curious about me. When he realized that I lived on Old Mill Lane, he immediately connected me with little Lizzie's place.
"Then you're the one who found Georgette's body."
"Yes, I am."
"Lousy experience for you. Georgette was a nice lady. I read that your husband bought that house as a birthday present. Some present. Ted Cartwright, the stepfather the kid shot that night, used to keep his horses here," Zach went on. "We're old friends. Wait till I tell him I'm giving you lessons. Have you seen any ghosts yet in that house?"
I made myself smile. "Not a single one, and I don't expect to either." Then, trying to sound casual, I said, "Didn't I hear that Liza, or Lizzie as everyone calls her, didn't I hear that her father died as a result of a riding accident somewhere around here?"
"That's right. Next time you come, I'll show you the spot. Well, not the exact spot. That's on a trail only real experts take. Nobody can understand why Will Barton went on it. He knew better. I was supposed to be with him that day."
"Were you? What happened?"
"He'd had about 10 lessons and could tack up his own horse. My horse had picked up a stone in its hoof and I was trying to get it out. Will said he'd start walking his horse on the trail. I think he was excited about going alone, but I tell you, that man was scared of horses and the horses knew it. Anyhow, I was about 5 minutes behind him. But I couldn't find him anywhere, and by the time I got back to the stable, the word was all over the place. He and the horse had gone over the cliff. Will was dead, and the horse had broken legs. He was finished too."
"Why do you think he went on the trail?"
"Got confused."
"Weren't there signs to warn him?"
"Sure there were, but I bet the horse got frisky, and Will was so nervous he didn't notice them."
So that was how it happened, I thought. The sequence of events began with a stone in the hoof of a horse. Knowing that story, Mother might have blamed Zach Willett for not being with my father when he rode from the stable, but why would she have screamed his name at Ted? Unless Ted Cartwright had brought my father to Zach to take the riding lessons that had caused his death.
"We'll turn back to the stable," Willett told me. "You're okay. Stick to it and you'll make a good rider."
The answer came before I asked the question.
"You know," Willett said, "you told me Georgette Grove suggested me as a teacher. She was also the one who brought Will Barton here to take lessons from me. And now you're living in his house. That's a real coincidence, or fate, or something."
On the way home, I was appalled by the thought that if Detective Walsh knows or manages to learn that I am Liza Barton, he would have one more reason to think I hated Georgette Grove. By suggesting Zach Willett to my father as a riding teacher, she had directly contributed to his death. I can't answer any more of Walsh's questions, I thought. I can't be trapped by the lies I tell him. I've got to hire a criminal lawyer. But how would I explain that to my lawyer husband? Drew Perry wrote a brief story about Georgette Grove's memorial service, turned it into her boss at the Star-Ledger, and then went back to work on the Story Behind the Story feature. She had left a message on the answering machine of Benjamin Fletcher, the lawyer who had defended Liza at her trial. He finally called her back. They had arranged that she would come to his office in Chester at 4 o'clock. She intended to ask him about Diane Wesley, Ted Cartwright's one-time girlfriend, who claimed Ted had told her that Liza's hatred of him was the reason for the separation. Drew had also found an interview in one of the trashy tabloids with a scantily clad Julie Brett, another of Ted's girlfriends, who had been subpoenaed by the defense to refute Ted's claim that he had never physically abused a woman. After that, she intended to find people who had been friends of Audrey Barton at the Peapack Riding Club, both before and after she married Will Barton. From all the reports I've read, that marriage was very happy, Drew thought, but I've heard that song before. 2 hours later, Drew was sitting in Benjamin Fletcher's cubbyhole office, staring at him across a desk that was a jumble of files and family pictures. She didn't know what she had expected, but it wasn't that he'd be a giant of a man, 6 feet 3 or 4 and at least 100 pounds overweight.
Do you have any idea how many times over the years some reporter has called me about the Barton case? He asked Drew. I guess we all know the basic facts of the case, Drew agreed, but I'd like to talk about your relationship with Liza. From the time she thanked that cop for putting a blanket around her in the squad car, she didn't say a single word for at least 2 months. Even after that, the psychiatrist couldn't get much out of her, and what she did tell them didn't help her case any. She mentioned her father's writing teacher and began to cry. They asked her about her stepfather, and she said, "I hate him."
Isn't that understandable, since she blamed him for her mother's death? His easygoing manner vanished.
Ms. Perry, I'm going to tell you something. That little girl never intended to kill her mother. But Ted Cartwright, I was always surprised that the press didn't dig a little more into Audrey Barton's relationship with him. Oh, sure, they knew she'd been engaged to him, then broke it off when she married Will Barton, and that the old flame got rekindled after she was widowed. What they all missed was what went on during that marriage. Barton was an intellectual, a fine architect, but not a particularly successful one. There wasn't much money in that house, and what there was came from Audrey. She came from money. From the time she was a child, Audrey rode every day. She was still riding every day after she married Barton, and guess who was in that Peapack Club riding with her? Ted Cartwright. And her husband never went with her because he was terrified of horses.
You're suggesting that Audrey may have regretted her marriage to Will Barton?
I'm not suggesting it. I'm saying it. From the time Audrey buried her husband, she was seeing Ted Cartwright. She waited a couple of years to marry him because the kid resented him from the get-go.
Then why did Audrey file for divorce? Why was she so afraid of him?
We'll never know for sure, but my guess is that life with the 3 of them under the same roof was unbearable, and obviously Audrey couldn't dump her child.
Just one more thing, Mr. Fletcher. I read an interview with Julie Brett. She testified at the trial that Ted Cartwright physically abused her. Fletcher chuckled.
She sure did, but the abuse she got from Cartwright was that he dropped her for another woman.
You mean she was lying?
No, I didn't say that, did I? I think the real truth is that they'd had an argument. He was on his way out, she grabbed him and he shoved her. But in sympathy for Liza, Julie dressed up her story a little. She's got a good heart. That's off the record, of course.
What about Diane Wesley, another of Cartwright's girlfriends?
She was just another voice confirming that Liza caused the rift.
Fletcher stood up and extended his hand.
Nice to meet you, Ms. Perry. When you write up your article, have some kind words for this underpaid public defender. That little girl got one hell of a good defense from me.
Many thanks for your time, Mr. Fletcher. Have you any idea where Liza is now?
No. I wonder about her from time to time. I just hope she got the psychiatric help she needed. If she didn't, I wouldn't put it past her to sneak back around here someday and blow Ted's brains out. Good luck to you, Ms. Perry.
Late Monday afternoon, Charlie Hatch sat in his living room, drinking a beer and waiting nervously for the call he'd been told to expect. He was going over in his mind how he would explain that there was a problem.
It's not my fault, he thought.
Over the weekend, I left the jeans and sneakers bundled with my carvings on a shelf in the garage, and then I decided I'd better get rid of them. I even took the trouble to pull out some old clothes I've been meaning to throw out and dump them along with the jeans and sneakers and my nice carvings in a big trash bag. Then I tied up the bag real tight and put it in the barrel. I even cleaned out the refrigerator so that the bag on top of the one with the clothes was gloppy.
My garbage is supposed to be picked up every Friday. I thought putting it in the garbage bin Sunday night would be okay. How am I supposed to know that some jerk is going to rummage through my stinking garbage? I'll bet it was that nosy cop, Sergeant Early, who did it and found my jeans and sneakers and carvings.
Charlie's cell phone rang. He picked it up. Instead of giving his carefully rehearsed explanation, he nervously blurted out, "I threw my sneakers, jeans, and my carved figures in the garbage. Someone fished them out. I think it was that cop who came to see me Friday."
The long silence that followed was worse than the angry tirade he'd been subjected to because of the skull and crossbones he'd carved into the door of the house on Old Mill Lane. When his caller spoke, the voice was calm and even.
"Listen, and try to keep straight what I'm telling you. I don't know who shot Georgette Grove, but if the cops have evidence that shows that you did the job on the Nolan house, they'll blame you for it."
"Blame us for it," Charlie corrected.
"Don't threaten me, Charlie. I'm pretty sure that cop had no right to go through your garbage. So get a lawyer and refuse to answer any questions."
"A lawyer? Who's going to pay for a lawyer?"
"You know damn well I'll pay for it."
There was a pause. Then his caller said,
"Charlie, you'll never have to worry about money again if you can get through this without messing it up."
"That's the kind of news I like to hear."
Charlie snapped the phone shut.
"Pretty soon I'll be paying someone to mow my lawn," he promised himself.
On Monday night, Zach had a hamburger and a couple of drinks at Marty's bar, went back to his apartment, and debated in his mind about calling Ted Cartwright. The picture he had mailed him must have arrived at his office by now. The cops had to be questioning Ted about Georgette Grove, he figured. The case against him would be a lot stronger if a certain Zach Willett had an attack of conscience and decided to share a certain memory with the police. But that would happen only after he got amnesty from prosecution, or whatever it was they call it, he warned himself. I'm the little minnow who can lead them to the shark, Zach thought, savoring the power he held. The sudden beat of the drums came from downstairs, making Zach jump. Last year, old lady Potters died, and her daughter moved into the downstairs apartment. She had 4 teenage kids, and one of them had a set of drums. The racket was driving Zach nuts. Ted's building townhouses in Madison, Zach thought. His name is all over the construction site. They're about finished and they look real nice. Muttering a curse, he dialed Ted's cell phone. The customer you are trying to reach is unavailable. If you wish to leave a message... Zach waited impatiently until the computerized voice had finished, then said, Sorry to miss you, Ted. Know how upset you must be about Georgette's death. I bet you're taking it real hard. Hope you can hear me. The racket downstairs is driving me nuts. I really need another place to live, like one of those townhouses you're building. I hope you got that nice picture I sent you. He was about to hang up when a thought occurred to him. By the way, I have a new lady taking riding lessons. She's Celia Nolan, the one who lives in your old house. She was asking all about Will Barton's accident. Thought you'd want to know. All Monday evening, I struggled to tell Alex that I wanted to hire a criminal defense lawyer, but the words kept dying in my throat. The pleasant weekend at Spring Lake had relaxed some of the tension between us, and I was coward enough to want that good feeling to last a little while longer. When Alex got home at 6:30, we all sat together in the living room. Alex and I had a glass of wine, and Jack a soft drink. Alex had changed into a sports shirt and chinos. As usual, I found myself thinking what an absolutely great-looking guy he is. We then had a pleasant dinner, a normal family dinner. Then, when Alex said he had to go to Chicago tomorrow afternoon to take a deposition in a case he was handling, and would be there for at least one night, possibly 2, I was almost relieved. If any more of those terrible calls came in, he wouldn't be around to answer the phone and hear them. All this I was thinking while I was getting Jack ready for bed. I read him a story, then left him to read one himself before it was time to turn off the light. I went downstairs and into the kitchen. Alex had volunteered to clear the table and to put the dishes in the dishwasher while I put Jack to bed. Just in time, he said with a smile. Espresso's ready. Let's have it in the living room. We sat opposite each other in the fireside chairs.
By then, I had a feeling he was picking the right moment to bring up something. I suddenly knew what he wanted to tell me. "You want to stay here in this house, don't you?" I asked. "Yes, I do, Seal. I know that with your talent, if you decorated it, this would be a showplace as well as a very comfortable home. We can put up a security fence to be sure we never have a vandalism episode again." "But it will still be little Lizzie's place in people's minds," I protested. "Seal, I know a way to put a stop to that. I've been going through some of the books written about the history of this area. A lot of the owners of the larger country homes used to name their houses. This house was originally called Knollcrest. Let's call it that again and have a sign made to put at the gate. Then when we're ready, we could have a cocktail party, have a picture of the house on the invitation, and welcome people to Knollcrest. I believe the name would begin to stick. How about it?" The look on my face must have conveyed my answer. The next morning, Alex gave me a hurried kiss on his way out. "I'm going for a ride. I'll shower and dress at the club. I'll call you tonight from Chicago." After I dropped Jack at school, I went to the diner for coffee again. For what turned out to be a very short interval, I felt as if everything might be all right. I might have been wrong about Detective Walsh zeroing in on me. Maybe, after all, in their eyes, I was only the victim of the vandalism, the lady from New York who had the incredibly bad luck to buy a stigmatized house and then find a murder victim. But as I got up to leave, I had a sudden sense of being watched. I turned around and saw the man who was sitting at a nearby table. It was Detective Paul Walsh. At 3 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, feeling irritable and unsettled, Jeff McKingsley told his secretary Anna to hold his calls. Paul Walsh had come back to the office at noon and reported that he had followed Celia Nolan around all morning. "He looked at me as if he's defying me to take him off the case," Jeff thought, "and I won't do that, at least not yet. As far as I'm concerned, the investigation into Georgette Grove's death and the vandalism on Old Mill Lane are going exactly nowhere." He reached for his ever-present spiral notebook and turned to a fresh page. Who had a motive in killing Georgette? 2 people, and Ted Cartwright was one of them. Henry Paley was the other. Jeff wrote their names in the notebook and underlined them. Cartwright had been riding Wednesday morning and conceivably could have turned onto the trail that went through the woods behind the house on Holland Road. He could have been waiting for Georgette and followed her into the house. After all, she had left the door unlocked for Celia Nolan. The problem with that scenario, as Jeff saw it, was that no one would have to assume that Cartwright knew that Georgette was showing the house that morning. Of course, his buddy Henry Paley could have tipped him off, but how could Cartwright be sure that Celia Nolan wouldn't have driven over with Georgette instead of meeting her there? If Nolan and Grove had shown up together, would Ted Cartwright have killed both of them? Unlikely, Jeff decided. Henry Paley is the one who makes most sense for both crimes, he thought, as he circled Henry's name on his notebook. He admitted that he knew Georgette was scheduled to meet Nolan at the Holland Road house. He could have been waiting for Georgette to show up, then followed her in, killed her, and made his escape before Celia Nolan arrived. Money was his motive in wanting to kill Georgette, and another motive surely would be fear of disclosure. If she was able to tie him to the vandalism, he was facing a jail term, and he knew it. Henry is the one with motive and opportunity, Jeff concluded. Let's say he had the Nolan house vandalized to embarrass Georgette, hoping the Nolans would sue her, which would have her finished financially. But if Henry is the killer, then who did he hire to vandalize the Nolan house? There was nothing amateurish about the carving on the door. In Jeff's opinion, the most puzzling unknown was the picture of Celia Nolan found in Georgette's bag. What was the point of putting it there? What about the picture that Celia Nolan had found the day after the vandalism? 2 pictures, one of the Barton family, one of Celia Nolan. One taped to a post in plain sight, the other deliberately cleaned of fingerprints. He looked down at his pad and realized the page was full of doodles and that there were only 3 words: Ted, Henry, and pictures. The telephone rang. He had told Anna to hold calls unless they were urgent. He picked up the phone.
Sergeant Early is on the phone. He says it's very important. He sounds like the cat that swallowed the canary." "Put him through." Jeff heard a click and said, "Hello, Clyde, what's up?" "Jeff, I got to thinking about who would be likely to do that job on Little Lizzie's place." Does he expect me to play 20 questions, Jeff thought. "Get to the point, Clyde."
Early related how he had interviewed Charlie Hatch and become suspicious because he was wearing heavy corduroy pants when the day was so hot. Curious about where his regular work pants and shoes might be, he returned to Charlie's place this morning and waited for the garbage man to pick up the garbage. Off Charlie's property, they opened the trash bags and found a lot of old sweaters and sweatshirts. At the very bottom of the bag, they found a pair of jeans with some red paint spots, sneakers with red paint on the sole of the left foot, and nice little carved figures with the initials CH on the bottom. At the other end of the call, at his desk in the Mendham police station, Clyde Early smiled to himself. He did not think it necessary to inform the prosecutor that he had actually returned Charlie's jeans and sneakers and carvings to Charlie's property, put them back in the garbage bag, and left it in the trash barrel.
"The garbage man witnessed you opening the bag, and he knew it came from Charlie's?" Jeff asked, his voice conveying the excitement Early felt he deserved to hear. "Absolutely," Clyde replied. "I'll get a judge to swear out a complaint, and we'll pick him up. Clyde, I can't thank you enough." Jeff hung up the phone and went to the intercom. "Come in, please, Anna. I've got a complaint to dictate."
She had barely settled in the chair across from his desk when the phone rang again. The call was from Clyde Early.
"We just heard from the 911 dispatcher. A hysterical woman on Sheep Hill Drive in Peapack reported that she found her landscaper, Charlie Hatch, lying on the ground at the north end of her property. He was shot in the face, and she thinks he's dead."
At 12:30 on Tuesday afternoon, Henry Paley walked from his office to the Black Horse Tavern to meet Ted Cartwright, who had called and insisted they have lunch together. Ted Cartwright was already at a corner table.
"Do you think this meeting is a good idea, Ted?"
he asked as he pulled out a chair and sat down.
"Hello, Henry. To answer your question, yes, I happen to think it's an excellent idea," Cartwright said. "As the owner of 20% of the Route 24 property, you had every right to be in contact with someone interested in buying it. I could wish that you hadn't put our bonus arrangement on paper for Georgette and then the prosecutor to find, but there's nothing that can be done about that now."
Cartwright looked across the table at Henry.
"I've hired a lawyer, Henry, and the reason for this lunch is not only to let people see we have nothing to hide, but to tell you you'd better hire a lawyer too. The prosecutor's office wants to solve this case, and one approach they're going to take is to try to prove that we agreed to get rid of Georgette. I had not even considered that the prosecutor would be looking at me as a possible suspect in Georgette's death. It simply isn't in my nature to hurt anyone. I have never even held a gun in my hand." "Are you practicing for your defense?" Cartwright asked. "If so, you're wasting it on me. I know your type, Henry. You're a sneak. Were you behind what happened to the house in Old Mill Lane? It's just the sort of trick I'd expect of you."
The two men did not speak again until the steak sandwiches they both ordered were served. Then, in a conversational tone, Henry said,
"Ted, now that I've persuaded Georgette's nephew to sell the Route 24 property, I'd appreciate the bonus check you offered me. I believe the sum we agreed on is $100,000.
Cartwright stopped the fork he was holding in midair.
"You have got to be kidding," he said.
No, I am not kidding. We made a deal, and I expect you to uphold your end of it.
The deal was that you would persuade Georgette to sell that property instead of deeding it to the state.
The deal was and is that the property is for sale. Somehow I anticipated that you might not wish to pay the bonus you owe me. Over the weekend I have been in touch with Georgette's nephew, Thomas Madison. I pointed out to him that while your offer was reasonable, other offers for that property have also been made over the past few years. I suggested to Tom that I go over those offers, contact the people who made them, and see if they would like to begin negotiations with us.
You're bluffing, Cartwright said, anger rising in his face.
I really am not bluffing, Ted. But you are. You're scared to death that you'll be arrested for Georgette's murder. You were horseback riding near the house on Holland Road. You're a proud member of the National Rifle Association and have a pistol permit. You had a quarrel with Georgette in this very room the night before her death. Now, shall I pursue those other interested parties in the Route 24 property, or shall I expect your check within 48 hours? Without waiting for an answer, Henry stood up. I really must get back to the office, Ted. Thanks for lunch. Oh, by the way, why not satisfy my curiosity? Are you still seeing Robin, or was she only last year's diversion for you?
Lorraine Smith was the woman whose hysterical 911 call about Charlie Hatch had brought not only the Mendham police, but an ambulance, the medical examiner, the media, and the team from the Morris County Prosecutor's Office, including the prosecutor himself, Jeffrey McKingsley. 50 years old and the mother of 18-year-old twins, Lorraine gradually regained her composure sufficiently to join the investigative team in the breakfast room of her federal-style home on Sheep Hill Road.
Charlie got here about 1 o'clock.
She told Jeff, Paul Walsh, Angela Ortiz, and Mort Shelley.
He comes every Tuesday to do the lawn.
Did you talk to him at all? Jeff asked.
Today I did. Normally I might not run into him for a month at a time, but I was annoyed at him for being late. I had friends over for lunch today. We were on the patio and had to listen to the roar of his power mower. I finally went outside and told him to come back and finish tomorrow.
What did he say?
He kind of laughed and said something like, "You better take advantage of my services while you still have the chance."
Then what happened?
His cell phone rang. He told the person who called him to wait a minute, then said, "I'll load my stuff and get out of here now, Mrs. Smith."
That was at 1:30? Jeff asked.
25 of 2 at the latest. Then my friends and I finished lunch, and they left at about 2:15. When I saw Charlie's pickup truck was still in the back by the garage, I went looking to see where he was. I could see he wasn't in the backyard, so I walked around the fenced area where the pool and tennis court are. Just past them is that row of boxwoods that we planted for privacy, because on that side our property ends at Valley Road. Charlie was lying on his back in the little space between the two of them. His eyes were open and staring, and there was a lot of blood on the right side of his face.
Smith rubbed her hand over her forehead, as if to erase the memory.
Mrs. Smith, when you dialed 911, you said you thought he was dead. Was there any reason why you thought he might still be alive when you found him?
I don't think I knew what I was saying.
Jeff stood up.
That's understandable. We'll ask you to sign a statement later, but thank you for being so helpful. It makes our job easier.
As the prosecutor and 3 detectives began walking out of the house, Jeff said to them,
I think that whoever paid Charlie Hatch to mess up that house on Old Mill Lane got nervous and was afraid if we started putting the screws on Charlie, he'd tell us who he was working for.
Detective Lola Spaulding from the forensic unit had been gathering evidence. She met the 4 men as they came out of the house.
Jeff, his wallet is in the truck. Doesn't look touched, no sign of a cell phone, but we did find something in his pocket that I think you'll find interesting. It hasn't been tested for fingerprints yet.
The photograph she was offering him, like the one that had been in Georgette Grove's shoulder bag, had been cut out of a newspaper. It showed a stunningly attractive woman in her early 30s. She was wearing riding breeches and a hunt coat and holding a silver trophy.
This was in Charlie Hatch's vest pocket, Lola said. Any idea who it is? Yes, Jeff said. This is Liza Barton's mother, Audrey, and this is one of the pictures the newspapers used last week when they carried the story of the vandalism.
He gave the picture back to Lola.
Audrey Barton lived in the house on Old Mill Lane, he thought. The key to what is going on has to do with that house. The psycho who killed 2 people is leaving those pictures and is either playing a game with us or is begging to be stopped. I picked up Jack at school, brought him home, washed his face and hands, and drove him around the corner for his play date with the Billy who didn't cry. Jack gave me a hurried kiss before I left, and after promising to be back at 4 o'clock, I went home. The answering machine light was blinking. The message was from Detective Walsh. He said he was looking forward to going over my statement with me. He thought that possibly I had been wrong about the time I found Georgette's body,
saying it was impossible that someone who didn't know the route from the house on Holland Road to my house could have made the trip so quickly. I had to talk to Dr. Moran. It was about 10 o'clock in California, a good time to reach him. I started to pick up the receiver in the kitchen, then put it down and got my cell phone. I could imagine Alex glancing at the phone bill and casually asking who I had called in California. My cell phone bill still went to my accountant. Dr. Moran answered on the second ring. "Celia," he said, his voice as warm and reassuring as always. "You've been on my mind a lot lately. How is everything going?" "Not that great, Doctor." I told him about Alex buying this house, about the vandalism, about Georgette's death, the bizarre phone calls, and the threatening way Detective Walsh was treating me. "Celia, you should trust Alex and tell him the truth now. If that detective is trying to tie you to the real estate agent's death, there's a chance that they'll dig into your past and find out who you are. I think you should get a lawyer and protect yourself." "Is the lawyer still practicing who defended you when you were a child?" "I don't know. It was Benjamin Fletcher. I didn't like him. But he got you acquitted. From what I understand, he did a very good job. If you have a business telephone directory nearby, look him up." I pulled out the Yellow Pages directory and turned to the section on lawyers. "He's listed," I told Dr. Moran. "He practices in Chester, 20 minutes from here." "Seal, I think you should consult him. At the very least, he could recommend a suitable lawyer to you." "I'll call him, Doctor, I promise." "And keep in touch with me?" "Yes, I will." I called Kathleen next. Now that Martin was failing mentally, she was the only one other than Dr. Moran in whom I could confide. When Kathleen answered, I could hear Martin in the background. "It's Celia," she called to him. I heard his response, and it chilled my blood. "Her name is Liza," he called back. "She made up the other name." "He's gotten so much worse," Kathleen whispered. I could hear the anguish in her voice. "Oh, Kathleen," I said. Then I insisted that she immediately find a live-in aide and told her that I would gladly take care of the expense. I think by the time the conversation ended, I had cheered her a little. Of course, I didn't talk to her about what was going on in my life. I dialed Benjamin Fletcher's phone number. He answered himself. I told him I was Celia Nolan. I told him I would like to make an appointment to speak with him. "Fine. How's tomorrow for you?" "I'd prefer between 9 and 10 when my little boy is in school." "You got it. 9 o'clock. See you then." The phone clicked in my ear. I put the receiver down, wondering if I had made a mistake. For a few moments, I stood irresolutely in the center of the kitchen. During another sleepless night, I had decided that I had to do something to make this house more livable until we could move. I had decided that I owed that much to Alex. But I did not feel like going shopping. I was sure that if I did, I would look in the rearview mirror and see Detective Walsh's car. That was when I made the decision that was to throw me into an even deeper nightmare. I called the Washington Valley Riding Club, reached Zach, and asked if he was free for another lesson at 2 o'clock. He agreed, and I rushed upstairs to change. In a detached way, I thought about how Zach Willett had been the last human being my father spoke to before he died. My mother must have demanded to know the exact circumstances of my father's death. But she could hardly blame Zach Willett for the fact that my father rode off without him, or that he got on the dangerous trail. So then why did she hurl Zach's name at Ted Cartwright less than a minute before she died? I had a premonition that if I spent enough time with Zach, whatever else my mother screamed at Ted that night might come back to me. I drove to the club, arriving there at 10 of 2. We went out on the trail, and though much quieter today, Zach was obviously in a good mood. On the way back to the stable, he said he'd lost sleep last night because the kids downstairs were having a party. When I sympathized, he smiled and said he wouldn't be stuck with them much longer because he was planning to move to a new townhouse. Then, as we hit the open field with the clubhouse in the distance, he said, "Let's go," and began to canter. Biscuit immediately followed him, and we raced across the grass until we pulled up at the barn. We slid off the horses, and Zach's eyes were wary when he faced me. "You've done a lot of riding.
Why don't we figure out exactly how good you are and start your lessons from there?
That would be fine, Zach. Ted, you admitted that Zach... Suddenly I was hearing my mother's voice. Those were a few of the words I had heard her screaming when I woke up that night. What had Ted admitted to her? Trying not to let my face give me away, I mumbled to Zach that I would call him, and then I went straight to the car. As I drove down Sheep Hill Road, I could see that something must have happened at the corner house. Squad cars and media trucks were parked in the driveway, and I could see police milling around the grounds. I kept going straight, not caring where the road took me, because all I wanted to do was to get away from the sight of police cars and all the trappings of death. It was 4:15 when, still dressed in my riding outfit, I walked over to the next street, picked up Jack, and strolled home hand in hand with him. We were barely inside when the bell rang. Even before I opened the door, I knew that I would be looking at Detective Paul Walsh. I was right, but this time he was accompanied not only by the prosecutor, but also by 2 other men who were introduced to me as Detectives Ortiz and Shelley. There was something about the way they all stared at me as I stood there in my riding clothes that made me know that my appearance had startled them. It was, as I was to learn, that all 4 of them were mentally comparing me with a newspaper picture of my mother that they had found in Charlie Hatch's breast pocket. Drew Perry went to the Morris County Courthouse late Tuesday morning to search through old records. At first she thought she was wasting her time. Liza Barton's adoption records were sealed. The record of Liza's trial in juvenile court was sealed. Then, as she was leaving the courthouse, a grandmotherly-type woman who introduced herself as Ellen O'Brien caught her at the door.
"You're Drew Perry. I have to tell you, I love when your Story Behind the Story series is in the Star-Ledger. Are you going to do one of them again soon?"
"I'd like to do one on the Liza Barton case," Drew admitted. "I thought I'd do some research here, but I'm hitting a stone wall."
"That case would make a great story for you," O'Brien enthused. "I've been at this courthouse 30 years, and I've seen a lot of cases, but nothing like that one."
30 years, Drew thought.
"By any chance, are you on your way to lunch, Ellen?" she asked.
15 minutes later, over a Cobb salad, Ellen O'Brien was willingly sharing her recollections about what happened from the time Liza Barton was taken into custody. Ellen did not have any new information until Drew prompted her by saying, "From the accounts I read, I understand that Liza didn't say a word for the first several months she was in custody."
"That's right, except my friend, who was a friend of one of the aides in the detention center and got this straight from her, said that Liza used to say the name Zach sometimes. And then she'd start shaking her head and moving her body. Do you know what keening is?"
"Yes, it's a lament for the dead, a kind of wailing," Drew said. "It's a word you see particularly in Irish history."
"That's exactly right. I'm Irish, and it's a word I remember my grandmother using. Anyhow, my friend says she overheard the psychiatrist describe Liza's emotions that way whenever she said that name."
Important, Drew thought. Very important. She made a single notation in her book. Zach. "Her trial took place 6 months after her mother's death," Drew said. "What would have been going on at the detention center?"
"Psychiatric counseling. Then when Liza was acquitted, they were trying to figure out what to do with her. I mean, a kid who shot 2 people, killing one of them, is not exactly the kind of person most people want sleeping under their roof. Then some relatives showed up and adopted her."
"Has anybody any idea who they were?"
"From what I understand, there weren't any very close relatives. Audrey and Will Barton were both only children. It's almost ironic. Audrey's ancestors settled here before the Revolutionary War. Liza's mother's maiden name was Sutton. You see that name over and over again in the Morris County archives."
Ellen O'Brien took a final sip of her iced tea and looked at her watch.
"The state of New Jersey calls," she announced.
"You've been a great help, Ellen."
"I didn't tell you anything that anyone else in the office couldn't have told you."
"Yes, you did," thought Drew. "I'll trace Liza's ancestry back at least 3 generations," Drew thought.
My hunch is that it's more likely she was adopted by a member of her mother's family than her father's. I'll collect the names of the people the Sutton family members married and trace their descendants to see if one of them have a 34-year-old daughter. It's worth a shot, she thought. My story depends on tracking down Liza Barton, Drew concluded as she paid the check. Something else that I'm going to do right now is get a computerized image of what she might look like today. And I'm going to find out who Zach is and why, when she couldn't say another word, Liza was keening over his name. I knew that I had to take a stand. I could not have these 4 men come into my house and question me about the death of a woman I had only met once. These people from the prosecutor's office did not know I was Liza Barton, and I wanted to keep it that way. Mr. McKingsley, will you please explain to me why Detective Walsh was following me around this morning? Mrs. Nolan, I apologize for any inconvenience, McKingsley said. Would you mind if we stepped in to speak with you for a few minutes? Let me explain what it's about. The other day you showed me a photograph of the Barton family that was taped to the post in the barn. There were no fingerprints on it except yours, which, as you can understand, is unusual. You took it off the post and gave it to me, but someone had to have handled it first. We have not released this information publicly, but in Georgette Grove's shoulder bag we found a newspaper clipping with a picture of you taken just as you fainted. That also had no fingerprints on it. Today, we found a picture of Audrey Barton at another crime scene. I almost blurted out, "A picture of my mother at a crime scene?" My nerves were just that raw. Instead, I asked, "What has that got to do with me?" trying to sound as calm as possible. Mrs. Nolan, the landscaper for the house on Holland Road, was shot to death a few hours ago. We have proof that he was the person who vandalized this property. He had a picture of Audrey Barton in his pocket, and he had not put it there himself. What I am trying to say is that Georgette Grove's murder and this homicide are somehow connected to this house. Did you know Charlie Hatch, Mrs. Nolan? Walsh asked me point blank. I have never even heard of the man. I looked straight at Jeff McKingsley. I do not know what is going on, but I suggest that you concentrate on trying to find whoever is guilty of these crimes and have the decency to leave me and my family alone. I began to close the door. Walsh put his foot forward to block it from closing. One more question, Mrs. Nolan. Where were you between 1:30 and 2 o'clock this afternoon? That one seemed easy to answer. I had a 2 o'clock appointment for a riding lesson at the Washington Valley Riding Club. I arrived there at 2:05. Why don't you clock the distance from here to there, Mr. Walsh? That way you can figure out all by yourself what time I left this house. I slammed the door against his shoe, and he withdrew it. But as I turned the lock, a horrible possibility occurred to me. The police activity at the corner house on Sheep Hill Road. Could that have anything to do with the death of the landscaper who had vandalized this house? And if so, by answering that last question, had I placed myself directly in the area where he died? On Tuesday afternoon at 4 o'clock, Henry Paley returned to the realty office. How did it go? Robin asked. Henry smiled at her. I think we have a sale. As you know, this is the 3rd time the Muellers have looked at the house. He walked over and stood at her desk. Robin, I wonder if at the end Georgette wasn't on to the fact that you and Cartwright were seeing each other last year. I knew Ted Cartwright before I started to work here. The fact that I knew him never undermined my loyalty to Georgette. Robin, you're the one who fielded phone call inquiries about available properties. Was Ted paying you to turn away potential business? You mean something like the bonus he was paying you to get Georgette to sell the Route 24 property? Robin asked sarcastically. Of course not. The door that fronted East Main Street opened. Startled, they both looked up to see a grim-faced Sergeant Clyde Early come into the office. Clyde Early had been in the first squad car that went screeching up the driveway of Lorraine Smith's home on Sheep Hill Road. After he found himself standing over the lifeless form of the landscaper, Clyde saw the inevitability of what had happened. Charlie must have panicked and called whoever had paid him to vandalize the house. Whoever that was then decided that Charlie was an unacceptable risk. After the body was removed and the forensic team had taken over the investigation, Clyde started back to the precinct,
but then changed his mind and parked in front of Grove Realty on East Main Street. He could see Robin Carpenter sitting at her desk and Henry Paley talking to her. It wouldn't surprise me if Charlie had been reporting to Paley, Clyde thought grimly as he opened the door. I don't like that guy. I'm glad to catch both of you together, he said. You know Charlie Hatch, the landscaper who took care of the Holland Road property? I've seen him around, Paley answered. This afternoon, sometime between 1:30 and 2 o'clock, he was shot to death while he was working at Sheep Hill Road. Robin jumped up, her face turning pale. Charlie? That can't be! Both men stared at her. Charlie was my half-brother, she wailed. He can't be dead. At 5 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, Zach Willett drove to the neighboring town of Madison and parked in front of the sales office of the Cartwright Townhouses Corporation. He went inside where he found a sales clerk, a woman in her 30s, tidying up in preparation for closing down for the day. He noted the nameplate on her desk, Amy Stack. Hi, Amy, Zach said as he looked around the room. I can see you're getting ready to skedaddle out of here, so I won't take but 2 minutes of your time. On the walls were sketches of different models of the townhouses. Zach walked over to the biggest picture and pointed to it. Now, Amy, how about indulging a nice fellow like me and show me that pretty homestead? I'll be glad to take you over, Mr. Zach Willett. And unless you borrowed somebody else's nameplate, you're Amy Stack. You've got it. Amy opened the top drawer of her desk and fished inside for her keyring. That's 8 Pawnee Avenue. I have to warn you, that is our top-of-the-line townhouse. It's fully loaded. On the way through the development, Amy Stack pointed out that the driveways were heated to prevent ice from forming in the winter. Mr. Cartwright has thought of everything, she said proudly. Ted's a good friend of mine, Zach said expansively, since we were both kids riding bareback at the stable. At number 8, Zach's smile broadened as Amy turned the key, opened the door, and led him into the family room on the entry level. Zach insisted on riding the elevator to each of the floors. Like a child opening presents, he took obvious pleasure in every detail of the house. 2 guest bedrooms, he joked. I don't have close family, but with those 2 bedrooms, I'd better look up those cousins of mine in Ohio and have them out for a weekend. They rode back down in the elevator, went outside, and as Amy locked the front door, Zach said, I'll take it, as is. Furnished. That's wonderful, Amy Stack exclaimed. Are you prepared to make a deposit now? Didn't Ted Cartwright tell you he's giving me this unit? I saved his life once, and now that I have to get out of where I've been living, he told me to come over and choose my space. Ted never forgets a favor. You must be proud to be in his employ. Alex called shortly after the prosecutor and his entourage left. He was at the airport in Chicago. I'm going to have to go back tomorrow for a couple of days more, he said, but I miss you guys and just want to get back for the night. Why don't you see if Sue is available to babysit so you and I can go out for a late dinner at the Grand Café? The Grand Café in Morristown is another one of the restaurants from the past. Mother and Daddy went there frequently, and on weekends they'd often take me with them. Sounds great, I told him. I phoned Sue. She was free to come over and stay with Jack. I made reservations at the restaurant. I settled Jack in front of the television with a Muppet tape and went upstairs to bathe, trying to wash away the bewildering events of the day. Detective Walsh following me. The fact that I must have passed the place where the landscaper was shot at right around the time of the shooting. My appointment with Benjamin Fletcher tomorrow. How much should I tell Alex? He had to go back to Chicago tomorrow morning. Maybe in the next few days they would solve these 2 crimes and the prosecutor's office would lose interest in me. When I got out of the tub, I put on a robe, fed Jack, bathed him, and put him to bed. Then I went back to the master bedroom and changed. A memory suddenly came to me, and it was not a pleasant one. I had gone to this bedroom to say goodnight to my mother before she and Ted went out to dinner. I thought he was downstairs, and I knew she was dressing. The door was open and I saw she was untying her robe. Then, before I could speak, Ted came out of his bathroom pulling on a tie. He reached his arms behind her and slid the robe off her shoulders. She turned to him, and the kiss she gave him was as ardent as the ones he showered on her. That was only days before she threw him out. What happened? What caused her to change so dramatically? I hadn't heard Alex come in and didn't know he was there until I felt his arms around me. His lips found mine, and I responded, eager for his embrace. "I've missed you," he said. "I simply had to get home, even if only overnight." "I'm so glad you did." Jack came running in. "You didn't say hello to me." "I thought you were asleep," Alex said as he laughed and scooped him up, so that now his strong arms were hugging both of us. It felt so good, it felt so right, and for a few hours I was able to pretend that it was. Several people stopped by our table at the Grand Café. They turned out to be friends of Alex's from the Peapack Riding Club. All of them offered their regrets about the vandalism and my experience of having found Georgette's body. Alex's response was that we were thinking of giving the house its old name again, Knollcrest, and he promised each visitor, "When Seal does her magic on it, we'll have the mother of all cocktail parties." When we were alone at our table, Alex smiled and said, "You can't blame me for hoping." That was when I told him about the prosecutor coming to the house and about Detective Walsh following me. I watched as the muscles in Alex's face tightened. "It gets worse," I said, and told him about the murder of the landscaper and the fact that I must have passed the property about the time he was killed. "Alex, they say it all has to do with our house, but I swear to you, they're looking at me as though I was responsible for Georgette's death." He saw that I was on the verge of tears. "Honey, I'll get a later plane to Chicago tomorrow. I'm going over to Morristown tomorrow morning and talk to that prosecutor. I'll straighten the bunch of them out fast." "Maybe this isn't the best time for me to stop by, Celia. You seem to be upset." I brushed away tears as I looked up at Marcella Williams. Her voice was kindly and soothing, but her eyes, alive with curiosity, betrayed her excitement at happening upon us when we both were visibly upset. The man standing at her side was Ted Cartwright. At 4:30 on Tuesday afternoon, Jeff McKingsley had barely returned to his office when Sergeant Early phoned to tell him that he'd just learned that Robin Carpenter was Charlie Hatch's half-sister. "Ask her to come to my office at 6. Or better yet, maybe you'd better drive her over." At 6 o'clock, Robin Carpenter, escorted by Sergeant Early, arrived at Jeff's office. Walsh, Ortiz, and Shelley sat in on the meeting, and Jeff was sure that all of them were aware that Robin was the kind of woman who could get whatever she wanted from a man. "Ms. Carpenter, I'd like to extend my sympathy at your brother's death. I'm sure this has been quite a shock for you." "Thank you, Mr. McKingsley, but I don't want to give the wrong impression. I am very sorry about Charlie, but I must explain that I never even knew he existed until a year ago." Jeff raised his eyebrows as Robin explained that at age 17 her mother had given birth to a baby. In a private adoption, she had signed him over to a childless couple to raise. "My mother's been dead for 10 years. Then one day last year, Charlie showed up on my father's doorstep and introduced himself. My father's remarried, so he wasn't at all interested in Charlie. In all honesty, he may be my half-brother, but the little I got to know him, I didn't much care for him." "Miss Carpenter, we have reason to believe Charlie Hatch was the person who vandalized the house on Old Mill Lane." "That's absolutely impossible," Robin protested. "Why would Charlie do that?" "That's exactly what we want to know," Jeff replied. "Did Charlie ever come into your office to see you?" "No, never." "Would Georgette or Henry have any contact with him?" "Possibly. I mean, Charlie was a landscaper. If Georgette had an exclusive listing on property, she'd be the one making sure that it was being kept up, so it's entirely possible that she knew Charlie." "Then that would be true of Henry Paley as well?" Jeff asked. "Of course." "When was the last time you spoke to your half-brother, Ms. Carpenter?" "It was at least 3 months ago." "Where were you between 1:40 and 2:10 this afternoon?" "In the office. You see, Henry was having lunch with Ted Cartwright. When he came back a little after 1 o'clock, I ran across the street to get a sandwich and bring it back in. Henry had an appointment at 1:30 to take a client out."
Did he keep that appointment?
Robin hesitated, then said, "Yes, he did, but Mr. Mueller, the potential buyer, phoned to say he was delayed and couldn't meet Henry until 2:30.
Then Henry was in the office with you until that time?
Robin Carpenter hesitated. She closed her eyes and she bit her lip to keep it from quivering. "I can't believe that Charlie is dead. Is that why—" Robin's composure broke. "Henry has been trying to blackmail me," she burst out. "Before I went to work for Georgette, I dated Ted Cartwright a few times. Henry's been trying to twist everything around to make it sound as if I was undermining Georgette. That wasn't true. But what is true is that Henry Paley was not in the office today from the time he left at 1:15 until nearly 4 o'clock.
Jeff looked at his assistants, each of whom had been quietly taking notes. Any one of you have a question for Miss Carpenter? Just one, Paul Walsh said. Miss Carpenter, what is the number of your cell phone?
At 2:45, Drew Perry received a call from her editor, Ken Sharkey, telling her about Charlie Hatch being shot to death. Drew did not share with Ken the stunning information she had just uncovered. She had been busy tracing back 3 generations of Liza Barton's maternal ancestors. A great-great-aunt had married a man named William Kellogg. Celia Foster Nolan's maiden name is Kellogg. One of the New York reporters referred to that fact when he wrote about the vandalism. That she had met her first husband when she was decorating his apartment, that she had her own design business, Celia Kellogg Interiors. Maybe the fact that her name is Kellogg is merely the wildest of coincidences, Drew thought, but Celia Nolan is exactly the right age to be the grown-up Liza Barton. Is it really a coincidence that Alex Nolan just happened to buy that house as a surprise? It's a 1 in a million chance, but it could happen. But if he bought it as a surprise, it has to mean that Celia never told him about her true background. My God, I can only imagine how shocked she must have been. And the day she moved in, she was greeted by that sign on the lawn, and the paint on the house, and that doll with the gun and the skull and crossbones carved into the door. No wonder she fainted when she saw all that media charging at her. Did it cause her to become unbalanced? Drew wondered. Is it possible she was in such a frenzy about being in the house and all that terrible publicity that she would kill Georgette? It was a possibility Drew did not relish considering. On the internet, she found a number of articles about Celia Kellogg. One of them was an interview in Architectural Digest that had taken place 7 years earlier. It gave her background as the daughter of Martin and Kathleen Kellogg, who had relocated to Naples, Florida. It was an easy matter to get their telephone number from the directory. Drew copied it in her notebook. It's not time to call them yet, she decided. They're sure to deny that their adopted daughter is Liza Barton. The next thing to do is to get Liza's picture computer-aged. Then I have to decide if I should share my suspicions with Jeff McKingsley, because if I'm right, little Lizzie Borden is not only back, but she's very possibly unhinged and on a killing spree. Her own lawyer said he wouldn't be surprised if she came back someday and blew Ted Cartwright's brains out. And I've got to find out who Zach is. If his name sent her into spasms of grief when she was in detention, maybe she has a grudge against him, too. Even as Ted Cartwright was being introduced to me, I was sure that seeing me was triggering something inside him. He could not take his eyes off my face, and I am certain that in looking at it, he was seeing my mother.
It's very nice to meet you, Mrs. Nolan, he said.
I looked up at him. I did not touch his extended hand, but neither did I want to raise questions by being overtly rude. I murmured, "How are you?" and turned back to Alex. Alex, unaware of what was going on, did what most people do when there is an awkward silence. He covered it with polite conversation, telling me that Ted is also a member of the PPAC Club and that they'd run into each other occasionally. Of course, Marcella Williams could not leave without trying to find out why I had been dabbing at my eyes. "Celia, is there anything at all I can do to help you?" she asked. "Perhaps minding your own business would be a start," I said. Marcella's sympathetic smile froze on her face. Before she could say anything, Ted took her arm and pulled her away. I looked at Alex and saw the distress in his face. "Celia, what was that all about? There was absolutely no reason to be so rude." Suddenly, my mother's voice was shouting in my mind. "You told me Zach saw you!" I was sure that was part of what she had said that night. Hearing Ted's voice again had verified the flash of memory I had this past week. Mother had spoken Zach's name, and now I had a few words more. "You told me Zach saw you." What did Zach see Ted do? A possible answer to the meaning of my mother's words occurred to me. Had Ted Cartwright also been riding those trails that day? Did he have anything to do with my father's accident? Had Zach seen it? "Seal, what is it?" Alex insisted. "You look pale as a ghost." I had literally felt the blood drain from my face and quickly searched my mind for a plausible explanation. At least I could tell Alex a half-truth. "Before Marcella barged over, I was about to tell you that I had been talking to my mother. She tells me that my dad is in bad shape." "Is the Alzheimer's getting worse?" I nodded. "Oh, Seal, I'm so sorry." He reached over, took my hands, and entwined our fingers. Our check came. As we got up, Alex suggested that we stop by Marcella and Ted's table and say goodnight. "It wouldn't hurt to smooth things over," he urged. "Marcella is our neighbor, and she meant well. When we start going to affairs at the Peep Pack Club, you'll be bumping into Ted, like it or not." I was on the verge of an angry reply, but then something occurred to me. If Ted had recognized me, he might be worried that I would remember what my mother had shouted at him. If he had not recognized me, but I had stirred something in his subconscious, there might be a way I could force a reaction from him. "I think that's a good idea," I said. I walked over to their table. I smiled at Marcella, even as I realized how thoroughly I despised her. I had a clear memory of how she had always flirted with Ted after he married my mother, then rushed to support his version of my mother's death with her own recollections of me. "Marcella, I'm so sorry," I said. "I got very bad news about my father today. He's quite ill." I looked at Ted. "I've been taking riding lessons from a man who claims he's a great friend of yours. His name is Zach. He's a wonderful teacher. I'm so glad to have lucked onto him." Later, when we were home and getting ready for bed, Alex said, "Seal, I know you haven't been sleeping well lately. Is it also this Detective Walsh guy who's upsetting you?" "Detective Walsh hasn't helped," I said. "I'll be on the prosecutor's doorstep at 9 o'clock. I'll go straight to the airport from there, but I'll call you and tell you how it went." "Okay, Alex." "As you well know, I'm not much for sleeping pills, but I do think you'd do yourself a favor to take one now. A decent night's sleep makes the whole world look different." The sleeping pill worked. It was nearly 8 o'clock when I woke up. My first awareness was that sometime during my dreams, I had heard the first part of what my mother screamed at Ted that night. "You told me when you were drunk." Jeff McKingsley was at his desk promptly at 8:30 on Wednesday morning. He had a sense that it was going to be a long day, and not a good one. Both his Scottish and his Irish grandmothers had cautioned him that everything comes in threes, especially death. First Georgette Grove, then Charlie Hatch. The superstitious part of Jeff's Celtic nature warned him that the specter of violent death was still hovering over Morris County, waiting to claim a third victim. Unlike Paul Walsh, who remained fixated on the belief that Celia Nolan had murdered Georgette for her own unbalanced reasons, and that she had both motive and opportunity to kill Charlie Hatch, Jeff believed that Celia Nolan was herself a victim of circumstance. That was why when Anna came into his office to tell him Mr. Alex Nolan was at her desk, insisting that he had to see the prosecutor, Jeff's immediate instinct was to welcome the opportunity to have a talk with Celia Nolan's husband. On the other hand, he did not want to have a meeting after which he might be misquoted. "Anna, tell Mort Shelley to come in here at once, then send Mr. Nolan in." It was clear from the moment Alex Nolan entered the room 5 minutes later that he was both angry and spoiling for a fight. He barely acknowledged Jeff's greeting and the introduction to Mort Shelley. "Why is one of your detectives following my wife around?" Not directly answering Alex's question, Jeff began summarizing the events of the last few days. "Your new home was vandalized. The agent who sold it to you was murdered. We have evidence that seems to prove that the man who was shot yesterday committed the vandalism. You know, of course, the history of your house.
that Liza Barton fatally shot her mother and wounded her stepfather in it 24 years ago. There was a picture of the Barton family taped to a post in your barn the day after you moved in."
"The one of them on the beach?" Alex said.
"Yes. There were no fingerprints on it except those of your wife, which was to be expected, since she was the one who took it down and gave it to me. Then, with each of the 2 murder victims, we found a photo, one of your wife fainting and one of Audrey Barton, and those photos also had no fingerprints on them."
"I still fail to see what that has to do with my wife," Alex Nolan said flatly.
"It may not have anything to do with your wife, but it has everything to do with your house, and we have to find the connection. I assure you that we are pursuing the investigation on a very broad scale, and we have a number of people we are questioning."
"Don't you think it's reasonable that we question her?"
"I am sure that Celia would want to cooperate in any way with your investigation," Alex Nolan said. "Obviously, she has nothing to hide. But I insist that you call off this Detective Walsh. I will not have her harassed and distressed. Of course, I blame myself for being so short-sighted as to buy a house without showing it to her."
"It is a rather curious thing to do in this day and age," Jeff commented.
Alex Nolan's narrow hint of a smile had no mirth in it.
"Maybe idealistic, rather than curious," he said.
"Celia was perfectly happy to move out of the city into this area, but kept delaying house hunting. She wanted me to do it. When I saw the one I bought, I thought it was exactly what she would enjoy." Jeff noticed that Nolan's eyes softened when he spoke about his wife.
"Should I have brought her out here to see it before I bought it?
"Of course. But I'm not here to second-guess myself, or to explain why we're in the house. I'm here to make sure my wife is not bullied by people on your staff." He got up and extended his hand.
"Mr. McKingsley, do I have your word that Detective Walsh will stay away from my wife?"
Jeff got up.
"Yes, you do," he said. "I do need to ask her about driving past the house on Sheep Hill Road where Charlie Hatch died, but I will do it myself. Do you consider my wife to be a suspect in either of these homicides?" "Based upon the evidence we have now, I do not." "In that case, I will advise my wife to talk with you." "Thank you. That will be very helpful. I'll try to arrange a meeting for later today. Will you be around, Mr. Nolan?"
"Not for the next few days. I've been taking depositions in Chicago on a case I'm involved in pertaining to a will.
I just came home last evening, and I'm going straight back to Chicago now."
The door had barely closed behind Nolan when Jeff looked at Mort Shelley.
"What do you think, Mort?" "I agree with you. I don't consider her a suspect, but I think there's something she hasn't told us yet. I swear when she opened the door yesterday dressed in those riding clothes, I thought for a minute that she had posed for the picture we found in Charlie Hatch's pocket." "I had the same reaction, but the difference is obvious. Celia Nolan is much taller, her hair is darker, the shape of her face is different. She just happened to be wearing exactly the same kind of outfit that Audrey Barton was wearing in the picture."
The difference was obvious, Jeff told himself, but there was still something about Celia Nolan that reminded him of Audrey Barton. And it was more than the fact that they were both beautiful women in riding clothes. On Wednesday morning, Ted Cartwright made a stop at the Cartwright Townhouse Corporation in Madison. At 10:30, he opened the door into the reception area that led to his office. There, a smiling Amy Stack greeted him by chirping, "How are things in the North Pole, Santa Claus?"
"Amy, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, and I'm not interested in finding out. I've got a busy day lined up."
"I'm sorry, Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Willett didn't tell me that it was a secret that you were giving him the model townhouse because he saved your life years ago. He phoned a little while ago. He said he intended to move in over the weekend."
"I'll talk to Mr. Willett," he said quietly.
Then Cartwright unexpectedly smiled.
"Amy, I have to tell you that for a few seconds I was just as taken in as you were. All of this is Zach Willett's idea of a joke. Last week we made a bet on the Yankee-Red Sox game. He's a passionate Red Sox fan. I'm for the Yankees. Our bet was $100, but Zach threw in that if the difference in the score was over 10 runs, I owed him a townhouse."
Ted Cartwright chuckled.
"I laughed it off, but I guess Zach decided to test the water. I'm sorry he wasted your time. Let's keep that story between us, shall we? Falling for it makes the two of us look like a pair of fools."
"Will do," Amy agreed. "But Mr. Cartwright, when you talk to Mr. Willett, tell him for me that he's not funny, and he shouldn't play practical jokes on a good friend like you."
"No, he shouldn't, Amy." Ted Cartwright said softly. No, he absolutely shouldn't.
It was another quick goodbye between Alex and me. He was going directly from the prosecutor's office to the airport. I dropped Jack off at school at 8:15. I drove directly to Benjamin Fletcher's office in Chester, a town a 20-minute ride from Mendham. My appointment with him was for 9 o'clock. I parked and managed to find a delicatessen around the corner from his office, where I could get a hot coffee and nibble at a piece of bagel. At 9:01, I was climbing the steps to Fletcher's second-floor office. I walked into a small anteroom, which held a shabby desk that I guess accommodated a secretary if and when he had one.
"That's got to be Celia Nolan,"
a voice from the inner office yelled. Just hearing that voice made my palms begin to sweat. I was sure I had made a mistake coming here. I wanted to turn and run down the stairs, but I was too late. He was walking toward me, taking my hand, saying,
"Always glad to see a pretty lady in trouble. Come on in. Celia Nolan of 1 Old Mill Lane in Mendham. That's a very exciting address you have. I read all about you. Now how did you hear about me and why are you here?"
Before I could even attempt to answer, he raised his hand.
"We're putting the cart before the horse. I charge $3.50 an hour plus expenses and require a $10,000 retainer before you get to say, 'Help me, counselor, for I have sinned.'"
Without speaking, I pulled out my checkbook and wrote the check. Benjamin Fletcher did not know it, but by looking up information about me, he had made it easier for me to get him to give me the protection I needed without having to tell him that I am Liza. "I'm glad you looked me up. Then you'll understand how it feels to have the prosecutor's office practically accuse me of murdering Georgette Grove."
"Why would they even begin to think that?"
I told him about the 3 pictures found without fingerprints, about how I had managed to drive home quickly after I found Georgette, and that I might have driven past the house on Sheep Hill Road at the time the landscaper was killed. "I never met Georgette Grove until the day I moved into the house," I protested. "I never heard of the landscaper until the prosecutor asked me about him. But I know they think I'm involved in some way, and it's all because of that house."
"Surely you must know the history of it by now," Fletcher said.
And then he said something that chilled me to the bone.
"I always thought that kid Liza would come back here someday and shoot her stepfather, Ted Cartwright. But it's crazy that those birds in the prosecutor's office are bothering you, a stranger who had the hard luck to get that house as a birthday present. Celia, I promise you we'll take care of them, because you know what will happen? I'll tell you. You start answering their questions, and they'll trip you up and turn you around and confuse you so much that in a day or so you'll believe you killed those people simply because you didn't like the house."
"Do you mean I shouldn't answer questions?" I asked.
"Celia, that's exactly what I mean."
"You're making me feel a bit better," I said.
"At my age, you say it like it is. For instance, Monday afternoon, this lady from the Star-Ledger, Drew Perry, came to see me. Thanks to all the publicity, she's doing a feature piece on the Barton case. I told her Liza knew what she was doing when she kept firing that pistol at Ted Cartwright. He'd been romancing her mother before, during, and after the time she was married to Will Barton."
"Mr. Fletcher, let's make something clear. I want no part of a lawyer who will spread gossip about his client's family, even if it is nearly quarter of a century later."
"The truth isn't gossip, Celia, but I hear you. I'll take good care of you. And don't think I was being too hard on little Lizzie. She never meant to kill her mama, and that skunk Ted Cartwright deserved what she gave him."
Lena Santini, the divorced wife of the late Charlie Hatch, agreed to speak to Detective Angela Ortiz at 11 o'clock in Charlie's home in Mendham. A small, thin woman of about 45, with flaming red hair that had not been granted to her naturally, she seemed genuinely sorry about the death of her former husband.
"I can't believe anyone would shoot him. Doesn't make sense. Why would they? He never hurt anybody." "Look at this place," she said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "It's so messy it makes my skin crawl. That's the way it was when I was living with Charlie."
Lena's face softened.
"But you know he was really talented with his hands. Those figures he carved were beautiful."
A brief smile appeared and then disappeared on her lips.
"Wouldn't it be a joke if St. Peter makes Charlie head landscaper up there?"
Ortiz, perched on the edge of Charlie's lounge chair, had been listening sympathetically. Now he decided it was time to move into the questioning.
Did you see much of Charlie in this year since you've been divorced? Not much. Every once in a while we'd have coffee for old time's sake. Do you know if he was close to his half-sister Robin Carpenter? That one.
Lena raised her eyes to the ceiling.
Ever since he met his half-sister Robin, she's been playing him like a fiddle. Then they saw each other regularly? Did they ever? Charlie, can you drive me into the city? Charlie, would you mind taking my car to be serviced?
Lena looked over Ortiz.
You're a good-looking guy. Has she shined up to you yet?
No, the detective answered honestly.
Give her time. Anyhow, she used to take Charlie out for dinner in New York sometimes. That made him feel special. She didn't want anyone around here to know he was her half-brother, and she didn't want to be seen with him around here either because she's got a rich boyfriend. Oh, and get this. Charlie told her he sometimes stayed in the houses of people who were away. I mean, he had the keys to those houses because he was being a caretaker for them and knew the security codes so he could go in and out of them. So Robin had the nerve to ask him to let her use those houses when she was with her boyfriend. Can you imagine that? Mrs. Santini, have you heard about the vandalism on Old Mill Lane in Mendham last week? At Little Lizzie's place? Sure, everybody knows about it. We have reason to believe that Charlie was the one who committed that act of vandalism. You've got to be kidding. Charlie would never do that. It doesn't make sense. But come to think of it, the only person I know who could get Charlie to do a stupid trick like that is Robin. Robin Carpenter told us she has not been in touch with Charlie for 3 months. Then why did she have dinner with him in New York recently at Patsy's restaurant on West 56th Street? Do you happen to remember the exact date? It was Saturday of Labor Day weekend. I remember because it was Charlie's birthday, and I called and offered to buy him dinner. He told me Robin was taking him out to Patsy's.
Lena's eyes suddenly glistened.
Detective, I asked you to meet me here at Charlie's place because I wanted to get a couple of his carvings to put in the casket with him, but they're all gone.
We have them, Ortiz told her. Unfortunately, since these items are evidence, we have to keep them. Detective Mort Shelley walked into the Grove Real Estate Agency with the late Georgette Grove's scrapbook under his arm. He and everyone else on the investigative team, including Jeff, had gone through every page of the book and found not one newspaper clipping in it that might be tied to Georgette having suddenly recognized someone.
But it's serving its purpose, Shelley thought. Returning it gives me a good reason to have another chat with Robin and Henry.
Robin was at her desk and looked up immediately on hearing the door open.
Just returning your scrapbook, good as new,
Mort said mildly.
I hope it was useful.
Robin had papers on her desk and dropped her eyes to them, her body language making it clear that she was too busy to be interrupted. With the air of a man who has nothing to do and plenty of time to do it in, Mort waited. Clearly annoyed, she looked up at him.
If you have a question, I'll be glad to answer it. Maybe I'd better pull up a chair by you. I'm sorry. I know we've been introduced, but I've forgotten your name. Shelley, like the poet, Mort Shelley.
Mr. Shelley, I went to the prosecutor's office yesterday, and I can't add a single word to what I've said earlier, and I have a job to do.
And so do I, Ms. Carpenter, and so do I. It's 12:30. Have you had lunch yet?
No, I'll wait till Henry returns. He's out with a client.
Now, suppose he didn't come back till, let's say, 4 o'clock. Would you have something sent in? I mean, you wouldn't wait to have lunch till 4 o'clock, would you?
No, I'd put a sign with the clock on the door and run across the street and grab something.
Isn't that what you did yesterday, Ms. Carpenter?
I already told you I brought my lunch in yesterday because Henry was going to take a client out.
Yes, but you didn't tell us that you put that little clock on the door sometime before 2 o'clock, did you? According to that sweet elderly lady in the curtain shop down the street, she happened to notice that sign on the door when she passed here at 2:05.
What are you talking about? Oh, I see what you're getting at. With all that's been going on, I had a dreadful headache. I ran to the drugstore to get some aspirin. I was in and out in a few minutes.
Uh-huh. On another subject, my partner, Detective Ortiz, was talking to your half-sister-in-law, Lena. Now, you told us that you hadn't talked to Charlie in 3 months or so. Lena says you had dinner with him at Patsy's in New York less than 2 weeks ago. Who's right?
I am.
About 3 months ago, I met a friend in New York at Patsy's, and he drove me in. That night, he said he wanted me to take him there for his birthday, and I jokingly said, "It's a date." Then when he left a message to remind me about it, I left a return message on his phone saying it wouldn't work out. The poor guy thought I was serious.
Are you involved with any one particular man at this time?
No, I am not. I presume you're inferring that the one particular man is Ted Cartwright. As I told all of you yesterday, he is just a friend. We dated a few times, period.
One last question, Ms. Carpenter. Your half-brother's former wife tells us that you asked Charlie to allow you and your rich boyfriend to stay overnight in some of the houses he was looking after for people who were away. Is that true?
Robin Carpenter stood up. That does it, Mr. Shelley. Tell Mr. McKingsley that if he or any of his lackeys want to ask me any more questions, they can contact my lawyer. You'll have his name tomorrow. On Wednesday morning, Drew Perry telephoned a friend's son, Bob Logan, a New Jersey state trooper who worked in the computer lab. She caught him on his way to work and asked him to do her a favor.
Sure, I can use the computer to age a picture for you, Drew, he promised. If you drop it in my mailbox today, I'll have it for you tomorrow night. It goes without saying, get the clearest picture you can find.
Drew mulled over that problem as she spread marmalade on whole wheat toast and sipped coffee.
When I talked to Marcella Williams last week, she said something about how sour Liza looked at her mother's wedding to Ted Cartwright. I'll make her house my first stop today.
At 9 o'clock, she phoned Marcella Williams.
Mrs. Williams, this is Drew Perry of the Star-Ledger. I do hope I'm not calling too early.
Oh, not at all, Ms. Perry.
I write a feature called The Story Behind the Story for the Sunday edition of the Star-Ledger, and I'm preparing one on Liza Barton, and I know you knew the family intimately. I wonder if I could come and interview you about the Bartons, and of course Liza particularly.
I'd be delighted to be interviewed by a fine writer like you.
Do you happen to have any pictures of the Bartons?
Yes, of course I do. We were great friends, you know. And when Audrey married Ted, the reception was in the garden of their home. I took a slew of pictures of all of them, but I have to warn you, there isn't a single one where you'll see Liza smiling.
Would 11 o'clock be convenient for you?
Perfect. I do have a lunch date at 12:30.
An hour will be more than enough. And Mrs. Williams,
oh, please call me Marcella, Drew.
How nice. Marcella, will you just be thinking and try to remember if Audrey or Will Barton or Ted Cartwright had a friend named Zach?
Oh, I know who Zach is. He's the riding instructor Will Barton had at Washington Valley Stables. That last day, the day he died, Will rode out ahead of him and got on the wrong trail. That's why he had that fatal accident. Drew, I'll see you at 11.
Drew heard the click of the phone. The fatal accident, she thought. Suppose Barton's death was not an accident, and if it wasn't, when did Liza learn the truth about it? At 1 o'clock, Ted Cartwright rounded the corner of the Washington Valley Clubhouse and headed to the stable. He found Zach at a picnic table eating the second half of a bologna sandwich. Trembling with fury, Ted sat down opposite him. "Who the hell do you think you are? What makes you think you can go over to my townhouses and tell my sales clerk that I am giving you the model unit? I'll call the police if you try to set one foot inside it." "Now why do I think that won't happen?" Zach asked, as he looked pensively past Cartwright. "Zach, you've been bleeding me for 27 years. Ted, the way I look at it, I've been keeping you out of prison for 27 years. That townhouse is a drop in the bucket to you, but it would be a comfort to me." Ted Cartwright stood up. The veins in his temples were bulging. "Be careful, Zach. Be very careful." "I am being careful. That's why if anything happens to me, the proof of what I'm saying will be found immediately. Well, gotta get back. I have a pretty lady coming in for a riding lesson. She lives in your old house, you know, the one where you were shot. And for some reason, she's real interested in that accident you and I know about." "Have you been talking to her about it?" "Oh, sure. Everything but the good stuff. Think it over, Ted. Maybe you'll even want your sales clerk, Amy, to have the refrigerator stocked for me when I move in on Saturday. That would be a nice, welcoming gesture, don't you think?" At 2 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, Paul Walsh, Angelo Ortiz, and Mort Shelley gathered in Jeff McKingsley's office to review their findings in what the media was now calling the Little Lizzie homicides. At Jeff's request, Ortiz started with his report. He gave them a quick rundown of his interview with Lena Santini, Charlie Hatch's ex-wife, and what she had told him about Robin Carpenter's relationship with Charlie.
"I saw Carpenter this morning," Mort Shelley said. "She sticks by her statement that she hasn't spoken to Charlie in 3 months.
Either Robin Carpenter or the ex-wife is lying, Jeff said. Let's find out which it is.
"Jeff, I understand that you're planning to see Celia Nolan today," Paul Walsh said mildly.
I'm not seeing her today, Jeff said shortly. When I called her, she referred me to her lawyer, Benjamin Fletcher.
"Benjamin Fletcher?" Mort Shelley exclaimed. "He was Little Lizzie's lawyer. Why on earth would Celia Nolan go to him?"
"He got her off once before, didn't he?" Walsh said quietly.
"Got who off?"
"Liza Barton. Who else?" Walsh asked.
Jeff, Mort, and Angelo stared at him. Enjoying the astonishment on their faces, Paul Walsh smiled.
"I lay odds with you that the deranged 10-year-old who shot her mother and stepfather has now resurfaced as Celia Nolan, a woman who flipped when she found herself back in Home Sweet Home."
"You're absolutely crazy," Jeff snapped.
"I have taken the time to look up Celia Nolan's background. She is adopted. She is 34 years old, exactly Liza Barton's present age. We all felt the impact of seeing her in those riding clothes yesterday, and I'll tell you why. Audrey Barton was Celia Nolan's mother."
Jeff sat silently for a minute, not wanting to believe what he was beginning to believe, that perhaps Paul Walsh was onto something.
"After I saw Celia Nolan in riding clothes, I made a few inquiries. She's taking riding lessons at the Washington Valley Riding Club. Her teacher is Zach Willett, who happens to be the teacher who was giving Will Barton riding lessons at the time of his death, the result of a fall with his horse," Walsh continued, barely able to conceal his satisfaction at the impact he was making on his colleagues. "If Celia Nolan is Liza Barton, do you think she holds Zach Willett responsible for her father's death?" Mort asked quietly. "Let me put it this way. If I were Zach Willett, I wouldn't want to be alone with that lady for long," Walsh answered.
"Paul, you want to pin everything on Celia Nolan," Jeff said.
"And I agree that will make a great story. Little Lizzie strikes again.
And you could be a good detective, except for one thing. You get a theory and you're like a dog with a bone. I'm sick and tired of it, and of you. Here is what we're going to do now. We should be getting Charlie Hatch's phone records later today. Mort, you prepare an affidavit for the judge to get the phone records of not only Robin Carpenter, but also of Henry Paley and Ted Cartwright, both their personal and business phones. I want to know about all incoming and outgoing calls any of them made or received over the past 2 months. I think we have enough grounds to ask for them. I also want Carpenter's and Hatch's credit card bills and E-ZPass statements, and I'm going to petition the judge to allow us to unseal the adoption records of Liza Barton." Jeff looked at Paul Walsh.
"I will lay you odds that even if Celia Nolan is Liza Barton, she is a victim of what is going on. I have always believed that as a child, Liza was the victim of Ted Cartwright's misdeeds, and I believe that now, for whatever reason, someone is trying to trap Celia Nolan into being accused of committing these murders."
When I left Benjamin Fletcher's office, I drove around aimlessly. I knew that eventually I would have to tell Alex the truth about myself and risk losing him, but I didn't want to do it yet. If I could only remember exactly what my mother shouted at Ted that night. "You told me when you were drunk. Zach saw you." What did Ted tell my mother? And what did Zach see? At 10:30, I was in the reference room of the library, requesting the microfilm of the newspapers that included May 9th, the day my father died, 27 years ago. Of course, the minute I started to read the May 9th edition, I realized that any account of my father's death would be printed the next day. I glanced through the columns anyhow, and noticed that an antique gun marksmanship contest was scheduled that day at Jockey Hollow Park at noon. 20 antique gun collectors were competing, including the prominent Morris County collector, Ted Cartwright. I hurriedly moved the microfilm to the next day. On the front page, I found the story about my father. Will Barton, award-winning architect, dies in riding accident. The newspaper account of his accident was the same as the one Zach Willett had told me. Then I read the sentence that seemed to explode before my eyes. A groom, Herbert West, who was exercising a horse on a nearby trail, reported hearing a loud noise that sounded like a gunshot at the time that Mr. Barton would have been near the fork in the road that led to the treacherous slope. A loud noise that sounded like a gunshot. I moved the microfilm until I came to the sports pages of that day's edition. Ted Cartwright was holding a trophy in one hand and an old Colt .22 target auto pistol in the other. He had won the marksmanship contest, and the article said he was going to celebrate by having lunch at the Peapack Club with friends, and then was going for a long horseback ride. I printed out the articles, the one about my father's accident and the one about Ted winning the marksmanship contest. It was time to pick up Jack from St. Joe's. After we got home and had lunch, I told him Sue was going to come over and stay with him while I went for another riding lesson. I saw a shadow of doubt cross his face, so I picked him up and hugged him. My little boy fell asleep in my arms, just a nap for about 20 minutes. I thought of what Benjamin Fletcher had said about Ted Cartwright and my mother having an affair while she was married to my father. I thought of my mother falling to her knees at my father's funeral, crying, "I want my husband. I want my husband." "You told me when you were drunk. You killed my husband. You told me Zach saw you do it." That was what my mother had screamed that night. It explained why my mother threw Ted out. It explained why she was afraid of him and what he might do to her to save himself. When Sue arrived, I left for my final riding lesson with Zach Willett. Much as Drew Perry instinctively disliked Marcella Williams, she had to admit that Marcella was a golden source of information. After she had gone through Marcella's pictures of Will and Audrey Barton, she could barely hide her emotions from Marcella's inquisitive eyes. "I'll still ask Bob to do the computer aging," she thought, "but I think I know the result. Celia Nolan is Liza Barton." After Drew left Marcella, she drove directly to the reference room in the county library. She submitted her request for the microfilm of the Daily Record, which included the day after Will Barton's death. The reference librarian smiled. "That day is mighty popular this morning. I released that same segment to someone else an hour ago." Celia Nolan, Drew thought. She's been talking to Zach Willett and may suspect something about the accident. "I wonder if that could have been my friend Celia Nolan," she asked. "We're both working on the same project." "Why, yes, it is," the librarian confirmed. "She did several printouts from that issue of the paper." Several, Drew thought, as she turned to the May 10th issue. I wonder why several. 5 minutes later, she was printing out the account of Will Barton's death. Then, to see if she had missed anything, she kept going through the paper until she found the sports section, and, like Celia Nolan, reasoned that Ted Cartwright might very well have been in the vicinity at the time of Will Barton's accident, and could have been carrying a gun. Desperately troubled by what Celia's state of mind might be, Drew made one more stop, this one at the police station at Mendham. As she had hoped, Sergeant Clyde Early was on duty and was delighted to be interviewed by her. With considerable embellishment, he gave her the step-by-step account of his visit to Charlie Hatch and his growing suspicion that Charlie had changed to corduroy pants because, as he put it, "That fellow didn't want me to see him in those jeans with the red paint on them." "It all seems to be connected to the little Lizzie case, doesn't it?" she mused. "I bet that night is still clear in your mind." "You bet it is, Drew. I can still see that little cool-as-a-cucumber kid sitting in my squad car, thanking me for the blanket I wrapped around her." "Where did you take her?" "Right here. I booked her." "You booked her?" "What do you think I did? Give her a lollipop? I fingerprinted her and we took her picture." "Do you still have her fingerprints?" "Once a juvenile is cleared of any wrongdoing, we're supposed to destroy them." "Did you destroy Liza's fingerprints, Clyde?" He winked. "Off the record, no. I kept them in the file sort of like souvenirs." "Clyde, there's something you have to do," she said. "Get Liza's fingerprints to Jeff McKingsley right away. I think Liza has come back to Mendham and may be taking revenge on the people who hurt her."
I sensed that there was something different about Zach Willett when I met him at the stable. He helped me tack the horse up, then we walked the horses toward the spot where the trails begin to snake through the woods. "Let's take the trail that leads to the fork where Will Barton had his accident," I said. "I'm curious to see it."
"You sure are interested in that accident," Zach commented.
"I've been reading up on it. It was interesting that a groom insisted he heard a shot."
"Young lady, I think we better have a showdown right here and now. Why all the questions about that accident?"
"Zach, I'm going to level with you," I began. Of course, I was only going to level with him up to a point. "My grandmother's sister was Will Barton's mother. She went to her grave sure that there was more to his death than was reported. There was that gunshot that groom swore he heard. That would have scared a horse, wouldn't it? And maybe you saw the man who fired the gun. And maybe that man was Ted Cartwright. Zach, Will Barton should not have died. I've been authorized to pay $1 million to you if you will go to the police and tell them what really happened."
"Did you say $1 million?
Cash, wired to your bank."
"Is there a bonus if I tell the cops that I saw Ted Cartwright charge his horse at Barton's, forcing it up that trail, and then that he fired the shot that panicked Barton's horse and made it bolt?"
"There'll be a 10% bonus, an extra $100,000. Is that the way it happened?"
"That's the way it happened, all right. Cartwright had his old Colt pistol. That takes a special bullet. The second he fired it, he turned and went back out on the trail that connects to Peapack."
"What did you do?"
"I heard Barton yell and he went over the edge. I guess I was pretty shocked. I just rode around on the different trails as if I was looking for Barton. Eventually somebody spotted the body down in the ravine. In the meantime, I had gotten a camera and had gone back to the fork in the trail. I wanted to protect myself. It was May 9th. I'd grabbed a copy of the newspaper from the day before that contained an article on Ted that included a picture of him holding that Colt .22 he was planning to use in a marksmanship contest the next day. I put that picture next to the bullet he'd fired, which was sticking out of the tree trunk, and photographed it. I picked it out carefully with my hoof pick. I found the casing, too, right there on the bridle path. Then I walked onto the steep trail and took a picture of the scene below. You know, police cars, ambulances, vets for the horse.
"When can I get this proof you're talking about?"
"Tonight when I go home."
"If my babysitter is free, can I drive over to get it from you later, at about 9 o'clock?
"That's okay with me. I'll give you my address. Remember, you only get to see the pictures. The bullet and the casing and the pictures I'll give to the cops, but only after I get the money and a promise of no prosecution."
We rode back to the stable in silence. Zach's cell phone rang as we were dismounting at the stable. He answered, then winked at me.
"Hello?" he said. "What's up?" "Oh, the townhouse is worth $700,000 furnished, but you don't want me living in it, so you'll give me the money instead?" "You're too late. I've had a better offer. Goodbye." That felt real good, Zach told me as he scrawled his address on the back of an envelope. "See you around 9.
At 4 o'clock, Sergeant Clyde Early and Drew Perry were sitting inside Jeff McKingsley's office.
"Drew, Clyde,"
Jeff acknowledged them.
"what can I do for you?"
"I think Celia Nolan is Liza Barton," Drew said, "and thanks to Clyde, you may be able to prove it." She took out the pictures of Liza that she had taken from Marcella Williams.
"I was going to have a couple of these computer-aged," she said, "but I don't think it's necessary.
Jeff, look at them, and then think of Celia Nolan. She's a combination of her mother and father." Jeff took the pictures and laid them out on his desk. He turned to Clyde.
"Why are you here?"
"Jeff," Drew interrupted, "Clyde is here because Celia Nolan already may have killed 2 people, and she may be gunning for the man who was at least partially responsible for her father's accident. Take a look at what I got from the library today." As Jeff skimmed the articles, Drew said, "I went over to talk to Clyde. He was the one who booked Liza the night she killed her mother and shot Ted."
"I kept her fingerprints," Clyde Early said bluntly.
"Jeff," Drew began, "if I'm right and Celia is Liza, she may be out for revenge. I interviewed the lawyer who defended her 24 years ago, and he told me he wouldn't be surprised if someday she came back and blew Ted Cartwright's head off. And I also found out that when Liza was in the juvenile detention center still in a state of shock, She would say the name Zach and then go into spasms of grief. Maybe these articles are showing us why that happened. I phoned the Washington Valley Stables this afternoon and asked to speak to Zach. They told me he was giving a riding lesson to Celia Nolan. When they were gone, Jeff sat for long minutes at his desk, studying the pictures of Liza Barton. She's Celia, he thought. We can make sure by checking her fingerprints against the ones on the picture that was in the barn. The picture that was taped in the barn. Was this what he had been missing? In Criminology 101, they tell us that the motive for most homicides is either love or money, he thought. He turned on the intercom. Anna, send Mort in, please. When Mort Shelley came in, Jeff said, Drop what you're doing. There's someone else I want checked out from top to bottom. He showed Mort the name he had written on his notepad. Shelley's eyes widened. You think? I don't know what I think yet, but put as many of our people on it as you need. I want to know everything, including when this guy cut his first tooth and which one it was. When I got home from the stable, the barn was empty and Jack and Sue were gone. She was evidently taking him for a walk around the neighborhood on Star, and that was fine with me. I called my accountant and checked with him to be sure that I had at least $1,100,000 at the ready in my cash account fund at the brokerage house. I could hear the question in his voice when I told him to be prepared to wire that sum of money to someone else's account. Alex phoned at dinner time. He was staying at the Ritz-Carlton in Chicago, his favorite hotel there. Seal, I might as well be in an unfurnished room. I miss you and Jack so much. Do you want to go into New York this weekend? Maybe your old babysitter would mind Jack on Saturday night, and then Sunday we could go to a matinee that he'd enjoy. How about it? It sounded wonderful to me, and I told him that. I'll make a reservation at the Carlyle, I told him. Then I took a deep breath. Alex, you've said you feel there's something wrong between us, and there is. I have something to tell you that may change the way you feel about me, and if it does, I will respect your decision. Seal, for God's sake, nothing would ever change the way I feel about you. When I replaced the receiver, my hand was trembling. I knew, though, I had made the right decision. Zach Willett is the instrument of my liberation. After I gave Jack his bath, I told him that Sue was coming to visit for a little while because I had a couple of errands to run. Sue arrived at 8:30. Zach lived in an upstairs apartment in Chester. I rang the bell and waited, but there was no answer. I don't know what made me turn around to look at the car that was parked directly in front of the house. I could see Zach sitting in it. The driver's window was open, and he seemed to be asleep. He must have decided to meet me outside, I thought, as I walked over to his car. Hi, Zach, I said. I was afraid you were standing me up. When he didn't respond, I touched his shoulder, and he fell forward, slumping against the steering wheel. My hand felt sticky. I looked down. It was covered with blood. I grabbed the door of his car to steady myself, then realized I had touched it and frantically wiped it with my handkerchief. Then I rushed back to my own car and drove home, trying to wipe the blood away by rubbing my hands on my slacks. When I walked in the house, Sue was watching television in the family room. Her back was to me. The light wasn't on in the hall. Sue, I called. I'm late phoning my mother. I'll be down in just a minute. Upstairs, I rushed into the bathroom, stripped, and turned on the shower. I felt as though my whole body had been washed with Zach's blood. I threw my slacks into the shower and watched as the water turned red at my feet. I dressed hurriedly and went back downstairs. The person I was supposed to see wasn't home, I said. After Sue left, I poured a stiff scotch into a cup and sat at the kitchen table sipping it, wondering what I was going to do. Zach was dead, and I had no way of knowing if the evidence he had for me was gone. I finished the scotch, went upstairs, undressed, got into bed, and realized I was facing a sleepless night of worry, even of despair. Knowing it was the wrong thing to do, I took a sleeping pill. Somewhere around 11, I was aware the phone was ringing. It was Alex. Seal, you must be in a dead sleep. I'm sorry I woke you up. I had to let you know that no matter what you say you have to tell me, it won't change one iota of the way I feel about you. I was so sleepy, but also so glad to hear his voice,
to hear his words. "I believe that's true," I whispered. Then, with a smile in his tone, Alex said, "I wouldn't even care if you told me you were little Lizzie Borden. Good night, sweetheart." The body of Zachary Eugene Willett was found by a 16-year-old drummer, Tony Rapp Corrigan, at 6 a.m. as he was preparing to leave on his bicycle to do his morning paper route. No one in the Corrigan family remembered seeing Zach park the car. The most significant information came from Sandy Corrigan, Rapp's mother, who told Jeff McKingsley and Angela Ortiz that Zach was intending to move that weekend.
"Did he tell you where he was moving?"
Jeff asked.
"Yes. He was taking the model apartment at Cartwright Townhouses in Madison. Mr. Cartwright was going to give it to him because he saved his life once." "2 moving men came by to pack for Zach today, Mr. McKingsley," Sandy's son Rapp volunteered. "They didn't stay long and only took out a couple of boxes that didn't weigh much."
Jeff and Angelo looked at each other.
"Can you describe these men?"
Jeff asked.
"One of them was a big guy, funny-looking blonde hair, kind of old. The other guy was short. To be honest, I didn't pay too much attention to them."
Jeff turned to Sandy Corrigan.
"Have you got a key to Zach's apartment, Mrs. Corrigan?"
he asked.
"Of course."
The forensic unit was dusting the handle of the door to Zach's apartment and the doorbell.
"Oh, we've got a nice clean one here," Dennis from the lab commented. "We got a partial off the door of the car, too. That one someone tried to wipe off."
"I haven't had a chance to tell you," Jeff told Angelo as they entered Zach's apartment. "I spoke to Zach Willett at 5 o'clock last night. He said he might have some interesting things to tell me. He said that between the 3 of us, he was sure we could come to an understanding."
"The 3 of us?" Angelo asked.
"Yes, the 3 of us. Celia Nolan, Zach, and me." They walked a few steps and looked into what was meant to be a living room. The couch and chairs had been slit in every direction. Stuffing oozed out from the faded upholstery. The rug had been rolled up and flipped over. Shelves of knickknacks had been dumped onto a blanket. Everywhere in the apartment it was the same mess.
"The self-proclaimed moving men," Jeff said quietly. "Looks more like a wrecking crew."
"How's this for an objet d'art?" Ortiz asked dryly, lifting a broken picture frame. In the center of the frame there was a large caricature of Zach Willett, which was surrounded by dozens of pictures with inscriptions that had been taped around it. Ortiz read the inscription under the caricature.
"To Zach, on the occasion of your 25th anniversary at Washington Valley." "Let's take that with us," Jeff said. "We might find something interesting in it. And now it's past 8 o'clock, not too early to pay a little visit to Mrs. Nolan. Or a little visit to Liza Barton," he corrected himself silently.
The next morning, after I dropped Jack off at school, I managed to get home before the tears began to spill from my eyes. How could I explain that Zach told me he had proof that Ted Cartwright had killed my father? They were practically accusing me of murdering Georgette Grove and that landscaper. I had touched Zach. Maybe my fingerprints were on his car. When the doorbell rang, I was sure it was going to be someone from the prosecutor's office. When I opened the door, the prosecutor, Jeff McKingsley, was standing on the porch with a young detective. I wondered if they had come to arrest me.
"Mrs. Nolan, I know you have been taking riding lessons from Zach Willett. Zach was found shot to death early this morning. We know you took a riding lesson with Zach yesterday afternoon. Did he indicate to you that he had plans to meet anyone? Anything you can remember is potentially very important."
I clasped my hand against my mouth. "I have an attorney. I won't speak to you without him being present."
"I understand. Mrs. Nolan, this is a simple question. The picture of the Barton family that you found taped to your barn, did you ever show it to your husband?"
My husband had already gone to work when I found it. He came home as I was giving it to you. No, Mr. McKingsley, he did not see it." The prosecutor nodded and thanked me, but then as he turned to go, he said,
"Celia, I really think that everything is falling into place. I think that you are going to be all right."
When Jeff McKingsley and Angela Ortiz returned to the office, Dennis, the fingerprint expert from the forensic lab, announced,
"We've got a nice index finger from the doorbell and a thumbprint from the car. The moving man must have had on gloves the whole time. Dennis, I have 2 sets of fingerprints I want you to check for me, Jeff said. And check them against the ones you got off Zach's car and doorbell.
Dennis got back to him in half an hour.
You've got yourself a match, prosecutor, he said. The 3 sets of prints belong to the same person.
After Dennis left, Jeff reached for his phone and dialed information to get the number of Benjamin Fletcher, attorney at law. Jimmy Franklin was a newly appointed detective, and unofficially under the guidance of his good friend, Angelo Ortiz. On Thursday morning, with his cell phone camera and following Angelo's instructions, he stopped at the Grove Real Estate office, ostensibly to inquire about the availability of a small starter house in the Mendham area. While Robin Carpenter marked pages for him to study in the loose-leaf book that was filled with listings, Jimmy pretended to be on the phone. What he was doing was taking close-up pictures of Robin, which he then rushed to the office to download. The night before, he had managed to get a picture of Charlie Hatch from Charlie's former wife, Lena. He enlarged several of the pictures he took of Robin, as well as the one of Charlie, and took them with him when he drove into Manhattan to Patsy's restaurant. It was 11:45 when he arrived there, flashed his badge, and asked the maitre d' if he recognized either person in the 2 photos. He definitely recognized Robin.
She comes in here sometimes. She might have been with that guy. Dominic will fill you in. He's been a waiter here 40 years, and he never forgets a face.
When the maitre d' returned with Dominic, Jimmy showed him the pictures.
She's the kind you notice, you know, a little sexy. That guy I saw only once, a couple of weeks ago. Reason I remember it was the guy's birthday. She ordered a slice of cheesecake and had us put a candle on it. Then she gave him an envelope. I could see she'd laid some nice change on him. $2,100 bills. The guy was a real class act. He counted them out loud. Then he put them in his pocket.
Jimmy, feeling inordinately pleased, decided it would be in the line of duty to have some of Patsy's linguine.
Benjamin Fletcher returning your call, Anna announced on the intercom.
Jeff McKingsley picked up the receiver.
Hello, Ben. How are you? Hello, Jeff. I'm sure you're not interested in the state of my health. You're right. That's not the reason I called. I need your help. I'm not so sure I'm feeling very helpful, Jeff. Your office has been pretty busy intimidating my new client. Yes, I realize that, and I'm sorry. I apologize. But do you know that your new client, Celia Nolan, is actually Liza Barton?
Jeff heard Fletcher's sharp intake of breath and knew the lawyer had not been aware that Celia and Liza were the same person.
Ben, do you remember the name Zach Willett? Sure. He's the guy who was giving Liza's father riding lessons. What about him?
Zach was shot while he was in his car sometime last evening. Celia's fingerprints are on Zach's car door and on his doorbell. I don't for one single minute think that she had anything to do with Zach's death, but I need her help. I need to know why she was meeting him.
I'll call her now and try to get back to you later today, Fletcher said.
Please, Jeff urged, as soon as you can. Whatever time and place is convenient for her, I'll be there. After Jack and I arrived home from eating lunch and shopping in Morristown, I sent him upstairs to play when I saw there were 2 messages on the phone. I was afraid it was one of the Lizzie Borden messages, but both were from Benjamin Fletcher, with instructions for me to call him immediately. They are going to arrest me, I thought. They have my fingerprints. He's going to tell me I have to turn myself in. I misdialed twice before I finally reached him. It's Celia Nolan, returning your call, Mr. Fletcher.
First thing a client has to learn to do is to trust her attorney, Liza.
Liza. How did you know it was me? Did you recognize me yesterday?
Can't say that I did. Jeff McKingsley told me about an hour ago.
Jeff McKingsley told you?
He wants to talk to you, Liza. He tells me that you left your fingerprints on a doorbell and on a car door where a dead body was found.
Does this mean I'm going to be arrested?
Not if I can help it. The prosecutor tells me that he believes you had nothing to do with it. However, he does think you can help him find out who did.
I closed my eyes as relief flooded every inch of my body. Jeff McKingsley did not believe I was involved in Zach's death. Would he believe me when I told him that Zach had seen Ted Cartwright cause my father's death? I told Benjamin Fletcher all about my conversation with Zach Willett while at yesterday's riding lesson, and about my appointment with him last evening, about him not answering the bell, and then seeing him in the car and panicking and rushing home.
"All right, Liza," Benjamin Fletcher said. "What time is good for you to go to the prosecutor's office?"
"I'll need to get my babysitter. About 4 o'clock would be all right."
4 o'clock it is, Fletcher said.
I hung up the phone, and from somewhere behind me, Jack asked, "Mommy, are you going to be arrested?" Most of the investigators of the prosecutor's office had been pulled off their own units to concentrate on the Mendham homicides. At 3 o'clock, the group analyzing the phone records of Charlie Hatch, Ted Cartwright, Robin Carpenter, and Henry Paley was ready to report their findings to Jeff. In the last 2 months, Cartwright has been in touch with Zach Willett 6 times, Liz Riley, a new investigator, announced. The last time was yesterday afternoon at 3:06. Cartwright and Henry Paley have been talking to each other a lot in the last few months, Nan Newman, one of the veteran investigators, reported. But there was no contact on either of Henry's phones between him and Charlie Hatch. "We know Paley and Cartwright were working together to strong-arm Georgette Grove into selling that property on Route 24, Jeff said. "Henry Paley is a lowlife, and he hasn't accounted for his whereabouts when Hatch was shot. I've asked him to come in with his lawyer at 5 o'clock, and Ted Cartwright is coming at 6. "We know Robin Carpenter is a liar," he continued. "She lied about the date in Patsy's with her brother, and she was seen giving Hatch about $2,000, one generous birthday present, unless he was also going to do her a favor. My guess is that Charlie Hatch was finished the minute whoever hired him learned that his jeans and sneakers and carvings had been confiscated. We also know Ted Cartwright was working in some way with Robin Carpenter, and it's a possibility that Zach Willett had been bleeding Ted all these years since Will Barton died. We'll know more about that when we talk to Mrs. Nolan. I think that with any luck, we're going to crack these cases open in the next few days." Benjamin Fletcher was waiting for me inside the main door of the prosecutor's office. He took my hand when I came in, and he held it for a moment. "It would seem I owe a little 10-year-old girl an apology. I got that child off, but I admit that I bought Cartwright's version of what happened. When we get this latest episode behind us, I'm going to see that everyone understands what you have been through, that you are and have been an innocent victim. No charge," he added, "and it rattles my soul to utter those words." I laughed, which was what he wanted. I suddenly felt comfortable, confident that this hulking septuagenarian would take care of me. Jeff McKingsley's corner office was large and pleasant. With Benjamin Fletcher sitting beside me like an aging lion, ready to pounce at the scent of danger, I told Jeff everything. I told him that it was only in these last 2 weeks that I had remembered clearly my mother's last words. "You told me when you were drunk. You killed my husband. You told me Zach saw you." "That's why my mother threw him out," I told Jeff. Jeff let me talk almost without interruption. I guess I was answering all the questions he had planned to ask me, including about going to Zach's house and then seeing Zach dead in the car. When I was finished, I looked at Jeff McKingsley and said, "It's going to get out that I'm Liza Barton. Does anyone in the media know yet?" "In fact, it was a person in the media, Drew Perry, who first disclosed it to us," Jeff admitted. "At some point, you may want to talk with her. I think she'd be very sympathetic." Then he added, "Is your husband aware that you are Liza Barton?" "No, he is not. Of course, I will tell Alex now, and I can only hope that our relationship will survive. And if there's nothing more, I must get back. My little boy gets quite anxious if I'm away too long." Fletcher and I said goodbye and left the private office. There was a woman with wild gray hair at Jeff's secretary's desk. She was obviously very angry. Her back was to me, and I heard her say, "I told Jeff about Celia Nolan because I thought it was my duty to warn him about her. My thanks is that I lose my exclusive. The New York Post is giving all of page 3 and possibly its headline to the return of Little Lizzie story, and they're practically going to accuse her of committing all 3 murders." Somehow I made it to my car. Somehow I remained poised when I said goodbye to Benjamin Fletcher. Somehow I got home. I paid Sue and thanked her. Jack was listless. I think he was starting to get a cold. I sent out for a pizza, and before it came, I got him into his pajamas and changed into my own pajamas and robe. I kept thinking tomorrow I'll be starring in The Return of Little Lizzie. From this day forward, I will never travel far enough or hide deep enough to escape being called Little Lizzie. When the pizza came, Jack and I each had a couple of slices. Jack definitely was catching some kind of bug. I took him upstairs at 8 o'clock. "Mom, I want to sleep with you," he said fretfully. That was fine with me. I took a sleeping pill, got into bed, and with Jack cuddled in my arms, I fell fast asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but it was pitch dark when I felt my head being raised and heard a shadowy voice whispering, "Drink this, Liza." I tried to close my lips, but a strong hand was forcing them open, and I was gulping a bitter liquid that I knew contained crushed sleeping pills. From a distance, I heard Jack's wail as someone carried him away.
"Drew, that leak did not come from this office," Jeff snapped, finally out of patience with the reporter. "The Post is going to be rehashing an old story and trying to tie it to 3 recent homicides, but they're barking up the wrong tree. Hang around and you'll have some real news."
At 5 o'clock, Henry Paley showed up with his lawyer and went into Jeff's office. He read a statement into the record, something that obviously had been prepared by his attorney. He had been Georgette Grove's junior partner in the agency for more than 20 years. While he and Georgette had disagreed over the joint property they owned on Route 24 and about whether it was time for him to consider retirement, they had always been good friends.
"It was personally very disappointing to me to realize that Georgette had gone through my desk and taken out the file of notes outlining my agreements with Ted Cartwright," he said in a wooden voice. "There has been a question as to my whereabouts on or around the time of the demise of Charlie Hatch, the landscaper," Henry read. "I left my office at 1:15 and went directly to the Mark Grannon Real Estate Agency. Mr. Grannon had made an offer to buy our agency."
Looking pleased with himself, Henry folded his statement neatly and looked at Jeff.
"I trust that covers the situation?"
"Maybe," Jeff said pleasantly. "But you were in the vicinity of Holland Road when Georgette was shot, Mr. Paley, and her death made it possible for you to get a better deal than Cartwright was offering.
That will be all for today. Thank you for coming in to make your statement, Mr. Paley."
The heavy frame that had once surrounded a mirror and then became the repository of Zach Willett's 25th anniversary memorabilia had been placed on top of a wide desk in a vacant office just down the hall from Jeff McKingsley. Investigator Liz Riley had been instructed to carefully review every card and note on the frame and to look carefully for any photograph that might show a bullet lodged in a tree. The tape on the pictures and notes was cracked and dry and easily separated from the corkboard that Zach had inserted for backing. Liz continued until only the caricature itself remained in the frame. It had been tacked rather than taped to the corkboard. Might as well take this one off, too, Liz thought. When she removed it, she turned the caricature over. Taped to the back was a 5x8 envelope, sealed. Liz decided to have a witness when she opened it. She went down the hall to the prosecutor's office. The door was open, and Jeff McKingsley was standing at the window, stretching. "Mr. McKingsley, can I show you something?"
"Sure, Liz, what is it?"
"This envelope was taped behind the caricature of Zach Willett." Jeff went to his desk and got a letter opener from the drawer. He slit the envelope open and shook it. 2 metal objects clanked onto his desk. He reached into the envelope and pulled out a handwritten letter and a half-dozen photographs. The first one was a close-up showing a bony hand pointing to a tree in which a bullet was clearly embedded. A newspaper was positioned below the hole to display the date, May 9th, and the year, which was the year Will Barton had died. A second picture, taken from the newspaper on that date, showed Ted Cartwright proudly displaying his antique pistol. A 2-page letter, neatly printed but filled with misspellings and addressed to whoever it could concern, contained Zach's graphic yet oddly dignified description of how he had watched Will Barton die. Everything Celia Nolan had told him was true. Jeff turned to Liz.
"Good work. This just might be the break we need."
Soon after Liz left Jeff's office, investigator Nan Newman rushed in. "Boss, you're not going to believe this. Rap Corrigan, the kid who found Zach Willett's body, came in to meet with me and give a statement. While he was there, Ted Cartwright came into the outer office with his attorney. Rap did a double take when he saw Cartwright and practically pulled me down the hall to talk to me. Jeff, Rap swears that Ted Cartwright, minus a dopey-looking blonde wig, is one of those two so-called moving men he let into Zach Willett's apartment yesterday." Ted Cartwright was every inch the powerful executive as he strode ahead of his lawyer into Jeff's office. As witnesses to this meeting, Jeff had invited detectives Angelo Ortiz and Paul Walsh. The court reporter was in place, her face expressionless as always. Cartwright's attorney introduced himself. "Prosecutor McKingsley, I am Louis Buck, and I wish to state for the record that my client has appeared here today voluntarily to assist you in any way in your investigation of Mr. Zach Willett's death." Jeff McKingsley looked at Ted. "How long have you known Zach Willett, Mr. Cartwright?" "Oh, I think about 20 years, Ted answered. "Think again, Mr. Cartwright. Isn't it well over 30 years? 20, 30, Cartwright shrugged. "A very long time, whichever it is, don't you agree?" "When was the last time you spoke with him?" "Yesterday afternoon, around 3 o'clock. We had a good laugh over the joke he pulled on me. Zach went over to my development in Madison and told my sales rep that I was giving him the model townhouse. He had kidded me that if the Red Sox won by more than 10 runs, I would have to give him an apartment." "We spoke to your sales rep," Jeff said. "Zach told her the reason was that he had saved your life." "He was joking,"
When was the last time you saw Zach?
Yesterday around noon, at the Washington Valley stables.
Did you have a quarrel with him?
I blew off a little steam. Because of his joke, we almost lost a sale of that townhouse. But later we got an offer on it, so I called Zach at 3 o'clock and apologized.
Mr. Cartwright, did you ever promise Henry Paley a $100,000 bonus if he could persuade Georgette Grove to sell the property Georgette and Henry jointly owned on Route 24?
I had a business arrangement with Henry Paley.
Where were you on the morning of Wednesday, September 4th, at about 10 a.m.?
I was out for an early morning ride on my horse.
Weren't you on a trail that connects directly to the private trail in the woods behind the Holland Road house where Georgette died?
I do not ride on private trails.
Mr. Cartwright, did you know Will Barton?
Yes, I did. He was the first husband of my late wife, Audrey Barton.
You were separated from your wife at the time of her death?
Yes, the strain of her daughter Liza's antagonism toward me became too much for Audrey. But the evening of her death, she had asked me over to discuss a reconciliation. We were very much in love.
You didn't separate because when you were drunk one night, you confessed to Audrey Barton that you had killed her first husband?
Don't answer that, Ted, Louis Buck ordered. It's all right, Lou. No problem. I'll answer their questions.
Mr. Cartwright, Jeff continued, you were afraid that Audrey Barton would have the courage to go to the police one day. There was always some question about the gunshot that was heard at the time Will Barton's horse went over the cliff with him.
This is ridiculous, Cartwright snapped.
No, it's not. Zach Willett witnessed what you did to Will Barton. We found some very interesting evidence in Zach's apartment. Jeff picked up Zach Willett's letter and read how Cartwright had caused Will Barton's death.
That is a piece of fiction and inadmissible in court, Louis Buck snapped.
Zach's murder isn't a piece of fiction, Jeff snapped. He was bleeding you, Cartwright, for 27 years, and when he realized you killed Georgette Grove, he decided he ought to be taken care of on a higher scale.
I did not kill Georgette Grove or Zach Willett,
Cartwright said emphatically. Were you in Zach Willett's apartment yesterday?
No, I was not.
Jeff looked past him. Angelo, will you ask Rapp to come in? At Angelo's prodding, Rapp came forward to stand by the desk.
This is Zach's landlady's son.
Do you recognize anyone in this room, Rapp? Jeff asked.
Yes, I do. This guy.
He pointed at Ted.
Yesterday he came to our house dressed like a moving man. I gave him the key to Zach's apartment. Zach had told us he was moving.
Thank you, Rapp. Jeff waited to speak until Rapp left the room.
Robin Carpenter is your girlfriend, he told Cartwright. You gave her the money to bribe her half-brother, Charlie Hatch, to vandalize the house known, thanks to you, as Little Lizzie's place. You shot Georgette Grove, and we will be able to prove it. Hatch became a threat, and you or Robin took him out. That's not true, Cartwright shouted, jumping to his feet.
Louis Buck stood up, stunned and totally furious. Jeff ignored the lawyer and glared at Cartwright. We know that you went to Audrey Barton's home to kill her that night. We know that you caused Will Barton's death. We know that you killed Zach Willett, and we know that you're not in the moving business.
Jeff stood up. Mr. Cartwright, you are under arrest for the burglary of Zach Willett's apartment. Mr. Buck, we are finishing our investigation, and we anticipate that Mr. Cartwright will be formally charged with these murders in the next several days. I am now instructing Detective Walsh to proceed to Mr. Cartwright's home and to secure that scene while we apply for a search warrant.
Jeff paused, then added sarcastically, I anticipate that we will find a dopey blonde wig and a moving man's outfit. He turned to Detective Ortiz and said, Please read Mr. Cartwright his rights. 20 minutes after Ted Cartwright had been let out of Jeff McKingsley's office, Jeff invited Drew Perry in to speak with him. I promised you that you would have a story, he said, and this is only the beginning of it. We have just arrested Ted Cartwright for the burglary of Zach Willett's apartment. Experienced reporter though she was, Drew Perry felt her jaw drop.
We anticipate filing far more serious charges against him in the next several days, Jeff continued. These charges will relate to the deaths of Will Barton and Zach Willett.
Ted Cartwright killed Liza Barton's father? Drew exclaimed.
We have proof that he did, and the reason that he went to that house on Old Mill Lane that night was to kill his estranged wife, Audrey Barton.
Liza, that poor little 10-year-old, was only trying to protect her mother from Ted. I've been around for a long time, Jeff, Drew said, but this is almost unimaginable. I'm so glad that poor girl has a loving husband and a great kid. I guess that's what has helped her survive. Yes, Jeff replied carefully. She has a really terrific kid, and he'll help her get through all this.
I am being carried downstairs. I can't open my eyes. Jack. I try to call his name, but can only whisper it. My lips feel rubbery. I have to wake up. Jack needs me.
It's all right, Liza. I'm taking you to Jack.
Alex is talking to me. Alex, my husband. He is home, not in Chicago. I have to tell him tomorrow that I'm really Liza Barton. But he called me Liza. There were sleeping pills in that glass. Maybe I'm dreaming. Jack, he's crying. He's calling me. Mommy! 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 Jack! Jack! I try to scream but can only mouth his name. There is cold air on my face. Alex is carrying me. Where is he taking me? Where is Jack? My eyes won't open. I hear a door opening. The garage door. Alex is laying me down. I know where I am. My car, the back seat of my car. Jack. You want him? You can have him. It was a woman's voice, harsh and grating. Mommy! Jack's arms are around my neck. His head is buried against my heart. Mommy!
Get outside, Robin. I'm starting the engine.
Alex's voice. I hear the garage door close. Jack and I are alone. I'm so tired. I can't help it. I am falling asleep. At 10:30 p.m., still in the office, Jeff waited for Detective Mort Shelley. He had already been notified that the search of Ted Cartwright's house had uncovered the blonde wig, the movers' uniforms, and the boxes of papers that had been taken from Zach Willett's apartment. More important, a 9mm pistol had been found in the safe in his bedroom. Jeff was virtually certain that the pistol would be matched to the 9mm bullet that was lodged in Zach Willett's brain. There was a light tap at the door and Mort Shelley came in.
Jeff, how this guy Nolan has managed to stay out of prison beats me. What have you got, Mort?
Shelley consulted the thick file he was carrying.
Alex Nolan is a phony. He is a lawyer who claims to specialize in wills and trusts, but has only a handful of clients. He's had several ethics violations filed against him and has been suspended by the bar twice. He never made an honest dollar in his life. His money came from a bequest he received 4 years ago from a 77-year-old widow he was romancing. Nolan got $3 million out of that scam. That's pretty good, Jeff said. Most people would settle for it. Jeff, that kind of money is peanuts for someone like Alex Nolan. He wants real money, the kind that means private planes and yachts and mansions. Liza doesn't have that kind of money. She doesn't, but her son does. Don't misunderstand me, she does have plenty. Lawrence Foster took good care of her, but he left 2/3 of his estate to Jack. That will mean tens of millions of dollars. And Nolan knew this? It was public knowledge that Lawrence Foster was an investor in startup companies. Wills are on file in the county courthouse where they were probated. Nolan didn't need to be a genius.
Shelley picked another page out of the file.
As you suggested, we tracked down Foster's private nurses from the last time he was in the hospital. One of them admitted that she took big tips from Nolan to let him in to visit his cousin when Lawrence Foster was dying. Foster's mind was beginning to wander, so maybe it was he himself who told Nolan about Celia's past. I spoke to Celia's investment advisor, Shelley continued. He told me that if Jack dies before he reaches 21, everything he had goes to Celia. After her marriage to Alex Nolan, Celia split her estate between Nolan and Jack. She also made Nolan Jack's guardian, as well as the trustee of his estate until the kid is 21. I knew when Nolan sat in this office yesterday and referred to the picture of Liza found taped in the barn as the one of the Barton family on the beach in Spring Lake, that he must be the one who put it there, Jeff said. Supposedly he had never seen it, but yesterday he knew exactly which picture it was. And we know Robin has been his girlfriend for at least 3 years, Shelley said. I wonder, Jeff mused,
if the plan to get Liza back into her old home was hatched after Robin went to work at the Grove Agency and the house came on the market. Buy the house as a gift, move her into it, vandalize it to rattle her, expose her as Little Lizzie, count on a psychological breakdown so he could get control of the estate. But then something went wrong. That last evening when Georgette stayed in the office, she must have found something that linked Robin to Alex. My guess is that Robin was the one waiting for Georgette in the house on Holland Road, Mort volunteered. Then when Charlie Hatch's jeans and sneakers and carvings were confiscated by Sergeant Early, he became too much of a danger to them, so their plot to get control of Liza and Jack's money caused them to commit 2 homicides. And if Celia ends up going to prison for these murders, that's the perfect ending. Jeff's expression became grave. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to drive to Mendham and tell Liza what we know. After that, I'll order around-the-clock protection for her and Jack. If Nolan weren't in Chicago, I'd have a 24/7 guard on them now. My guess is that Nolan and his girlfriend have to be getting very, very nervous at this point. The phone rang. Jeff's secretary, Anna, who was still at her desk with Drew Perry keeping her company, answered after the first ring, listened to the terse message, and turned on the intercom. Jeff, there's a Detective Ryan on the phone from Chicago. He says that they've lost Alex Nolan. He slipped out of the dinner meeting he was attending more than 3 hours ago, and he hasn't showed up at the Ritz-Carlton. Jeff and Mort jumped up. 3 hours, Jeff exclaimed. He could have flown back here by now. I had heard the garage door close. The car's engine was running. The fumes were making me drowsier, but I knew I had to fight it. Now that he was with me, Jack was falling asleep again. I tried to move him. I had to get into the front seat. I had to turn off the engine. If we stayed here, we were going to die. I had to move, but my limbs wouldn't function. What was it that Alex had forced me to drink? I could not move. I was slumped against the cushion, half lying, half sitting. The sound of the car's engine was deafening. It was racing. Something must be wedged against the gas pedal. Soon we would be unconscious. Soon my little boy would die. No, no, please, no. Jack, Jack. My voice was a hushed, broken whisper, but it went directly into his ear, and he stirred. Jack, Mommy is sick. Jack, help me. He moved again, turning his head restlessly. Then he settled again under my neck. Jack, Jack, wake up, wake up. I was starting to fall asleep again. I had to fight it. I bit my lip so hard that I could taste blood, but the pain helped keep me from losing consciousness. Jack, help Mommy, I pleaded. He lifted his head. I sensed that he was looking at me. Jack, climb into the front seat. Take car key out. He was moving. He sat up and slid off my lap. It's dark, Mommy, he said. Climb in front seat, I whispered. Climb. I could feel myself sinking slowly into unconsciousness. The words I was trying to say were disappearing from my mind. Jack's foot grazed my face. He was climbing over the seat. The key, Jack. From far off, I heard him say, I can't get it out. Turn it, Jack. Turn it, then pull it out. Suddenly there was silence, total silence in the garage, followed by Jack's sleepy but proud cry. Mommy, I did it. I have the key. I knew the fumes could still kill us. We had to get out. Jack would never be able to open the heavy garage door by himself. He was leaning over the front seat, looking down at me. Mommy, are you sick? The garage door opener, I thought. It's clipped onto the visor over the driver's seat. I often let Jack be the one to press it. Jack, open garage door, I begged. You know how. I think I slipped away for a minute. The rumbling sound of the garage door slowly rising woke me up for a moment, and it was with a vast sense of deliverance and relief that I finally stopped fighting and lost consciousness. I woke up in an ambulance. The first face I saw was Jeffrey McKingsley's. The first words he said were the ones I wanted to hear. Don't worry, Jack is fine. The second word seemed filled with promise. Liza,
I told you everything was going to be all right.
Epilogue. We have lived in the house for 2 years now. After much thought, I decided to stay there. For me, it was no longer the house in which I had killed my mother, but the home in which I had tried to save her life. I have used my skills as an interior designer to complete my father's vision. It is truly beautiful, and each day we are building happy memories to add to the ones of my early childhood. Ted Cartwright accepted a plea bargain. He got 30 years for murdering Zach Willett, 15 years for killing my father, and 12 years for causing the death of my mother, the sentences to be served concurrently. Part of his agreement was that he would confess to the fact that he came to the house that night intending to kill my mother. He had lived in the house while he was married to my mother, and he knew that there was one basement window that for some reason had never been wired into the security system. That was the way he'd got in. He admitted that he had planned to strangle my mother as she slept, and if I had awakened while he was there, he would have killed me too. Knowing that the impending divorce would make him a suspect in her death, he had placed a call from our basement phone to his home and waited an hour before starting upstairs on his murderous journey. He had planned to tell the police that my mother had asked him to come to our house the next day to discuss a reconciliation. But that planned explanation for the phone call had to be changed when I awoke and the confrontation and shooting occurred. Instead, on the witness stand at my trial, he testified that my mother had called him late that evening and pleaded with him to come to the house while I was asleep. Once he was in the house, Ted got the new code out of my mother's address book and unlocked the kitchen door, again planning to make it seem that my mother's carelessness had allowed an intruder to sneak in. At my trial, his story was that my mother had disarmed it and had unlocked the door because she was expecting him. When Ted's plea was entered in open court, and he related all of the details to the judge, I think that a lot of people in the community were ashamed that they had fallen for his story and had condemned a little girl. Henry Paley emerged from the investigation without any criminal charges. The prosecutor's office concluded that Henry's conspiracy with Ted Cartwright was limited to trying to convince Georgette Grove to sell the Route 24 property. None of the evidence indicated that he knew about or was involved in any plan to harm anyone. It will be many, many years, if ever, before either Robin Carpenter or Alex Nolan will be released from prison. They are both serving life sentences for the murders of Georgette Grove and Charlie Hatch, and for the attempted murders of Jack and me. Robin admitted that she had been the one who shot both Georgette and her half-brother, Charlie Hatch. She had taken from Georgette's shoulder bag the picture of Alex with her that Georgette had found in her desk. She had placed my picture in Georgette's shoulder bag and my mother's picture in Charlie Hatch's pocket. So many people stopped by our house during those first weeks after Jack and I were nearly killed. They brought food and flowers and friendship. Some of them told me how their grandmothers and mine were schoolmates. I love it here. My roots are here. I've opened an interior design shop in Mendham, but I've had to limit my clients. Life is very busy. Jack is in the 1st grade and plays on every team he can find. In the weeks and months following Alex's arrest, my relief over Ted's confession was overshadowed by my sadness at Alex's betrayal. It was Jeff who helped me to understand that the Alex I thought I knew had never existed. I'm not exactly sure of the moment when I realized I was falling in love with Jeff. I think he knew before I did that we were meant to be together. That's another reason why I am so busy. My husband, Jeffrey McKingsley, is getting ready to run for governor.